Chapter 432. In truth, even Zhao Qingyun hadn't expected that Long Chen would be able to defeat the Sword Emperor. Back then, after Long Chen had killed Lin Zichen, Long Chen had said that he would come to the imperial city to deal with the Sword Emperor. Zhao Qingyun guessed that it would be a few months before Long Chen truly had the strength to deal with the Sword Emperor. Zhao Qingyun himself still had doubts about what happened 2 months ago. But what shocked him was that Long Chen had not only defeated a Sword Emperor, but he had also defeated 2 Sword Emperors. Zhao Qingyun still had some lingering fears about the matter of 2 Sword Emperors. If it wasn't for Long Chen, and if a Sword Emperor was in a bad mood, then Heavenly Devil Palace would have been destroyed. It had to be known that even if it was a Sword Emperor, Zhao Qingyun didn't know if he would have been able to fight. For the Demon Elders, Long Chen's position in their hearts had already risen to the level of God. At this time, they stood in front of Long Chen, still trembling. After all, they had offended Long Chen. If Long Chen took revenge now, then they would be finished. First Demon Elder, second Demon Elder, long time no see. Long Chen looked at them and smiled softly. Yes. First Demon Elder said nervously. Long Chen really couldn't be bothered to look at the 2 of them, and said, "The Patriarch of the Zhou clan is currently leading some people to the Ni-Yang Immortal Realm to recruit Celestial Tier-level Divine Guards. In the future, the Ni-Yang Immortal Realm will belong to the Heaven Demon Palace. You 2 are at the 9th level of the Heavenly River Tier, so go over there and contribute some strength," Long Chen directly commanded. To be honest, the 2 Demon Elders were his elders, but now Long Chen had the right to order them. It was all because of strength. Okay. The first Demon Elder and the second Demon Elder looked at each other and were about to leave. Although they felt a bit degraded to be asked to run errands by Long Chen, they were very excited at the thought that they were going to take over the legendary Ni-Yang's fairyland. "Little Yu, stay." Seeing that Murong Yu was about to follow them, Long Chen hurriedly said. Murong Yu was stunned for a moment. Then she stopped and didn't leave. At this time, Murong Yu had restored her appearance. She was much more beautiful than she had imagined. She was already somewhat used to Long Chen's heaven-defying actions. Therefore, she was much calmer than her master and martial uncle. She looked at Long Chen as though they were old friends that she hadn't seen for a long time. She didn't feel the slightest bit restrained. "Let's sit down and talk. Chen, this old man still has many things to ask you." Zhao Qingyun laughed. The 3 of them sat down in the throne room of the royal clan. Zhao Qingyun hurriedly asked, "Chen, I heard that 2 Sword Emperors have appeared. What's going on?" "When I heard the news, I was really shocked." Long Chen pondered for a moment, and he decided that it was better not to tell Zhao Qingyun. So he said, "Actually, I don't know either. But fortunately, the 2 Sword Emperors are dead now, so let those mysteries disappear. I think it should be the Sword Emperor. They should be twin brothers. The 2 of them have the same strength and share the same identity. However, why are they doing this?" Murong Yu interrupted. "We don't know about the Sword Emperors. But Chen, now that you've defeated him and controlled the Songyang Kingdom, what are you going to do next?" Zhao Qingyun asked. "Now that the Sword Emperors are dead, if there's no one to manage the Songyang Kingdom, there will be chaos. I can't manage the kingdom by myself, but the Songyang Kingdom needs someone to manage it. Moreover, the Heavenly Devil Palace is a force comparable to the royal clan. Master, I've said before that I'll give the Songyang Kingdom to you. Now is the time for me to fulfill my promise. You must accept it," Long Chen said firmly. Zhao Qingyun laughed involuntarily. "Little guy, your words are so pleasant to hear. In fact, you just want this old man to clean up your mess," Zhao Qingyun said with a smile. He understood Long Chen too well. With Long Chen's temperament, it was impossible for him to stay here and be the ruler of the kingdom. His ambition should be to travel far and wide. So at this time he, Zhao Qingyun, had to step forward and be the ruler of a nation. After all, Long Chen was the disciple he was the proudest of. Of course, the Heavenly Devil Palace would also gain a lot of benefits from controlling the Songyang Kingdom. It should be a win-win situation. Only the Heavenly Devil Palace can control the Songyang Kingdom. But Chen, you know that I'm a free and easy person. I don't even want to manage the Heavenly Devil Palace, let alone the Songyang Kingdom. So I can't do it." Zhao Qingyun suddenly became serious and said slowly. Long Chen was startled and said, "Master, you can't be like this." Don't worry. I'm just saying that my old bones are not suitable to be the ruler of a kingdom. But there is someone who is still young and definitely more suitable than me. Zhao Qingyun laughed. You're right. Long Chen couldn't guess it at the moment. Why have you become stupid? It's so far away, but right before your eyes. Zhao Qingyun laughed and looked at Murong Yu. Long Chen finally understood what Zhao Qingyun was referring to. Long Chen knew that he couldn't be the ruler of the Songyang Kingdom or the Heavenly Devil Palace Master. In fact, these two positions had to be held by one person. Among the young disciples of the Heavenly Devil Palace, the strongest after Long Chen was Murong Yu. She was at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier and was familiar with the Traceless Demon Shadow and the Great Dao Heart Demonic Seed technique. She only lacked the Demon Emperor Sword Dao. Yang Jun, who was ranked 3rd, had not reached the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier because of a series of setbacks. At this moment, Murong Yu only needed an opportunity to increase her strength to a level that surpassed the 3 great demon elders. Me. At this moment, Murong Yu was stunned. She didn't think that the topic would actually be brought up to this point. When Zhao Qingyun mentioned Murong Yu, Long Chen's eyes lit up. Long Chen wasn't the Heavenly Devil Palace Master. When Zhao Qingyun retired, the position of the Heavenly Devil Palace Master would definitely belong to Murong Yu. And if Zhao Qingyun became the Songyang Kingdom's emperor, he would still have to pass it on to Murong Yu in the future. In that case, it would be better to let Murong Yu be the empress now. Whether it was strength, temperament, or ability, Murong Yu was a well-deserved candidate. Moreover, in the Heavenly Devil Palace, the 2 great demon elders would definitely support Murong Yu. Even Zhao Qingyun liked this little girl. In that case, with the assistance of the 2 great demon elders and Zhao Qingyun, Murong Yu was definitely a more suitable candidate than Zhao Qingyun. Long Chen was so excited that he jumped up and said with a smile, "All right, it's settled. Little Yu, you will be the empress of the Songyang Kingdom from now on." Long Chen was like a hands-off boss. Therefore, once the person was decided, he immediately threw the trouble to Murong Yu. "I will be the empress." For a moment, Murong Yu felt that it was a joke. She just wanted to cultivate in the Heavenly Devil Palace. Who would have thought that she would be pushed to the forefront of the storm? That's right. Little Yu, you are the most suitable candidate. Let's settle this matter then. In the future, I will still have to let you be the Sky Devil Palace Master. Zhao Qingyun looked kindly at Murong Yu and chuckled. Heavenly Devil Palace Master. Isn't it Long Chen who will still be the empress? Murong Yu had always thought that this was the case because the Demon Emperor sword was in Long Chen's hands. Based on your understanding of Chen, do you think he will be willing to take on such an arduous and unrewarding task? That kid can't wait to be free and unfettered in the world. Why would he be bound by the position of the Heavenly Devil Palace Master, let alone the Songyang Kingdom's emperor? Zhao Qingyun shook his head and said. Murong Yu looked at the two of them and her heart was in a dilemma. Frankly speaking, it was not impossible for her to take on the role. It was just that she had never thought that it would be like this. Hence, she was very surprised and could not decide for a moment. After all, she knew that the ruler of a country needed to pay attention to many things, learn many things, and govern many things. If she did not do well, what should she do? No, I will not do well. I will disappoint you. Murong Yu shook her head bitterly and said. Bullshit. If even you can't do well, I, as a martial artist, will not be able to do well. Little Yu, you were originally the goddess of the Heavenly Devil Palace. Now that you have become the goddess of the Songyang Kingdom, I think all the men in the Songyang Kingdom will go crazy with joy. Long Chen laughed. His unscrupulous words made Murong Yu's face turn red. Long Chen was praising her beauty. Ever since she was young, ever since she got that scar, even if she used a human skin mask to cover it up, she had always felt inferior. Ever since Lingxi restored her appearance, she had become much more confident. At this moment, Long Chen stood up and walked in front of her. He looked down at her and said, to be honest, you don't have to worry about not doing well. Don't you still have the 2 demonic elders to help you? Those 2 old fellows manage the Heavenly Devil Palace in an orderly manner. Where are the strong ones? If you encounter something that you can't solve, you can directly send a message to my master. He will definitely rush over immediately. With so many people protecting you, what can't be done? Moreover, I have a big gift for you today. Speaking up to this point, Long Chen took a few steps back. A big gift. What would it be? Murong Yu discovered that she was actually looking forward to it. This is my spoil of war. As Long Chen spoke, he took out something from his Chenkuan bag. Instantly, the entire throne room was covered in a golden brilliance. Murong Yu and Zhao Qingyun fixed their eyes on it and said with some surprise, "The Emperor's sword." "Yes, this is the Emperor's sword. Master, I have taken the Demon Emperor's sword. I don't want to change it anymore. In the future, this Emperor's sword will be your national treasure. The Emperor's sword principle in the Emperor's sword is suitable for Xiao Yu to cultivate. Become the Empress of Songyang Kingdom and possess this Emperor's sword. Only then will it be worthy of your status." Looking at the Emperor's sword in Long Chen's hand, Murong Yu bit her lips. She knew that this was a great opportunity. Her goal since young was the Demon Emperor's sword. And now, the Emperor's sword, which was similar to the Demon Emperor's sword, was placed in front of her. After hesitating for a moment, Murong Yu exhaled and said firmly, "All right, I will be the Empress." "That's more like it." With a toss, Long Chen threw the Emperor's sword into Murong Yu's hands. With Murong Yu's strength at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, she would definitely be able to successfully obtain the Emperor's sword principle. With Murong Yu's support, the trouble caused by killing the Sword Emperor was finally resolved. Chapter 433. Chen, what are your plans for the next period of time? After settling Murong Yu's matter, the mess created by Long Chen could be considered to have been successfully resolved. Hence, Zhao Qingyun asked. Murong Yu also listened carefully. Long Chen was only 17 years old, but he was already the strongest expert in the Songyang country. If he continued to stay in the Songyang country, he wouldn't have any room to grow. If that was the case, he wouldn't have any room to improve. A young man like Long Chen should go out and explore the world instead of staying in a small place like the Songyang country. I plan to return to my hometown, Yuanling City, and wait for Songyang country's matters to be settled. After Xiao Yu ascends the throne, I will leave Songyang country and go to the God Wushu Sage dynasty. Long Chen had already made up his mind. Whether Lingxi was by his side or not, Long Chen would go to the God Wushu Sage dynasty. Long Chen and Lingxi's family didn't find her. It would be best if she could follow Long Chen. If Lingxi left, the only way out would be the God Wushu Sage dynasty. Only through the God Wushu Sage dynasty, Long Chen could go to other places. As for returning to Yuanling City to see his family, one of them was to help Lingxi recover. The other was to help Lingxi recover. The God Wushu Sage dynasty. Zhao Qingyun nodded. It would be more suitable for Long Chen to go there. After hearing Long Chen's words, Murong Yu's eyes dimmed. If that was the case, it would be difficult for her to see Long Chen again. Long Chen could go far away, but she had to take care of the overall situation here. To her, this seemed a bit unfair. However, her achievements today were all due to Sky Devil Palace's nurturing, so she didn't have any complaints. Long Chen had restored her appearance and given her the Emperor's sword. He had already treated her very well. By the way, Chen, do you know how to get to the Wushu Sage dynasty? Zhao Qingyun asked with concern. When I went to Jiang City this time, I found a heaven and earth teleportation formation in the Snow Peak Mountains. That should be the heaven and earth teleportation formation that leads to the Wushu Sage dynasty, right? Asked Long Chen. You even know about the Cosmos teleportation formation? Zhao Qingyun was a little surprised, then she nodded. Indeed, that is the universe transfer array that leads to the God Wushu Sage dynasty, but it has not been used many times. The people of the God Wushu Sage dynasty will not come to a small place like ours, and we will not go to the God Wushu Sage dynasty. The main reason why the people of the Songyang Kingdom did not go to the Shenwu Sacred Dynasty was because of the Sky-Connecting Elixir. In the Songyang Kingdom, the number of people who possessed the Sky-Connecting Elixir could be counted on one hand. Master, how many divine pills will Xiao Lang and I need to go to the Wushu Sage Dynasty? Asked Long Chen immediately. This was what he was most concerned about recently. Zhao Qingyun estimated for a moment, then said, about 50. The Qian Kuan transfer formation consumes a lot of connecting heaven pellets. With your and the wolf cub's strength, you'll need at least 40 connecting heaven pellets to complete the transfer. 50. Long Chen was really frightened. He only had 100 connecting heaven elixirs in his storage. He needed 50 connecting heaven elixirs to use the heaven and earth teleportation formation once. He didn't know if the remaining 50 connecting heaven elixirs would be enough for him to reach the reaching heaven state. Long Chen immediately burst into tears. What? You don't have enough divine pills? How many divine pills do you have? From the Sword Emperor? Zhao Qingyun asked with interest. 100. Long Chen replied. Zhao Qingyun's expression tensed up, and he said with a bitter smile, My heavenly demonic palace has been passed down for so many years, but we only have 70 connecting heaven elixirs. If little you wants to reach the reaching heaven state, she will need around 30 connecting heaven elixirs. Since you have 50 connecting heaven elixirs left, I won't be supporting you anymore. Long Chen was speechless. Of course, he had never thought of asking for Zhao Qingyun's supreme elixirs. He was about to go to the divine martial sacred dynasty. As long as he got there, he would be able to get as many supreme elixirs as he wanted. As for the remaining 50 supreme elixirs, he just needed to have enough supreme elixirs. Thinking of this, Long Chen hurriedly healed Lingxi's body. He said, Master, I'll leave the matters of the imperial city to you for the time being. I'll pass down the order later. I haven't been home for a long time, so I'll go take a look now. You are in such a hurry. Long Chen nodded. Actually, he was not in a hurry to go home, but to heal Lingxi's body. Zhao Qingyun nodded and said, Go. Long Chen bade farewell to him and Murong Yu, then gave orders to the other forces in the imperial city. The demonic palace master was a reaching heaven state expert. If Long Chen wanted them to submit, how could they not submit? Hence, Long Chen called out to Xiao Lang and hurried in the direction of Yuanling City. Now, Long Chen was about to face the most important moment in his life. This would be a huge turning point. To be honest, Long Chen was very nervous. He prayed in his heart that if he successfully healed Lingxi's body, Lingxi's family would not come looking for him. Lingxi was reluctant to part with Long Chen, but how could Long Chen bear to part with her? Long Chen only persisted in his heart. As a man, he definitely could not let Lingxi live like this forever. Otherwise, he would never forgive himself. She was on Xiao Lang's back again. Another gust of wind quickly swept past. It was yet another sea of bright starlight. Night fell. Under the starlight, Long Chen stared blankly ahead. At this time, Lingxi's small body, glowing with white light, flew out of Lingxi's sword. Long Chen extended his hand and let Lingxi sit on the back of his hand. Chen, you are very nervous. Lingxi's eyes were full of worry. Nonsense. Long Chen shook his head. Then he looked at Lingxi solemnly and said, You just said that the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit has already been harvested for about 4 months, so a lot of its medicinal effects have already dissipated. If we let it continue to dissipate, the medicinal effects of the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit will no longer be enough for you to reform your body in less than 10 days. Lingxi helplessly nodded. She originally didn't want to tell Long Chen about this and let 10 days pass. After 10 days, the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit would be useless and she wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. However, Lingxi knew that Long Chen definitely wouldn't forgive her if she did that, so she chose to tell him. That means, I must let you refine it as soon as possible, at least within these 5 days. After 5 days, we should arrive at Yuanling City. At that time, I will let you refine it, understand? Long Chen thought for a moment and made up his mind. This time, he really had no regrets. No matter what, he wanted Lingxi to have a healthy body. Only then would she be a real person. This was Long Chen's deepest wish for the past 6 months. When Lingxi had refined the mysterious sky jade lotus and obtained a body, Long Chen had been overjoyed. When Lin Zichen had forced Lingxi to give up the mysterious sky jade lotus, Long Chen had given him a broken body. Big brother Chen, have you really chosen to do this? Lingxi's eyes were brimming with tears as she said faintly. For you, even if I die, I have no regrets, Long Chen said through gritted teeth. But I can't bear to part with you. Lingxi's voice was heavy with sobs. This was like a heavy hammer hammering on Long Chen's heart. But in the face of absolute power, someone as weak as him could not do anything. Power. It's all because of power. If I had endless power at this moment, even if Lingxi's family came, I would still be able to chase them away. However, I can't. That's because even now, I'm still weak. The path of cultivation is endless. The current me is still just an ant amongst all living beings. Thinking of this, Long Chen's heart was bleeding. From the bottom of his heart, he had a strong desire for power, an endless desire. Blood-colored dragons, billions and billions of them, roared and seethed in his body. Not only did Long Chen crave power, they also crave power. To a divine dragon, Long Chen was so weak that he couldn't even compare to a tentacle. Hence, he needed to grow, and grow even faster. The night wind blew Long Chen's long hair. Little she. Yes. Long Chen sighed and said, I don't know if my decision today was the right one. I don't know if I'm a fool. I gave up the chance to be with you for the rest of my life. But I really can't make that choice. Chen. I understand you. But my family has unimaginable power. They are at a higher level than the godly Wushu sage dynasty. Any one of them can destroy a dynasty. My worry is not without reason. Any one of them can destroy a dynasty. Long Chen was stunned. This was the first time Lingxi described to him what a true expert was. Presumably, to those true experts, Songyang Kingdom's number one, Long Chen, was a frog at the bottom of a well. To Long Chen, this was a pressure as heavy as a mountain. He took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the endless starry sky. Mortals could not control the evolution of the stars. Because to the stars, all mortals were fragile. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly had an idea. What he thought of was that the mortals below the starry sky were like ants. Even those who could destroy a sacred dynasty by themselves were just mortals below the starry sky. They were just thicker ants. He, Long Chen, possessed the essence blood of the ancestral dragon. One day, he would be able to reach the heavens and the earth, pluck the moon and pluck the stars. Why would he be afraid of these thicker ants? At this moment, Long Chen's eyes exploded with great confidence. He realized that his potential was limitless. His trump cards, the mystique from the ancient blood spiritual dragon, and the void dragon talisman were not simple. There was even the dragon jade that Long Chen knew nothing about. With so many earth-shattering trump cards, he, Long Chen, was destined to become the number one super existence in history. The force behind Lingxi was indeed powerful. But so what? The boiling blood made Long Chen's heart burn. Little she, I have decided. When we reach Yuanling City and Baiyang Town, I want to see you refine the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit. You are my woman, forever and ever. Chapter 434. Long Chen felt a heavy pressure in his heart. He had a feeling that returning to Aspen Town this time would be the last time he would stay here. No matter what happened in the future, it would be very difficult for him to return. Therefore, he wanted to say his goodbyes. In this world, besides Long Chen, Xiao Lang's only family member was Yin Mengyao. Therefore, when he saw Yuanling City from afar, Xiao Lang said he wanted to see Yin Mengyao. This time, he still didn't want Yin Mengyao to know that he had become a sun-devouring demon wolf. All he needed to do was to look at his sister from afar. Long Chen brought him back to the Linggu family in Yuanling City. It was obvious that the Linggu family was very quiet right now. Long Chen went straight to the Yin clan's territory and arrived at Yin Mengyao's courtyard. Yin Mengyao wasn't here at first, so Long Chen brought Xiao Lang and waited for her in the pavilion for a while. About 15 minutes later, Long Chen knew Yin Mengyao had returned. She gently pushed open the door and immediately saw Long Chen sitting in the pavilion. For her, this was a huge surprise. Long Chen! Yin Mengyao cried out in surprise. She covered her slightly opened mouth with her hand. At the same time, Long Chen was also looking at Yin Mengyao. Yin Mengyao looked more mature than before, and her movements were filled with the charm of a woman. Her cultivation base had also broken through to the early heavenly core realm, and it seemed like she had made a lot of progress recently. Long Chen looked at Yin Mengyao. Sister Mengyao, it's been a while. Long Chen smiled. After that, he looked at Xiao Lang. Right now, Xiao Lang was staring at Yin Mengyao with a blank expression. His dark eyes were rolling around, and tears could be seen in them. Why did you come back so suddenly? Why didn't you tell me? Yin Mengyao complained. She walked in front of Long Chen and looked at Long Chen carefully, then she said, You've really grown up. Long Chen, I've heard about you. I heard that you killed the number one genius of the Songyang Kingdom, the 4th prince. I also heard that you're going to challenge the Sword Emperor. Why are you here? When talking about this, Yin Mengyao's face was full of shock. Long Chen's performance was really too heaven-defying. When he was in Yuanling City, he was already a legend. She didn't expect that when he went to Baiyang Imperial City, he would be a legend among legends. Long Chen's reputation had shaken almost the entire Songyang Kingdom. Yin Mengyao was proud of having a younger brother like him. Even the Lingwu family treated Yin Mengyao with respect after hearing about Long Chen's achievements. Of course, after Long Chen killed the Sword Emperor, he rushed back to Yuanling City a few hours later. The news of the Sword Emperor's death and the Songyang Kingdom falling into Long Chen's hands hadn't reached Yuanling City yet. I said, "We've killed the Sword Emperor and seized the Songyang Kingdom. Sister Mengyao, do you believe me or not?" Long Chen said in a joking tone. Yin Mengyao sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "You really did it." Looking at her expression, it was obvious that she believed him. After Long Chen killed Emperor Yuan, she started to blindly believe in Long Chen's strength. "Yes." Long Chen nodded. "Because I joined the Heavenly Devil Palace and didn't have time to manage the Songyang Kingdom, I've already given the Songyang Kingdom to my master, Zhao Qingyun. But don't worry, my master is fair, impartial, and kind-hearted. I'm at ease leaving the Songyang Kingdom to him." Long Chen's tone was very calm, but Yin Mengyao could tell from his calm tone that the two of them who participated in the inner clan selection together had a huge gap between them. They were no longer people of the same world. "You're a miracle. I'll be proud of you for the rest of my life." Yin Mengyao looked at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes and said softly. Long Chen nodded and said, "Sister Mengyao, I have other important things to do in the future. I came here today to say goodbye to you. Maybe after today, I won't come back again." If it was to roam the world with Lingxi, it would be easy for him to come back. But if he had to embark on that path, it would be impossible for him to come back. Yin Mengyao's face turned pale when she heard this. After a while, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Go. You should have a wider world. That is the most suitable place for you." She knew in her heart that since Long Chen could make such heaven-defying progress, he would one day find his true future. Long Chen nodded. He was very happy that Yin Mengyao could understand. However, the person who came to see him today was not Long Chen, but Xiao Lang. Long Chen stood up and grabbed Xiao Lang in his hand. Then he threw Xiao Lang to Yin Mengyao and said, "This Xiao Lang seems to like you very much. Help me look after him. I'll go out for a while. I'll be back soon." By the time Yin Mengyao caught the wolf cub, Long Chen had already disappeared. She was a bit dazed. She didn't understand why Long Chen wanted to leave right after coming here. However, the wolf cub in her hand quickly attracted her attention. That was because she could see that the wolf cub's eyes were similar to a human's. It was very, very similar to the youth that had left a deep impression on her. Why does this demonic beast's eyes look so much like Xiao Lang's? When Long Chen comes back, I must ask him where Xiao Lang went. Leaving Xiao Lang and Yin Mengyao alone, Long Chen wanted to stay outside for a while. Suddenly, he heard a conversation between two female disciples of the Yin clan. One of them said, "I heard that the young master of the burnt city is at the heavenly river tier. Even the vermilion bird old ancestor couldn't resist him. Now he's bringing the young master of the burnt city to the Qingyang Hall. What do you think? Lu Lan is so beautiful that the young master of the burnt city is drooling over her. Don't you know that young men like Lu Lan the most? It's the same for Chu Yunxi and Long Chen. I heard that Lu Lan had already become Long Chen's woman when she was on the Nine Demon Mountain. Now Long Chen is so perverted that the young master of the burnt city actually dared to hit on her. It's really, what do you know? Although Long Chen is almost invincible, I heard that he wants to challenge the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor is a peerless cultivator who has broken through to the heavenly river tier. The possibility of Long Chen surviving this time is very small. That's why the young master of the burnt city can't control himself. Lu Lan is just a broken flower, but someone actually wants her. Really, if the young master of the burnt city likes me, it would be great. You, look at your chest, it's not even as big as a man's." Long Chen stood up. "Let's go and have a look. We've been together for a period of time, it's fate," Lingxi said sensibly. "Okay." Long Chen nodded. Lingxi knew what he was thinking. That was enough. The direction of the Qingyang Hall was not far from here. Long Chen was very familiar with this road, so he arrived at the Qingyang Hall in a short while. He recalled the first time he met Lu Yuan here. At that time, Long Chen had just reached the Earth Core realm and was preparing to enter the inner clan of the Lingwu family. He didn't expect that time would fly by, and things would change in an instant. "I haven't seen her since I came back from the Nine Demon Mountain. I wonder if she misses me. What kind of expression does she have when she sees me now?" Long Chen thought. Lu Lan had indeed been using Long Chen in the beginning. However, Long Chen's performance had exceeded her expectations. Long Chen had already given her the punishment she deserved. For example, now, everyone thought that she had already become Long Chen's woman. Broken flower, broken willow. This was how the woman from the Yin clan had described Lu Lan. As he approached the Qingyang Hall, Long Chen could already hear the quarreling sounds inside. Long Chen quickly approached. Through the window, he quickly saw the situation inside. There were 4 people inside the Qingyang Hall. The old ancestor of the Vermilion Bird Tier and Lu Yuan were talking in the middle. The old ancestor of the Vermilion Bird Tier hadn't changed much, but the white hair on Lu Yuan's head had increased a lot. Behind the old ancestor of the Vermilion Bird Tier, there was a young man about 15 or 16 years old. He had an arrogant and despotic expression on his face. He was proudly watching the conversation between the old ancestor of the Vermilion Bird Tier and Lu Yuan. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the beautiful woman behind Lu Yuan. It was Lu Lan. Lu Lan's attire was much simpler. However, her appearance was originally very flirtatious. Even if she was dressed normally, she still exuded a seductive aura. Every gaze and every movement could make one's heart go numb. At this moment, her head was lowered, and her face was a little pale. The other party's overbearing attitude made it difficult for her to breathe. Lu Yuan, think about it carefully. Do you know how big the burnt city is? It's 3 times bigger than our Yuanling city. Young Master Hong's father is the city lord of the burnt city, and he has the strength of a 5th-level heavenly river tier. Young Master Hong is also a genius. At such a young age, he has already reached the 2nd level of the heavenly river tier. It is Lan Er's honor that young Master Hong thinks highly of Lan Er. The old ancestor of the Vermilion Bird Tier glanced at Lu Lan's beautiful body. As a woman, she had to admit that Lu Lan was a seductress. Otherwise, even if she had a bad reputation, the young master of the burnt city would still pursue her. Besides, Lan Er is not young anymore. If I don't become a monk soon, I'm afraid. Right at this moment, young Master Hong from the burnt city interrupted her. Sister Lan, I really like you. Don't worry, in 10 days, my father will send you a betrothal gift. The Hong family has prepared a huge amount of betrothal gifts, and one of them is a low-rank earth-rank pill. I'm afraid it can help you break through to the late heavenly core realm. With such a huge temptation thrown out, he didn't believe Lu Lan would reject him. Lu Yuan was in a dilemma. He looked at young Master Hong helplessly, then at Lu Lan helplessly. With a soft voice he said, Lan Er, look, young Master Hong really seems to be. Really what? Lu Lan raised her head and stared at young Master Hong with a cold gaze. She said, didn't you find out? This little brat is so young, but he has killed many women. Do you really think he really likes me? Besides. Chapter 435. Lu Lan couldn't take it anymore. The more she looked at this young man, the more she disliked him. She wanted to rush over and give him 2 tight slaps. She looked at young Master Hong with disdain and snorted coldly. Furthermore, the man I like is a man with an indomitable spirit, not a hedonistic son of a rich family who uses his father's power to swindle others. Even if he's strong, he's not good enough for me. Lu Lan had been forced into a corner, which was why her words were so harsh. When young Master Hong heard that he was called a wuss, his face turned green with anger. Young Master Hong smashed his chair and sat up, panting heavily as he pointed at Lu Lan and said, You bitch, you're just a broken flower. I treated you well. That's why I gave you face and came to ask for your hand in marriage. How dare you go against me? Good, very good. Old ancestor Vermilion Bird, you didn't do well today. It seems like the relationship between the Hong clan and the Lingwu family won't get better. Just you wait, in 10 days, it won't be the betrothal gifts from the burnt city. It'll be the experts from the burnt city. Bitch, do you think you can escape from me? In less than 10 days, you'll be lying under my crotch. After he finished speaking, young Master Hong glanced at the crowd with a smug look before storming off angrily. The old ancestor Vermilion Bird and Lu Yuan were stunned. After the death of the 2 old ancestors, the Lingwu family was already on the verge of collapse. If the Hong clan made a move against them now, the Lingwu family would be wiped out. Father, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lu Lan's heart was in agony. Because of her, she had harmed the entire family. The guilt in her heart was torturing her to the point of insanity. At this moment, she realized how helpless she was. Suddenly, a person appeared in her heart. She remembered the first time she saw him. She remembered that night at the Nine Demons Villa, when Long Chen pinned her down and punished her harshly, causing her to cry in pain. She couldn't even walk normally for a few days. Nostalgia and infatuation appeared in her heart. But she knew that everything would come to an end with his departure. Although she didn't do it on purpose, she could only make up for it by committing suicide. No matter what, she couldn't hand herself over to that coward. Before she died, Lu Lan thought about many things. The deepest impression in her mind was of that proud and aloof youth. Lu Lan was filled with regret. If she could do it all over again, she would have chosen to dote on that youth instead of giving him so much pressure. Long Chen, I hope you no longer have any hatred for me in your heart. Back then I was really too arrogant. I was really laughable. Only today did I realize that I was actually so insignificant that I couldn't even control my own life. As these thoughts surfaced in her heart, Lu Lan was already prepared to commit suicide. Right at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from outside. If Lu Lan didn't hear wrongly, this voice should have belonged to that young Master Hong from before. Then Lu Lan's eyes widened. She saw that young Master Hong, who had just left, was being dragged in by the collar by another youth. He was at the second level of the Heavenly River tier, an expert comparable to Emperor Yuan back then. Yet, at this moment, he didn't have any strength left. Young Master Hong was thrown to the ground. He was shocked, but because he had a backer, he was unrestrained. He hurriedly scolded, "Brat, tell me your identity. You actually dared to make a move on me. My father is the city lord of the burnt city. He definitely won't let me off. I advise you to quickly kneel down and admit your guilt. Call me grandfather 3 times, and I can reluctantly spare your life." The person who had dragged young Master Hong and thrown him to the ground was none other than Long Chen. When they saw Long Chen's appearance clearly, the other 3 were stunned. However, Long Chen didn't look at them. After listening to young Master Hong's words, he smiled calmly and stretched out his leg, stepping on young Master Hong's crotch. With a paw, something exploded, and young Master Hong immediately let out an earth-shattering scream. His body instantly curled up, and cold sweat broke out on his face. His face had completely turned the color of pig liver. "Let me, Long Chen, call you grandfather. Be good. Call me grandfather 3 times. Otherwise, I will step on you once every breath's time. Let's start now." Long Chen's tone was extremely calm, as though he was joking with young Master Hong. Young Master Hong screamed. Very quickly, a breath's time passed. Long Chen stomped down again, and with another paw, something seemed to have shattered. Young Master Hong's screams became even more painful, and his whole body was convulsing. At this moment, there were only 2 words left in his mind. Long Chen and grandfather. 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 Ah, grandfather. In the midst of his painful screams, young Master Hong finally called out grandfather 3 times. Only then did Long Chen stop his attacks, and with a stomp, he fainted. After young Master Hong finally stopped screaming, Long Chen muttered to himself, "Someone like you, who will die without descendants, wants to call me grandfather? What wishful thinking." After saying that, he turned his head, smiled at the Vermilion Bird Ancestor, and said, "Vermilion Bird Ancestor, long time no see. How have you been?" The Vermilion Bird Ancestor was already stunned. Her teeth chattered, and she stared at Long Chen with wide eyes, unable to say a single word. This was too unworthy of her status as an ancestor. Long Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with her anymore, and his face darkened. He said to the Vermilion Bird Ancestor, "Send this kid back to Burnt City, and tell his father that if anyone from his family dares to take a step into Yuanling City within 100 years, I can guarantee that the Burnt City Hong family will no longer exist in this world. Tell him that these words were said by me, Long Chen." Long Chen's tone was calm, but it contained irresistible power. "Do you understand?" Long Chen asked. "Yes, yes." The Vermilion Bird Ancestor quickly reacted. "Get lost." "Yes." In front of Long Chen, a cultivator at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier was as helpless as a child. The Long Chen who had killed Lin Zichen, who was at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, was undoubtedly the one in front of her. When she thought that Long Chen could kill her with a wave of his hand, the Vermilion Bird Ancestor's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly picked up young Master Hong, who was already dead, and hurriedly fled. At this moment, only Lu Yuan and Lu Lan were left in the Qingyang Hall. Lu Yuan was sandwiched between the 2 of them, and felt extremely awkward. He hurriedly said, You guys chat, I'll leave first. After saying this, he also hurriedly fled. At this moment, his heart was filled with raging waves. He knew all of Long Chen's deeds by heart, and he had long since become numb to Long Chen's terrifying growth. He should have long known that Long Chen would return one day, and this time, his return had directly resolved a huge crisis for Lu Lan. Only now did Long Chen look at Lu Lan with a smug expression. He was confident that his performance just now would definitely cause this woman to shed tears of gratitude. He looked at Lu Lan with a smug expression, and was immediately stunned. This was because he discovered that Lu Lan was currently looking at him coldly, and there was actually killing intent in her eyes. Long Chen, if your actions just now spread out, do you know whether I will never be able to get married? Lu Lan said through gritted teeth. Towards this fellow, she truly loved and hated him. She was ashamed and angry. Long Chen was always like this. A casual action of his could incite all of her emotions. Long Chen didn't think of this, but after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. It wasn't easy for someone to come to propose marriage, but in the end, Long Chen directly cut off his line of descendants. In the future, if anyone dared to have any ideas about Lu Lan, their first reaction would definitely be to cover their crotch first. We're all friends, and it's only right and proper for a friend to do anything for a friend. Just now, I saw that he actually spoke rudely to you, so I slightly taught him a lesson. But I came all the way here to see you, and you're giving me such an expression. Every time Long Chen saw her, he had an urge to tease her. Are you sure that you came all the way here to see me? Lu Lan directly cut to the chase with Long Chen's words. That's not it. Long Chen smiled embarrassedly. You can leave. Lu Lan suddenly lowered her head, and suddenly said, What's wrong? She suddenly said this, causing Long Chen to be startled. I don't need you to pity me really. Thank you for just now, but from now on, we have nothing to do with each other, so there's no need to say anything. You can leave. Lu Lan clenched her teeth, and decisively said. Long Chen fell silent, and it could be seen that right now, Lu Lan was also struggling in her heart. Long Chen knew what she was thinking. She had her own pride, and in the past, she was high and mighty in front of Long Chen, but now, she could only be described as pitiful. She didn't want her pitiful side to be exposed in front of Long Chen, because she realized that she really cared about this man. After coming back from Long Chen's gaze, Lu Lan knew that he had grown up a lot, and was already qualified to be called a man. Go from today onwards. Don't appear again, I beg you. Lu Lan said, and tears almost flowed out of her eyes. Long Chen sighed, and said, Actually, today I came to say goodbye to you. After all, we've known each other for a while, and can be considered very good friends. This time, I'm going to leave Songyang country, and I might never come back. This is the last time I'll see you, and you're going to chase me away just like that? Lu Lan wanted him to leave, but it was only a moment of anger. When she heard Long Chen suddenly say this, she suddenly realized that her mind was blank. From today onwards, they would never meet again. Such an important place in her heart. Wanting to give up on it wasn't that easy. For a moment, the two of them were silent. Didn't you want to fight the Sword Emperor? I already killed him. There was another period of silence. After a long time, Lu Lan sighed, and said, Let's go back to Green Willow Residence. You're right. No matter what, we're friends. Since you're going to leave, let me properly receive you. I still want to know what happened to you during this period of time. Returning to Green Willow Residence. Chapter 436. After arriving at the Green Willow Residence, Lu Lan didn't say a single word. She brought Long Chen to her residence. Chen, what does she want? Lingxi asked in a depressed tone. I don't know, but it's nothing. Long Chen guaranteed. If this was back in Baiyang village, he would definitely be smitten by a woman like Lu Lan. But now things had changed. Long Chen remembered that the last time he came here, he had seen Lu Lan bathing. That shining white body of hers was indeed extremely hot. And now, Lu Lan was walking in front of him. Her voluptuous body, exquisite figure, swaying back and forth, as long as it was a man's heart would be stirred. The two of them sat down in the courtyard. At this moment, night had already fallen. Under the dim light, Lu Lan's skin glowed with a sparkling and translucent light. She was tender and delicious, causing one to be unable to resist taking a bite. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, tugging at one's heartstrings. Long Chen, I still don't know. What's going on with that peerless beauty who's always by your side? Sometimes she appears, sometimes she doesn't. Lu Lan stared at the stars in the sky as she asked. Lingxi's matters were no longer a secret. At the very least, back in the Nine Devil Mountain, Lu Lan had already seen Lingxi. Hence, Long Chen told her everything he knew about Lingxi. At this moment, there were many things he wanted to say, but he couldn't find anyone to pour them out to. Now that he had opened up a chatterbox, he basically told Lu Lan everything. After Lu Lan heard everything, she lowered her head and said, "Thank you for treating me as a friend and telling me so much. Look, it's already late." Long Chen nodded and said, "That's why I have to leave this place now. I also don't know when it will be. Sometimes, fate really plays tricks on people." Lu Lan nodded and raised her head. Her charming face was just inches away from Long Chen. Her eyes were filled with charm as she looked at Long Chen and said, "I really envy that girl, to have a man like you who is willing to work so hard for her. She can hear what I'm saying now, right? You two must cherish this conversation. It's not easy to have such feelings. I've been searching for such feelings my entire life, but maybe I'm too ugly, I don't have the fortune." These sour words caused Long Chen to feel extremely awkward. Long Chen actually understood Lu Lan's intentions. However, to Long Chen, Lingxi was a woman that he had to spend 10,000 times to pursue and protect. Just one of her required him to give up so much. He couldn't afford to add another Lu Lan to his list. Not only Lu Lan, but even Heavenly Devil Palace's Murong Yu. Long Chen could only apologize. He understood that Murong Yu still had some feelings for him, but he could only apologize. "Don't worry, you're actually a good person. You'll definitely find happiness in the future." Long Chen smiled awkwardly. "In your dreams. Originally, there were many men chasing after me. I still had a chance. But after what you did today, no man would dare to approach me in the future. No matter what you say, you have to compensate me." Lu Lan's eyes had a teasing look in them as she brazenly sized up Long Chen. "How are you going to compensate me?" Long Chen asked in a daze. Lu Lan suddenly looked at him shyly and said boldly, "Look, I'm already destined that no man will want me. After a few more decades, I'll grow old and lose my charm as a woman. Look at me, I'm not ugly, right? Such a beauty is wasted. Don't you feel that it's a pity? Hence, before you leave, I've decided to give myself to you. Don't worry, you don't have to take responsibility. I just want to be a real woman. I just want to say, Long Chen, after seeing you, I feel that all the other men in the world are tasteless." Lu Lan's brazen words, the teasing look in her eyes, the snow-white skin on her chest and the deep ravine under the moonlight, each and every one of her actions was filled with a shocking allure. Long Chen was completely stunned. He believed that with Lu Lan's capital, if she was willing to give herself to him, he wouldn't have to take responsibility for her. However, he couldn't. Long Chen was momentarily stunned. "Hee, look at how scared you are. I was just joking with you. I was afraid that the young lady would suddenly run out and tear me to pieces." Lu Lan suddenly covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her body shook. Her breasts bounced up and down, drawing beautiful curves in the air. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. "All right, I've already said what I wanted to say. If I continue to say more, I won't be able to bear to part with you. Long Chen, you can leave now. Goodbye, oh no, I should say, farewell forever." Lu Lan stood up and smiled faintly. Looking at the determination in her eyes, it was clear that she really wanted to ask Long Chen to leave. Long Chen could only stand up as well. He pondered for a moment and felt that what she said was right. The relationship between the two of them was already very complicated. If he said more, it would only make things worse. Hence, he nodded his head and said, "Don't worry, if fate wills it, we'll definitely meet again." After saying that, Lu Lan didn't reply. She only smiled faintly at him. Only now did Long Chen confirm that Lu Lan was purely joking. He also felt that he didn't have the charm to make this woman send herself to him like a moth flying into a flame. Hence, he nodded his head and said goodbye once more before disappearing into the night. Decisive and direct. Lu Lan finally knelt down on the ground and started sobbing. Very quickly, her tears had already soaked her clothes. Then, she fell asleep in the courtyard. When he returned to the Silver Clan's territory, Xiao Lang was already waiting for him. Looking at Xiao Lang's dazed expression, Long Chen knew that he was feeling very bad. "Let's go." Xiao Lang wanted to see Yin Mengyao. They had spent a lot of time together, so it was enough. Long Chen brought Xiao Lang with him to Baiyang Town. With Xiao Lang's speed, they arrived at Baiyang Town in the blink of an eye. Long Chen didn't want to disturb the Yang clan. He snuck into the Yang clan and looked at them from afar. The ancestor of the Yang clan, Yang Xueqi, Yang Yuntian, and Yang Qingxian were all fine. That was enough. Fortunately, the royal family won't be despicable enough to deal with these weak people. Otherwise, I will regret it for the rest of my life. When I return to the imperial city, I will ask my teacher to take them away. That way, I won't have to worry about them, Long Chen thought. At this moment, Yang Xueqi had already fallen asleep. Long Chen took a few more glances at her from the window. His eyes were a little teary as he helplessly sighed. Although our relationship hasn't been good, she's still my mother. She gave birth to me and raised me. I don't know if I'll ever see her again in this lifetime. Chen, why don't you wake her up? Lingxi asked. Forget it. It will only make me sad. Long Chen smiled and said, let's go. We'll see my father one more time and then we'll start refining the 9 heavens celestial fruit. Victory or defeat will depend on this. Lingxi bit her lips and nodded. 2 people and 1 wolf headed towards the forest outside of Aspen Town. Long Chen recalled the time when he drove the carriage to deliver Long Qinglan's corpse here. Soon, they arrived at the forest. Long Chen followed the location according to his memory and arrived at Long Qinglan's grave. Father, I've already stepped on the path of the strong. I will pursue the secret of the Jade Dragon and your future identity. Little Shi, come out. Lingxi hurried out after Long Chen finished speaking. Father, look carefully. This is your wife, Lingxi. Right now, she's not mine yet. However, one day, I'll definitely take her down in front of everyone. Long Chen said with a resolute voice. Lingxi bit her lip as her face filled with emotion. She stared at Long Qinglan's gravestone and said firmly, I'll call you father too. I also swear that I'll be by Big Brother Chen's side forever. It's done. Little Shi, my father will hear your words. Let's go. After he finished speaking, Long Chen didn't hesitate at all. He knew that the moment would eventually come. Now that he had said all that he needed to say and seen all that he needed to see, he didn't have any regrets. He just needed to wait for the moment the results were revealed. Then, he would know exactly which path he wanted to take. Following Long Chen, Lingxi and Xiao Lang returned to Aspen Town. Long Chen had his own house outside of the Yang residence. It had been more than a year since he'd last been here, so it was full of dust. However, with the help of Long Chen's true energy, all the dust was blown away. It was barely livable. Standing in the courtyard, Long Chen looked up at the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and the wind howled. It looked like a heavy downpour was about to begin. Little Shi, get ready. Back in the room, Long Chen said lightly, but from his eyes, one could see the nervousness in them. In the room, only he and Lingxi were left. Xiao Lang was currently guarding outside the courtyard. He didn't want to disturb Long Chen and the others, but he was also very anxious and paced back and forth. It was time to refine the 9 heavens immortal fruit. If they didn't do it now, it would lose its effect in 5 days. No matter what the result was, they had to face it. At this time, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed across the sky from time to time, illuminating Long Chen's face and making it pale. Lingxi floated in front of Long Chen. At this moment, she was enveloped in a snow-white mist. As the mist danced in the air, it occasionally revealed her peerless beauty. Although it was only her soul, her sparkling and translucent jade-like skin, as well as her bright and clear black eyes. Everything seemed so real. In front of Long Chen, Lingxi's body gradually expanded until it was almost the same as a real person. This fairy-like appearance was the same as when Long Chen first saw Lingxi. At that time, Long Chen could only see her back, but now, Lingxi's soul-stirring appearance was right in front of Long Chen's eyes. They were only about 20 centimeters apart. That familiar aura rushed towards Long Chen. Chin, can I beg you one last time? Little She really doesn't care. I'm willing to stay like this and accompany you for the rest of my life. I have no regrets. Lingxi sobbed. Chapter 437. Lingxi's final plea made Long Chen's heart ache. He gritted his teeth and said resolutely, I don't want today's decision to make me regret it for the rest of my life. As a man, I will give you everything you need. Little She, say no more. Please believe in my promise to you. If I don't appear in front of you within 10 years, just treat it as if I'm dead. 10 years. Lingxi cried. 10 years of life and death. For her. Could Longchen really do this? Treading 1,000 mountains, traveling 10,000 miles, killing gods and demons in his way. Wandering between life and death countless times, all for the sake of holding her hand again. If you don't find me within 10 years, I will kill myself. Lingxi looked at Longchen with a resolute gaze and said word by word. Scram. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and refine it for me. Longchen said angrily. Lingxi gritted her teeth and hesitated one last time. Under Longchen's sharp gaze, she finally chose to believe Longchen. She knew that she was lucky. Longchen took out the jade box containing the 9 heavens immortal fruit and opened it. He then placed the 9 heavens immortal fruit on the ground with Lingxi's soul beside it. This scene was exactly the same as when Lingxi refined the mysterious sky jade lotus. However, that time was fake. This time, Lingxi would have a real body. She could even quickly recover her original strength. After refining the 9 heavens immortal fruit, she would return to the time before she was dismembered by Lingxi's sword. At that time, Lingxi thought that she was dead for sure. Who would have thought that she would meet Longchen? After experiencing so many things, she finally obtained the 9 heavens immortal fruit and obtained a chance at rebirth. Now that she thought about it, it really did feel like a dream. It has begun. Outside, it was raining heavily and the entire world was dark. In the room, the 9 heavens immortal fruit emitted a dreamy light, completely enveloping the room in a dreamland. Compared to the fragrance of the mysterious sky jade lotus, the fragrance of the 9 heavens immortal spiritual fruit seeped deeper into the soul. Standing to the side, Longchen felt as if he was bathing in a pool of spiritual qi. His whole body felt comfortable, and even his true qi was slowly increasing. At this time, Lingxi's body turned into a white mist and gradually entered the 9 heavens immortal spiritual fruit. Longchen saw Lingxi's final look. She was still thinking about how she couldn't bear to part with it. That's right. A girl should have a strong body. If you were like a lonely soul wandering with me, Longchen, what would that be? Longchen sighed in his heart. He eliminated all the distracting thoughts in his mind and admired Lingxi's rebirth as though he was appreciating a piece of art. At this time, Lingxi had completely entered the 9 heavens immortal spiritual fruit. The 9 heavens immortal spiritual fruit began to have a spiritual energy. Soft moans could be heard coming from the 9 heavens immortal spiritual fruit. It sounded like Lingxi was crying. Longchen's eyes turned red as he listened. Today, he forced the girl to do this. He thought it was for her own good, but who knew what would happen in the future? The pure white 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit looked like a ginseng. After Lingxi entered, the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit started to transform from a fruit into a sparkling pure white ball of water that looked like milk. However, it was glowing with a sparkling light. Within this ball of water, Longchen seemed to see Lingxi's beautiful face flash by continuously. As time passed, the ball of water rippled and gradually expanded. Soon, it turned into a white cocoon of light and was placed in the middle of the room. Strands of light that looked like ribbons twined around the white cocoon of light and fluttered. On the surface of the cocoon of light, clear runes appeared. These runes were mysterious and powerful, and vaguely revealed the sharpness of a sword. Longchen knew that Lingxi's family was a true swordsman. One by one, the runes began to shine within the cocoon of light, gradually forming the shape of a whirlpool. In the pure white light, Longchen's face also looked as white as milk. At this moment, Longchen's heart was filled with excitement, bewilderment, and admiration. All sorts of emotions were intertwined together. Suddenly, the whirlpool began to expand and turn into a shadow. Immediately after, Longchen realized that the spiritual energy in the surroundings was actually being devoured by the white cocoon of light. This was an extremely large amount of absorption. Longchen could feel countless mysterious energies that were beyond his control brushing past him and being devoured by the white cocoon of light. Little She's strength is actually this strong? Longchen had no idea how strong Lingxi had been before she had lost her body. However, from the looks of it now, she was definitely an existence that the current Longchen would never be able to touch. Lingxi had always said that she didn't do proper work and rarely cultivated. If she was able to reach this realm, It was obvious how terrifying the power behind her was. Time gradually passed. In Long Chen's heart, he was getting more and more expectant. In any case, it was a good thing that Lingxi had recovered her body. As for other matters, the boat would cross the bridge when it came to it. Just like what Long Chen had said, he would definitely achieve it within 10 years. Soon, it was midnight. Long Chen had already lost count of how much energy Lingxi had absorbed. When Lingxi truly woke up, given her strength, she would probably be able to defeat Long Chen easily. At this thought, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He only had one thing to rely on, and that was his identity as an ancestral dragon martialist. The ancestral dragon was the pinnacle existence of the ancient draconic sacrificial continent. It was already midnight, and Lingxi was almost successful. At this moment, the white cocoon of light gradually cracked open. A rich pink light was emitted from the cocoon, and a rich fragrance assailed his nostrils. Long Chen widened his eyes and stared blankly at the person curled up in the cocoon of light as she gradually stretched her body. This wasn't the first time that Long Chen had seen Lingxi's beauty. However, at this moment, when the girl broke out of the cocoon and was reborn, that beautiful moment was deeply engraved in Long Chen's mind. He swore that he would never forget this scene in his life. Lingxi was the most beautiful woman in the world. In Long Chen's heart, she was second to none. At this moment, in the pale pink light, Lingxi gradually stretched her body and floated in front of Long Chen. Just like the previous time, she was naked. However, Long Chen didn't have any evil thoughts in his heart. He stared greedily as though he was admiring the most beautiful work of art at this time, afraid of missing any details. Her skin was soft and smooth like jade, her cherry lips were tender and red, and her eyebrows were like crescent moons. Her hair hung down to her waist like a waterfall. Her shoulders were round and smooth like pearls. Her twin peaks were as white as the most beautiful mountain peaks in the world. Her waist was so slender that it could not be grasped. Her arms were long and slender like a lotus root. Her legs were so white that they reflected the light. Her ankles were perfectly round and graceful. All of this to Long Chen was the most beautiful work of art. At this moment, there were no blasphemous thoughts in his heart, only satisfaction and gratitude. This was because he knew that through his hard work, he had finally succeeded. Now, Lingxi could finally be a real person. She had truly been reborn. Looking at Lingxi like this, Long Chen suddenly felt that no matter what kind of suffering he would encounter in the future, even if he had to pay with his life, he felt that it was all worth it. Not only because of her beauty, but also because of Long Chen's deep love for her. In the past, when he was a hedonistic son of a rich family in Baiyang Town, he wandered around the world of mortals. The unrestrained Long Chen had never known what love was. However, when he clearly saw Lingxi standing in front of him with a perfect body, Long Chen realized that he understood. To the current Long Chen, love was giving and protecting. Surrounded by the warm light, Lingxi was like a blooming white lotus, appearing in front of Long Chen. She was pure and holy without losing her tender beauty, a heavenly beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. And under Long Chen's infatuated gaze, Lingxi gradually opened her spirited eyes. Her eyes abruptly burst forth with two sharp rays of sword light, and a faintly discernible sword-shaped rune flickered within them. Then, it very quickly quietened down. Very quickly, her eyes regained their liveliness and clarity, like a clear lake, gently rippling. The moment Lingxi opened her eyes, two streams of hot tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. When she felt the warmth of her body, Lingxi knew that the two of them had embarked on a thorny path of no return. Lingxi remembered that a long time ago, when Long Chen had just arrived at the Lingwu family, he had touched Lingxi's soul with his fingers and told her softly, "I want you to have this warmth." And today, Long Chen had finally done it. It was as though they had been separated by 10 or even 100 years. Their eyes met each other just like that. There was a saying that went, "When you look at each other, there are no words to say, only 1,000 streams of tears will flow." Lingxi had truly experienced this. At this moment, the only thing she could do was to cry non-stop. Of course, Long Chen would not cry. His heart was filled with a sense of satisfaction, because this was the result of his hard work. "Chen!" At this moment, Lingxi called out softly. She gently bit her pink, translucent lips, and a trace of determination flashed in her lively eyes. Then, her petite body appeared in front of Long Chen in an instant. She boldly stretched out her arms and pulled Long Chen into her embrace. Lingxi's strength was so great that before Long Chen could react, His face had already collided with 2 lumps of white, soft flesh and was deeply buried. A suffocating fragrance assaulted his nostrils, teasing Long Chen's heartstrings. In an instant, Long Chen felt that his body had already become hot. But what was Lingxi doing? Chingij, I've made up my mind. Why did Lu Lan, that woman, give herself to you? If I were to leave you, given how outstanding you are, there would definitely be many, many women by your side. I'm afraid you'll forget me. So today, I'll give myself to you. This 9 heavens immortal fruit is yours, and my body is also yours. Lingxi moved closer to Long Chen's ear and said in a trembling voice. Long Chen's breath was all over her chest. In fact, she was already feeling weak all over. Chapter 438. Frankly speaking, Long Chen's body had a strong reaction when the beauty that he had yearned for day and night was embracing him naked. Most importantly, because of her nervousness, Lingxi didn't allow Long Chen to resist. She directly pushed Long Chen onto the bed and pressed her fair and alluring body on top of Long Chen's. Lingxi moaned. At this moment, her face was completely red. Her originally fair body also revealed a faint pink due to her nervousness. It was extremely alluring. Long Chen felt as though his body was about to explode when he saw Lingxi pressing down on him, looking at him with misty eyes. Long Chen felt as though his body was about to explode. Chen want me? Lingxi's face was red. She was completely lost in Long Chen's embrace and said these few words as though she was sleep-talking. That light tone and extremely alluring fragrance gradually ignited the flames in Long Chen's body. Very soon, his eyes began to become bloodshot and his breathing became rapid and heavy. Such a fiery breath pounced on Lingxi's body, causing Lingxi to go limp and lose all strength in her body. Her gently fluttering eyelashes, her misty and watery eyes, and her tender and alluring eyes were right in front of Long Chen. When Long Chen looked down, he could see even more beautiful things. Those temptations caused little Long Chen to stand tall like a primordial divine dragon. He had a peerless, ferocious nature and was currently roaring at the sky. Long Chen let out a roar. He really couldn't control his hand, and just as he was about to approach Lingxi's twin peaks, just a light touch caused Lingxi to feel as if she had been electrocuted. She let out another moan. She was like a little kitten, and after being touched, her entire body trembled in fright, and she escaped from Long Chen's evil claws. At this moment, Long Chen finally saw Lingxi clearly. She was like the most beautiful work of God that couldn't be blasphemed. Although, at this moment, she was sitting on Long Chen's body without a single piece of clothing. Long Chen suddenly gave himself a hard slap to wake himself up completely. He hurriedly took out the clothes that Lingxi used to wear from his cosmos sack. Doo-doo, panties, long skirt, hairpins and so on. There was everything that one could think of. Without saying a word, he threw Lingxi onto the bed. Then, he stood up and said in a somewhat cold voice, "Put it on." Immediately. Long Chen's action immediately caused Lingxi to fall from her peak to the ground. Lingxi was originally a sensitive and timid person. She had mustered up a great deal of courage, but she was rejected by Long Chen. This caused her to feel extremely defeated. Thus, she silently put on her clothes as tears dripped down her cheeks. After putting on her clothes, she directly shrunk into bed, hugged her legs, and lowered her head. She didn't say a word. Long Chen's originally boiling body finally subsided. When little Long Chen finally became obedient and didn't look so ferocious, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He leaned against the side of the bed and saw that Lingxi didn't seem to care about him. He got on the bed and sat next to Lingxi. He asked, "Little Shi, what's wrong with you?" Lingxi buried her head. Her body trembled slightly, but she didn't say a word. "Speak." Long Chen's voice was cold as he said, "You dislike me." Lingxi stuttered while crying. Long Chen shook his head helplessly and said, "Silly, why are you so brainless? Today, let's lie down and I'll tell you in detail why we can't do it now." After he finished speaking, he hugged Lingxi and conveniently rolled onto the bed. With a twist of his legs, he pulled the blanket over and covered the two of them. At this time, another clap of thunder sounded in the sky. The sound of raindrops falling could be heard. It was raining cats and dogs outside. In reality, with Long Chen and Lingxi's current cultivation, sleep and blankets were no longer important. However, Long Chen still missed the time when Lingxi had used the body of the profound sky jade lotus. At that time, she was weak and powerless, just an ordinary mortal. If she didn't cover herself with a blanket when she slept, she would definitely be frozen to death. Hugging Lingxi and letting her sleep was a habit of Long Chen's. Now that Lingxi had recovered her body, it was no exception. There were only the two of them under the blanket. Lingxi still didn't understand why Long Chen stopped. Big brother Chen, if I were that Lu Lon, would you stop? At that moment, Lingxi said with a sour tone. Long Chen really wanted to give her a good smack on the head. Only now did he realize that Lingxi was actually thinking about this matter. Long Chen wasn't joking at this time. Instead, he solemnly said, I didn't stop because of this reason. It's just that little she. Have you ever thought about it? If your family came and found out that you weren't a virgin, would I still be able to live? This was what Long Chen was worried about. Otherwise, why would a young and vigorous man like him suddenly stop in the face of such temptation? Especially since Lingxi was the woman Long Chen coveted the most. So that's how it is. I'm really too stupid. Lingxi finally understood. She blinked her quick-witted eyes and said apologetically, Chen, I'm really sorry. I'm too stupid. When Lingxi thought of how bold and embarrassed she had been just now, her face became boiling hot and completely red. Her previous redness was because she had been aroused, but now it was because she was embarrassed, and she did not dare to look Long Chen in the eye. Outside the window, it was raining cats and dogs. But inside the room, Long Chen threw away all his worries and desires. He hugged Lingxi tightly and whispered in Lingxi's ear, Do you like me hugging you and living a mortal life? That's my dream. Lingxi's eyes were filled with longing. She nestled in Long Chen's embrace. This was the warmest place in her life. She would never forget what she had experienced. The whole world was cold and dangerous. Only when she was in Long Chen's embrace did she feel warm and safe. Even though she had terrifying strength now, she still felt that way. At this moment, she felt as if she had lost all her strength. What would she face tomorrow? Long Chen didn't dare to think about it. He just wanted to enjoy tonight's beauty. He didn't want to care about anything else. Outside the window, the whole world was submerged in the heavy rain. The pitter-patter of the rain filled the whole world. And in this small room, there was the sound of two people's heartbeats. The person in his embrace squirmed and buried her face in the crook of Long Chen's arm. She raised her head and looked at Long Chen with a pair of crystal-clear eyes. Her eyes were filled with a faint mist. This is the most beautiful night of my life. Lingxi suddenly said. Good girl, don't talk and sleep. Long Chen smiled and patted Lingxi's face. Of course, neither of them slept. This night, Long Chen said a lot to her. However, the long night seemed so short. The rain outside has stopped. Lingxi raised her head and looked out the window. Long Chen nodded. Chen. Lingxi suddenly cried. She put her face on Long Chen's face. Her tears also fell on Long Chen's face. The crystal-clear tears flowed down Long Chen's face and then fell on the pillow, gradually soaking a small part of the pillow. After crying for a while, Lingxi finally said in despair, They're here. They should be here in half an hour. After crying for a while, Lingxi finally said in despair. Long Chen suddenly felt empty in his heart. It was as if he suddenly lost something very, very important. This feeling made him very painful. He even had difficulty breathing, and his chest felt like it was sealed. He didn't dare to ask this question for the whole night because he still had the mentality that he was lucky. Lucky that Lingxi's family wouldn't find her. However, he finally had to admit that luck never existed. Just like his original plan, from now on, he was about to embark on a thorny road of no return. Long Chen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Little she, tell me now, how can I get to the place where I can find you? This was the most important question. Long Chen didn't ask it for the whole night because he was lucky. He thought that if Lingxi wasn't found, then he wouldn't need to know this question. When she thought about how she only had an hour to spend with Long Chen, it was possible that they would be parting forever. Parting with life and death was the most unbearable pain in life. Lingxi couldn't be strong at all. She suddenly felt that the whole world was about to collapse. The rain outside had stopped, but she couldn't stop her tears. Tell me quickly, unless you don't want me to find you. Seeing that she didn't stop, Long Chen said in a cold voice. At this time, he also felt like his heart was being cut by a knife, but he was stronger. Long Chen's words successfully threatened Lingxi. She quickly stopped her tears and said, Chen, I'll explain the map to you first. Listen carefully. Speaking up to here, She wiped away the tears on her face and choked a few times before slowly saying, "The Myriad Kingdom's domain is a corner of the dragon sacrificial continent. It can be considered a sealed piece of land. The Myriad Kingdom's domain is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, while the remaining side is surrounded by a long and wide barren land. This barren land is a forbidden area that ordinary people can't enter. It's rumored to be a battlefield during the Middle Ages. It's called the Primordial Cemetery. It's precisely because of the Primordial Cemetery that the people of the Myriad Kingdom's domain can't leave." Primordial Cemetery. Long Chen secretly remembered this location. Lingxi nodded and continued, "Outside of the Primordial Cemetery are the 3 great imperial domains. This is the real dragon sacrificial continent, an even vaster world. Each of the 3 great imperial domains has a territory that surpasses the sum of the Myriad Kingdom's domain. My clan is in one of the 3 great imperial domains, the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain. There's a force called the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace in the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain, and that's where I'm at. If you want to find me, you have to go to the 3 great imperial domains first. With the Primordial Cemetery as a barrier, how can I enter the 3 great imperial domains?" Long Chen had more or less guessed the enormity of Lingxi's clan. Listening to her describing the map of the dragon sacrificial continent, although it was more terrifying than expected, Long Chen wasn't frightened. At least, having a goal was a great thing. Chapter 439. In the Primordial Cemetery, there are entrances to the 3 great sovereign domains. Therefore you have to reach the Primordial Cemetery first. I'm not too sure about the method to enter the Primordial Cemetery, but I believe that the 10 great sacred dynasties definitely have a way. Lingxi finally finished her explanation. In other words, I have to go to the Wushu Sage dynasty first to explore the method to enter the Primordial Cemetery, then reach the Primordial Cemetery and enter the 3 great sovereign domains to find you. Long Chen's eyes blazed as he asked. Lingxi's eyes were filled with worry as she nodded. Looking at Lingxi, who was in such a daze and trying to hold back her tears, Long Chen's heart ached. Strength. Damn it. If I had super strength, this wouldn't be the ending today. It's all because of that damned strength. Long Chen's journey of leveling up had been too smooth. This even made him feel proud of his talent. Today, he finally realized that he was just an insignificant ant in front of a true expert. He was very unwilling today. There's still an hour left, huh? Long Chen sucked in a deep breath. Today's ending was his own choice, and he had originally thought that he would have no regrets. But now that he was really about to face this moment, he thought about how he would not be able to see Lingxi for a very long time in the future. It was even possible that he would never see her again. He suddenly felt as though his soul had left his body. Hearing Long Chen's words, Lingxi was about to cry again. "Little Shi, don't be like this. Calm down and try to keep a distance from me. I don't know the temper of your family. If they look down on me and see that I'm close to you, guess what will happen?" Long Chen said helplessly. He wasn't afraid of death. He just wanted to cause less trouble. Since he couldn't reverse the situation, he could only accept it silently. However, Long Chen firmly believed that one day, he would appear openly. Long Chen's words had indeed frightened Lingxi. Because it concerned Long Chen's life and death, she didn't dare to be careless. "Big Brother Chen, I can already sense it. It's my maternal grandmother. My father and mother are not easy to talk to, but my maternal grandmother is very easy to talk to. She loves me the most. If I were to beg her, she might allow me to bring you back." At that moment, Lingxi suddenly spoke with excitement. "Grandma, she's really nice to you." To be honest, Long Chen was also a little tempted. He knew that if he really went to Lingxi's side, with his current strength, it was very likely that he would be bullied and ridiculed. However, he really couldn't let go of Lingxi. If he really had this choice, he felt that he could give it a try. "My grandma loves me very much. She is very likely to agree," Lingxi said quickly. Long Chen hadn't expected that there would be such a turning point. If her grandma agreed, then Long Chen wouldn't have to painstakingly travel through the Primordial Cemetery. Long Chen calmed down and pondered for a moment. He said, "Little Shi, this method can indeed be tried. However, you can't expose our relationship at that time. Just say that we're friends and that I've saved your life. I even obtained the 9 Heavens Immortal Fruit for you. This way, the chances of success might be slightly higher." As for the 3 great emperor domains, Long Chen didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to make a name for himself just by relying on his own talent. Given his remarkable ability to refine blood into qi, as long as there were strong enough demonic beasts, Lingxi would help him kill them. If he could control his temperament, Long Chen's strength would skyrocket very quickly. Just like that, there was no need for 10 years. In just 1 or 2 years, Long Chen would be able to openly marry Lingxi. When he thought up to here, Long Chen's originally silent and pained heart erupted with intense confidence. Because Lingxi's words had allowed him to see confidence. Long Chen carefully pondered for a moment and realized that it was indeed feasible. The biggest thing he could rely on was that Lingxi was completely on his side. Long Chen even believed that this girl might even fall out with her parents for his sake. Chen, it's good that you agreed. Then when my grandma arrives, I'll definitely plead with her properly. At this moment, Lingxi's tears turned into a smile. The sadness in her heart was swept away. This accident had happened too suddenly. She had always thought that it would be her parents who would come. She didn't expect that it would be her grandma who doted on her the most. After having hope, Long Chen and Lingxi planned to wait for her grandma's arrival. At this moment, they had already arrived at the open space outside Baiyang town. This was the place where Long Chen had first met Lingxi. At this moment, they were holding hands and standing there, waiting for the arrival of Lingxi's grandma. And Xiao Lang was not far away, looking at them worriedly. Xiao Lang also didn't know whether they would succeed or not. After all, there were too many variables in this matter. Finally there was some hope. Lingxi's mood improved a lot. At this moment, she looked at Long Chen with a sly expression. Chen, when they arrive we'll let go. Long Chen smiled faintly. He was calmer than Lingxi, so he knew that this was probably not going to be easy. Everything could only depend on luck. 1 hour gradually passed. Lingxi closed her eyes and silently counted in her heart. Almost at the last moment, she let go of Long Chen's hand. She ran 10 meters in front of Long Chen and looked at the vast sky in the distance. It was sunny after the rain, and the sky was clear. And at this moment, there was a flash of light in the distant sky. The light flashed and disappeared. Long Chen felt that it was dazzling, so he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, there were actually 2 people standing 10 meters in front of Lingxi. So fast. A sense of powerlessness arose in Long Chen's heart. Today he finally saw a real powerhouse. He really didn't know how they were compared to Li Xuanji. Long Chen sized up the 2 people who appeared. One of them stood in front of a hunchbacked old woman. She looked no different from an ordinary old woman. She wasn't ugly, and she belonged to the kind of person who wouldn't be noticed in a crowd. However, Long Chen strangely felt that this old woman seemed to be completely integrated with the world, or rather, as if she didn't exist. Even if he widened his eyes, this old woman actually had a vague feeling. But in fact, she was clearly standing in front of Long Chen. This old woman is definitely a lot stronger than the current Lingxi. Long Chen sighed in his heart. The person behind the old woman was powerful. He was about 13 or 14 years old, about the same age as Xiao Lang. In terms of appearance, he wasn't any worse than Xiao Lang, but Xiao Lang had a kind of innate femininity, while this young man appeared to be much tougher. As for his strength, he just stood there indifferently, but Long Chen felt that he was like a sun, so blazing that it was hard for people to open their eyes. Those dark golden pupils and the huge aura emitted from his every move made Long Chen understand that he was definitely a terrifying powerhouse. These 2 should be Lingxi's family, but they didn't look like Lingxi, so they shouldn't be related by blood. That old woman must be the grandmother that Lingxi mentioned. After seeing this old woman, Lingxi cried out in surprise and quickly hugged the old woman, shouting happily. Long Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. He knew that Lingxi was completely pretending. Because of the separation, Lingxi was still panicking and in pain. She was just making a final effort. After finally finding Lingxi, the old woman's eyes were filled with tears. Seeing Lingxi so happy, she also felt very gratified. She quickly caressed Lingxi's back and comforted her. Good child, it's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Quickly tell grandmother what happened to my baby. You actually disappeared for more than a year and ran to this desolate corner. Only then did Lingxi take out the Lingxi sword. While holding back her tears, she told the old woman about how the sword destroyed her body. After hearing this, the old woman was a little shocked. After hearing this, she quickly tried to snatch the Lingxi sword, but the Lingxi sword also emitted a formless ripple that sent the old woman flying. How is this possible? The old woman let out a cry of surprise. She quickly said, This sword is definitely a heaven-piercing demon sword. It's definitely a very terrifying treasure. We have to quickly take it back and let your father have a good look at it. The performance of the Lingxi sword surprised Long Chen once again. From the beginning until now, the Lingxi sword had only been willing to let two people touch it. That was Long Chen and Lingxi. If anyone else touched it, they would end up like the old woman. It was the same for Li Xuanji. Now that even the old woman said that the Lingxi sword was a terrifying treasure, it naturally wasn't simple. Seeing the old woman leave, Lingxi was nervous. According to the plan, she quickly said, Grandmother, don't be so anxious. Lingxi still has many things that I haven't told you. For example, after my body was destroyed, why was I able to regain my strength and let you find me? Lingxi hugged the old woman's arm as she spoke in a sweet voice. It was obvious that the old woman doted on Lingxi from the bottom of her heart. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that there was a great possibility that he could continue to be with Lingxi. At this time the old woman said with a pained expression, Tell me, how did you recover? In order to show the gratitude of saving her life, and not to arouse the old woman's suspicion of their relationship, Lingxi simply said, It's all because I made a very interesting friend here. His name is Long Chen. It's all because of him that I found the medicine to nourish my divine soul, and finally defeated the king of this small country for me and snatched the 9 heavens immortal fruit for me. It's because of him that I was able to recover. Grandma, it's rare for me to make a good friend, and he has saved my life many times. He's a very fun person. Can you take him to our imperial palace and let him play with me? Lingxi said with anticipation. Long Chen also put on an expectant expression. Victory or defeat would be decided in this moment. Even he was very nervous. Chapter 440. Long Chen. The old woman's gaze fell on Long Chen for the first time. She looked at Long Chen from head to toe for a while and revealed a puzzled look. She thought to herself, why does a person from such a small place seem to have a strange aura? After thinking for a while, the old woman still couldn't understand. It must be an illusion. The old woman shook her head and looked at Lingxi, whose face was full of hope, and Long Chen. Suddenly, she frowned and waved her hand. Suddenly, a blurry light formation surrounded her and Lingxi. Long Chen was shocked. What was this old woman doing? Why didn't she answer directly? Instead, she separated him from Lingxi. It was too strange. He didn't have the strength to investigate, so he could only wait quietly. At this time, the young man who had been silent all along cast his cold eyes on Long Chen. This young man had a terrifying aura all over his body, and he didn't seem easy to approach. At this time, his gaze was like a blade that swept past Long Chen. Long Chen felt his skin go numb all over, as if he could be killed with just one gaze. Being stared at by him was like walking on the edge of death. Long Chen could only endure it and wait for Lingxi's result. Victory or defeat depended on this one move. The old woman's actions not only exceeded Long Chen's expectations, but also exceeded Lingxi's. When Lingxi realized that the surrounding space had been sealed, she was stunned. When she looked at the old woman, she found that the originally gentle and kind grandmother was looking at her sternly. Grandma, what's wrong? Lingxi had a bad feeling in her heart. What's wrong? Haha, I can only say that he's smart and lucky. If he had made you lose your virginity last night, I would have definitely made him unable to reincarnate forever. The old woman gritted her teeth. Lingxi was like a bolt from the blue. Grandma, how did you know? Her plan with Long Chen was to pretend to be ordinary friends and hide it from her grandmother. Then, she would bring Long Chen to the 3 great imperial domains. Although they couldn't be together openly, they would at least have a chance. However, how could Lingxi have imagined that her grandmother seemed to know everything? The old woman sighed and said helplessly, Do you think I'm stupid? Silly girl, I've been through it. You have the smell of that young man all over your body. How could I not know? You don't want to part with him. That's why you want to pretend to be an ordinary friend. Let me take him away. Lingxi was even more stunned, her face gradually turning pale. In the end, she was still too inexperienced. Her plan was so detailed, but in the end, it was still seen through by the old woman. At this moment, Lingxi suddenly felt that the whole world was collapsing, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. Silly girl, Give up. Silly girl, just give up. Don't be so stubborn. Luckily, I'm the one who came this time. If it was your father or mother, not only would he die, I'm afraid the entire country would be buried with him. I won't kill him, but you should be more sensible and forget about him. Come back with me. Seeing Ling Xi's mental state, the old woman's heart ached. With a plop, Ling Xi knelt on the ground. At this moment, her eyes were completely red. She looked at the old woman with an extremely pleading gaze and said, "Grandma, can you understand me? He really treats me very well. In order to recover my body, he suffered a lot and almost lost his life many times. If it wasn't for him, you would never see me again. I promise you, after returning to the Imperial Palace, I won't be with him too obviously, okay? Don't indulge in fantasy, Xueqi. It's not like you don't know your father and mother. Even I can see through them. Do you think they are fools? Let me tell you, if he appears in the Imperial Palace, he will definitely be killed immediately. If you really like him, then let him live. If you really like him, then let him live." These words were like a heavy hammer, mercilessly hitting Ling Xi's head. She thought about her parents' temper. Indeed, if they found out that Ling Xi had such a deep relationship with Long Chen would definitely not be able to live. If they really brought Long Chen back to the Imperial Palace, there was no doubt that Long Chen would die a miserable death. And if she were to say goodbye to Long Chen forever, Long Chen would still be able to live well. Ling Xi was still kneeling on the ground, staring blankly at the old woman with tears streaming down her face. The old woman's words had already made her despair. Grandma is an experienced person. I can tell how deep your relationship is just from the way you look at each other. It's undeniable that he is indeed a good boy for being so hardworking. The only pity is that his background and strength are too low, not even at the bottom of the Imperial Palace. How can such a person be with you? Moreover, have you forgotten that your marriage has already been decided by your parents? Wang Chen's performance in the past few years has been very terrifying. Long Chen and Wang Chen have the same Chen in their names, but unfortunately, the difference is too great. Every word of the old woman was like a knife stabbing into Ling Xi's heart. At this moment, the whole world had collapsed for her. She really couldn't imagine how she would live in the future. Silly girl, forget it. Silly child, forget about it. Everyone has some absurd memories when they are young. Wait a few years and you will understand what is the most suitable path for you. Who is the person who will accompany you for the rest of your life? Although he has given you the deepest memory, you are originally from two different worlds. He is destined to be just a passerby. After a few years, you will be able to completely forget about him. Impossible. Ling Xi hurriedly shook her head. With tears in her eyes, she looked at the old woman firmly and said, "I will never forget him. Even if I forget my father and mother, I will never forget him. He is the person who loves me the most." How silly. The old woman helplessly shook her head. Ling Xi's stubborn attitude gave her a bad premonition. She vaguely felt that a lot of things would happen in the future. At this time, Ling Xi tightly grabbed onto the old woman's clothes and pleaded, "Grandma, don't you love me the most? You must be unwilling to let Xueqi be sad every day, right? Then help me this time. I beg you, Grandma, help Xueqi this time. I really can't bear to leave him. I will go crazy." Nonsense. The old woman suddenly became stern. She pulled Ling Xi's hand away and pulled her up. She snorted coldly and said, "Xueqi, it's time for you to grow up. Don't be so unreasonable. If you don't listen, don't blame Grandma for taking his life." Ling Xi's face was deathly pale, and the crystalline tears on her face could not be stopped at all as they dripped down her cheeks. The resolute look in the old woman's eyes caused her to fall into complete despair at this moment. She suddenly felt weak and powerless all over, as if she was about to die. "Wipe your tears and say goodbye to him. You don't have much time left." After saying this, the old woman helplessly sighed. Then she completely removed the barrier that surrounded them. At this time, Long Chen was already on the verge of collapse from the young man's gaze. Long Chen knew that the young man was absolutely bored and was playing with him. Unfortunately, he was a supreme expert. Long Chen could only endure. However, Long Chen secretly swore that one day, he would get his revenge. Then, Ling Xi appeared. When Long Chen saw her face that was full of pear blossoms, his heart trembled, and his face turned deathly pale. From Ling Xi's expression, he could tell what the result was. Long Chen. Seeing that they were about to separate, Lingxi could no longer care about anything else. She quickly ran to Long Chen, stretched out her arms, and hugged Long Chen tightly. This time, she hugged him very hard. "I'm sorry. I'm useless. I messed up. I'm sorry." Lingxi nestled in his arms, sobbing. Her tears quickly wetted Long Chen's clothes. "Did I fail?" Long Chen smiled bitterly. Sure enough, there was no hope. In other words, he only had one way out. That was to kill his way here from God Wushu Sage. Long Chen's heart was in great pain. However, he knew that Lingxi felt even worse. He quickly stroked Lingxi's hair and whispered in her ear, "Little Shi, it's okay. Even if I don't succeed, I can still go to you. The only difference is that it will take a longer time. Wait for me." "Okay." Lingxi nodded her head heavily. "Big Brother Chen, I believe that you can do it. After I return, I'll definitely cultivate properly and wait for you. No one can force me. Otherwise, I'll kill myself in front of them." Lingxi's words were full of determination. From Long Chen's point of view, Lingxi would be a little princess after she returned. He wouldn't force her to do anything, so he didn't try to understand her words. Seeing that Lingxi had thought it through, he felt very gratified in his heart. He said, "Go. Just like what I said yesterday, staying here will only make us feel more uncomfortable. Go back to where you should be and wait for me to find you." "Are we going to separate like this?" Lingxi was not prepared at all. She hugged Long Chen tightly as if she wanted to rub him into her body. Unfortunately, she could not take Long Chen away. Seeing how tightly they were hugging each other, the old woman could only sigh helplessly. And at the side, that powerful youth who was teasing Long Chen just a moment ago was completely dumbfounded. In his opinion, Lingxi was a celestial maiden of this world, and Long Chen was just a nobody on the ground. Yet, they were actually hugging each other, and in such a sweet manner. What was going on? Time's up. Let's go." The old woman could not stand it anymore. Even if you send a gentleman 1,000 miles away, you will still have to part ways. Long Chen only hoped that he could quickly increase his strength while he was still alive so that he would have the chance to truly contend against the other party. Chapter 441. At this moment, his heart was in extreme pain. Although Long Chen looked calm on the surface, his heart was currently in turmoil. It was as if there were countless dragons roaring madly in his body. Although he was on the verge of collapse, Long Chen still looked very calm. Firstly, his pride didn't allow him to be looked down upon by Lingxi's grandmother. Secondly, Lingxi was already hysterical enough. As a man, if he cried like Lingxi, it would only make Lingxi even more reluctant to part with him. When the old woman said the word leave, Lingxi's body trembled. She hugged Long Chen's arm even tighter. Her tears fell on Long Chen's lapel, wetting his clothes and his heart. "Chen, I don't want to go. I can't bear to part with you. I can't bear to part with you." Lingxi cried as if she was talking in her sleep. Her body couldn't stop trembling. One could imagine how uncomfortable she was feeling right now. "Be good, little Shi. Don't be like this. Go back with your grandmother. I won't change my promise to you. You are the daughter-in-law of the Long family. No one can separate us. This is only a temporary separation. Wait for me. I've said it before. One day, I will appear in front of you. It won't take more than 10 years. When that time comes, I will definitely have the strength to marry you." His tone was calm as he whispered in Lingxi's ear. His eyes were fixed on the two people behind Lingxi. At this moment, Long Chen's heart let out a crazy roar. He was very unwilling today, very unwilling. However, in the face of absolute strength, he could only choose to temporarily surrender. "Little Shi, believe me. This is definitely the only time in my life that I will surrender, and it is for you. From today onwards, I will understand the importance of strength. Therefore, this kind of thing will never happen again." Long Chen slowly closed his eyes, suppressing the urge to cry. "I don't know anything. I don't want to be separated from you for 10 years. Lingxi still hadn't escaped from that cage. Be obedient. Within 10 years, as long as I'm not dead, I'll definitely appear before you." Long Chen's eyes were blazing and resolute. He indeed had the capital to do so. His father, Long Qinglan, was probably a figure above the Lingxi family. Today's dormancy was for the fiercest eruption in the future. If you still don't come over, Grandma won't be polite. Finally, the old woman lost her patience and spoke with a cold voice. Lingxi shuddered. The final moment had arrived. Long Chen gently pushed her away. At this time, Lingxi's face was already covered in tears. Long Chen felt pain in his heart. He closed his eyes and gently kissed Lingxi's forehead. I have now planted the mark of my Long family. From now on, you are my Long Chen's wife. Lingxi nodded while crying. Let's go. Long Chen gritted his teeth. After saying this, he couldn't stop his tears from flowing. This was almost the first time he had failed to live up to his expectations and couldn't control his emotions. However, he wouldn't let Lingxi see it. He pushed Lingxi away, then turned around and madly rushed in the direction of Baiyang town. Xiaolang, go go. With a roar, Long Chen's figure became smaller and smaller in Lingxi's tear-filled eyes, until he disappeared from Lingxi's sight. At this time, Lingxi sat on the ground in a daze, her eyes extremely gloomy. Long Chen left decisively. This was his character. He wouldn't allow any delay. However, this time, he didn't expect that he would take away Lingxi's heart. At this moment, Lingxi's eyes were lifeless and her expression was lifeless. She was simply not far from being dead. Their feelings are actually so deep? The old lady sighed heavily. She walked over and gently helped Lingxi up. Then she said to the young man beside her, Chow Chow, let's hurry back. The young man named Chow Chow nodded gently. Given their speed, they disappeared into the horizon in an instant while carrying Lingxi. Lingxi didn't want to move at all. However, she couldn't resist under the old lady's control. She was currently being carried on the old lady's back as they shuttled through the clouds. Are you still unwilling to forget him? The old lady asked solemnly. Lingxi lay on the old lady's back sluggishly like a piece of wood. She didn't reply. Forget it. You will forget him. The old lady sighed. Her hand, which was behind Lingxi, gently cut Lingxi's body. Lingxi fainted just like that. Chow chow. As they hurried along, the old lady suddenly shouted after Lingxi had already lost consciousness. What's wrong? The young man asked in a daze. Go back now and erase the memory of that young man named Long Chen. However, you can't kill him. He saved so Shi is indebted to him. All right. The young man named Chow Chow nodded before he quickly disappeared in the direction of Baiyang town. With such a decision, the man and the woman were completely isolated from each other. I don't know if I'm being heartless, but I'm doing it for their own good. I hope Shi won't blame me in the future. This place wasn't meant for her to come to. It's just that the heavens are really making fools of people. The old lady let out a final sigh. As he ran, Long Chen felt as if his chest was about to explode. His breathing was incomparably heavy, and in order to control his condition, his face was already drenched in sweat. His sweat and tears mixed together, making it impossible to tell which was his sweat and which was his tears. Roar! He knelt heavily on the ground as he ran and let out a crazy roar towards the sky. I swear, I will appear in front of her. No one can stop me. It's impossible. His eyes were filled with a dense blood-red color. At this moment, the blood in his body was surging and boiling violently. His blood seemed to have transformed into countless divine dragons, shuttling through his body and blood vessels. Xiaolang was right beside him. His eyes were filled with sympathy and helplessness when he saw Long Chen in so much pain. Right now, he was the person who understood Long Chen the best. However, this body made it impossible for him to speak. Especially after Lingxi left, Xiaolang and Long Chen couldn't communicate. Howl. Xiaolang was pacing around anxiously in front of Long Chen. Xiaolang. Long Chen's hoarse voice rang in Xiaolang's ears. When Long Chen raised his head, Xiaolang realized that his eyes were terrifyingly blood-red. Long Chen's fingers dug deep into the ground. He trembled and gritted his teeth. The blood-red color in his eyes intensified. Long Chen stood up. He knew that he couldn't go on like this. He didn't have much time left, so he couldn't waste it. There was an endless distance between Baiyang town and Lingxi's home. Long Chen didn't know how long it would take before he could see Lingxi again. At this moment, Long Chen was already at the entrance of Baiyang town. He stood up and said. The blood-red color in his eyes slowly faded away. Although his heart was still in extreme pain, Long Chen still endured it bitterly. "I'll stay in Baiyang town for a while. Then I'll go to the heaven and earth teleportation array of the Wushu Sage dynasty." This was Long Chen's current decision. Although the appearance of Lingxi's family didn't do anything to Long Chen, their disdainful attitude had already trampled on Long Chen's self-esteem. This completely woke him up from his arrogance. People can't be satisfied with their own achievements. They can never be satisfied. Because there's always someone better than you. I'm invincible in Songyang Kingdom, but in the outside world, I'm just a tiny ant. Long Chen had successfully awoken from his extreme pain. He knew that if he continued to sink into depravity because of Lingxi's departure, he would never be able to accomplish anything in the end. Hence, he needed to deeply understand this point in the shortest amount of time possible and begin a brand new journey for himself. From today onwards, he only had one goal, and that was to rush to the front of Lingxi. In front of Lingxi's enormous family, he would openly marry Lingxi. After confirming this goal, Long Chen lowered his head and asked, "Xiao Lang, are you willing to follow me to a wider world and conquer the world together?" Xiao Lang nodded excitedly. Long Chen forced a smile. Xiao Lang was still by his side. This was the greatest comfort in his heart. With Xiao Lang, he would no longer be lonely on the road ahead. When Long Chen finally thought it through, Xiao Lang heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Long Chen only prepared to walk around Baiyang town one last time before bidding farewell to Zhao Qingyun and the others and embarking on the road to God Wushu Sage. The Songyang Kingdom was no longer suitable for Long Chen. Standing in a corner not far from the entrance of the Yang family, Long Chen watched the people coming and going. He stood there in a daze for almost an hour. This place was filled with his childhood memories. From now on, it would be farewell forever. "Xiao Lang, let's go," Long Chen said and prepared to walk towards the Songyang Kingdom. "Go, where are you going?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded behind Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly felt a chill down his spine. This feeling was very familiar. He immediately turned his head and saw the young man beside the old lady standing behind him with an indifferent expression. Long Chen instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "Why did you come back?" Long Chen took a few steps back and asked cautiously. He could see the malice in the young man's eyes. The young man named Wang Chao did not answer him directly, but calmly said, "Maybe you don't know this, but I have an elder brother. He's a talented genius who's the center of attention. Recently, he even obtained the inherited blood essence of the primordial divine dragon and became a rare dragon martial artist. His talent is the best among the younger generation. His name is Wang Chen." Chapter 442. 1,000th of the inherited blood essence had already allowed Long Chen to possess the characteristics of a dragon martial artist, and this 100th of the inherited blood essence had strengthened Long Chen's characteristics by tenfold. The previous inherited blood essence had increased Long Chen's cultivation speed, physique, and so on, to a level that none of the geniuses in Songyang country could match. For example, if Long Chen cultivated peacefully from the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier to the completion Heaven tier, it would take him less than half a year. But if it was Lin Zichen, it would take him at least 5 years. Lin Zichen was the top genius in Songyang country, and this was the difference. Long Chen's cultivation speed was at least tenfold of his, and now, with tenfold of the inherited blood essence entering Long Chen's body, his body underwent a new round of transformation. Long Chen unconsciously used the Dragon Soul Transformation mystical power. Then, blood-red dragon scales gradually covered his whole body, turning him into a sharp-edged fighting machine. The tenfold of the inherited blood essence turned into a blood cocoon, enveloping Long Chen completely. At this moment, Long Chen's consciousness was still intact. In the blood cocoon, there was a blood-colored liquid around him. This was all blood, and in this place, Long Chen actually felt like he was in his mother's womb. He could sense that his body was undergoing subtle changes, as if every part of his body was being imprinted with a lot of mysterious imprints. These mysterious imprints carried an ancient and majestic aura, gradually assimilating Long Chen into their kind. This aura was most likely that of an ancient divine dragon. Primordial divine dragon. This was the legend of the dragon sacrificial continent. Today, the dragon race had long been extinct and had completely disappeared without a trace. But no one would have thought that in a small corner of the dragon sacrificial continent, a terrifying primordial divine dragon was slowly awakening. When he truly awakened, his strength would shock the entire dragon sacrificial continent. In the blood cocoon, Long Chen gradually felt tired. He realized that he was about to enter a deep sleep. After all, the transformation of tenfold of the inherited blood essence needed a certain amount of time, and the feeling of exhaustion couldn't be resisted at all. Compared to the first time, the transformation of the inherited blood essence was actually very comfortable. Therefore, Long Chen gradually entered a deep sleep. When Long Chen fell into a deep sleep, Xiao Lang looked at the blood cocoon in front of him and kept going in circles. Long Chen suddenly ran out without saying anything, which made Xiao Lang feel uneasy. Moreover, Lingxi had just left, and Long Chen had just suffered such a huge blow. He was really worried that something would happen to Long Chen. The existence of the blood cocoon made Xiao Lang's hair stand on end. He gradually approached the blood cocoon, and the hair on his body stood on end. When he was 10 meters away from the blood cocoon, Xiao Lang suddenly felt his scalp go numb. In that instant, he used his fastest speed to escape. Then, he turned around and saw that a blood-red dragon head had condensed above the blood cocoon, staring at him coldly. Xiao Lang really couldn't describe what he felt when he saw the blood-red dragon head. Although he was a sun-devouring demonic wolf, his legs still went soft, and he almost knelt before the dragon head. The blood-red dragon head gave Xiao Lang a warning before fusing back into the blood cocoon. When Xiao Lang looked carefully, he discovered that there were actually countless divine dragon shadows on the blood cocoon. He knew that it was Long Chen. Previously, Lingxi had been reborn from a white cocoon of light, and Long Chen was about to undergo a huge transformation from this blood cocoon. Long Chen knew that this transformation was bestowed by the mysterious dragon Jade. It could control the primordial blood spiritual dragon essence in Long Chen's body. Time passed gradually in the blood cocoon. Long Chen didn't know how much time had passed. When he woke up, he discovered that there wasn't much blood left in the blood cocoon, and the transformation of his body was almost complete. Long Chen couldn't wait to check the condition of his body. Looking inside himself, Long Chen found that basically everything inside his body had turned blood red. It had basically fused with his blood. Even his originally white bones had completely turned blood red. Upon closer inspection, Long Chen found that whether it was his bones, muscles, liver, heart, or any other organ or tissue, there were actually faint crimson dragon-shaped patterns. It was like a brand. Tens of thousands of dragon-shaped patterns were rooted in his body. 1% of the inheritance blood spiritual dragon had completely branded Long Chen's body with the divine dragon's imprint. Long Chen felt that his eyes and ears were clear, and his whole body was comfortable. When he breathed, he could directly absorb a large amount of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It was as if his level of life had greatly increased. Although his body wasn't big, he actually had more blood than the largest demonic beast he had ever seen, the Dark Moon Tiger King. He was like a humanoid demonic beast, but even more terrifying than a demonic beast. With the increase of his level of life, his talent and his ability to comprehend had also increased a lot. When he tried to recall some things from the past, he actually felt that there were many things he didn't understand. At this moment, he was able to use the advanced heaven punishment sword formation with ease, and he could even change its form. Long Chen was instantly delighted. He estimated that his future cultivation speed would be at least 10 times faster than before. Given his current cultivation speed, he would be qualified to break through to the heavenly completion state in another 10 to 20 days. Such a heaven-defying cultivation speed wasn't inferior to that of the young experts in the Emperor domain. More importantly, after the transformation of the inheritance blood spiritual dragon was completed, Long Chen broke out of the cocoon and stood in the middle of the barren mountain. He was still in the dragon soul transformation state, but it was much stronger than before. His current appearance had changed a lot. Originally, the scarlet dragon scales were bright red. Now, the color had deepened significantly and was starting to turn dark red. At the same time, faint dragon silhouettes could be seen on the surface of each dragon scale. It was as if waves of light were flashing through them. An ancient and desolate aura was being emitted from Long Chen's body. Xiao Lang opened his eyes wide and stared at Long Chen. He felt that the feeling Long Chen gave him was exactly the same as the blood-red dragon head he had seen before. Just one look was enough to make a 9th-grade Earth-ranked demonic beast feel fear. Moreover, Xiao Lang also sensed that the bloody and murderous aura on Long Chen's body had increased a lot. Xiao Lang felt his scalp go numb just by standing in front of Long Chen. It was as if Long Chen was a killing machine and his sharp claws and bone spurs were sharp weapons. Long Chen's blood-red eyes made Xiao Lang feel as if they were 2 seas of blood. There were billions of remnant souls in these seas of blood. At this moment, these remnant souls were wailing endlessly in Long Chen's eyes. Xiao Lang felt his blood run cold just by looking at them. He knew that Long Chen's transformation this time was too great. There were both good and bad things. The good thing was that Long Chen's strength, fighting strength, and even capital had increased a lot. The bad thing was that the murderous aura on Long Chen's body had increased dramatically. Especially after Lingxi's departure, it was very likely that his character would become more and more ruthless, gradually turning into a demon that only knew how to kill. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. At this moment, he was pleasantly surprised by an even more important transformation, and that was his physical body. Gently clenching his fist, Long Chen could feel the earth-shaking power in his body. What level of body-refining combat skill is this body equivalent to? Previously, when he had absorbed 1,000th of the inheritance blood essence, it had strengthened Long Chen's physical body by a lot. This time, it was even more abnormal. Originally, Long Chen only had the Thunderflame battle body, but the strength of his body had increased by hundreds of times. Gently stretching out his hand, the bone spur on his elbow gently cut the tree next to him. Unexpectedly, the tree was completely broken, and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Xiao Lang, use your claws and attack me with all your strength. Long Chen raised his head and said in a somewhat excited voice. Xiao Lang was startled, but he quickly reacted. He felt a strong threat from Long Chen's body. He could guess that Long Chen's physical body had undergone a great transformation. Nodding his head, Xiao Lang swatted towards Long Chen. His sharp claws directly streaked across Long Chen's chest. Dang dang dang. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound rang out. When Xiao Lang's claws swept past Long Chen, he nervously turned his head back to look. However, what shocked him was that Long Chen's body was actually unharmed. His claws didn't even leave a mark on Long Chen's dragon scales. Even if it was the Dark Moon Tiger King, Xiao Lang's claws could leave a wound on its body. However, it was completely ineffective against Long Chen. Xiao Lang suddenly had a look of disbelief on his face. In fact, he had only used 50% of his strength just now because he was afraid of injuring Long Chen. Again, use all your strength. Long Chen roared and reminded. Xiao Lang roared, and his huge body instantly appeared in front of Long Chen like an arrow. His sharp claws cut through the air and instantly slashed across Long Chen's chest. Xiao Lang used all his strength to scratch, but at this moment, he actually found that his claws were extremely painful. Xiao Lang hurriedly retracted his hand and retreated in pain. He looked at Long Chen in shock. Xiao Lang's huge impact caused Long Chen to take a few steps back. However, what made Long Chen happy was that Xiao Lang seemed to have used all his strength and didn't leave even the slightest mark on his dragon scales. So strong. Then let me try using the Demon Emperor Sword. Chapter 443. Since they had decided to leave, Long Chen and Xiao Lang headed in the direction of the Imperial City. There, he still had to bid farewell to Zhao Qingyun. On the way to the Imperial City, Long Chen and Xiao Lang gradually became familiar with the reincarnation divine beast. Long Chen then gradually understood what was going on with this cat. The reincarnation divine beast did not say anything about its origins. It only said that it came from ancient times and had always existed in the Void Dragon Talisman. After Long Chen had obtained the Void Dragon Talisman, it had already awakened. However, it had never spoken. It had only appeared after the dynasty had destroyed the entire Baiyang town. As for its power, Long Chen had already figured it out. Apart from bragging, this fat cat did not seem to have any other abilities. To this, the reincarnation divine beast explained, "Do you think that helping your entire town defy the heavens and change their fates is a fun thing to do? Let me tell you, the reason why I have no fighting strength now is because the power that I have accumulated for tens of thousands of years has been completely wasted on you." To this, Long Chen only believed half of it. However, because of the existence of this fat cat, the originally tedious journey suddenly became a little more relaxed. At the beginning, Long Chen held the reincarnation divine beast in utmost reverence. He almost treated it like a god. After all, it was in the Void Dragon Talisman. However, the more they interacted, the more Long Chen realized that the reincarnation divine beast only knew how to brag. Between the human and the two beasts, the reincarnation divine beast status kept dropping until Long Chen started calling it Kitten or Fat Cat. On the way to the Imperial City, the most surprising thing was that Kitten actually knew a type of spiritual beast language. With this, Long Chen could directly communicate with Xiao Lang. Fine, this god sees that the two of you are always speechless. This god will be merciful and teach you this spiritual beast language. You must learn it seriously and not tarnish this god's reputation. Back in the ancient times, this god was the famous reincarnation controller. Fat cat, stop talking nonsense and hurry up, Long Chen said directly. Ant, don't call this god Fat Cat. Be careful of this god. Forget it. This god will not bicker with a mortal like you. Listen carefully to the spiritual beast language. In a total of 5 days, Long Chen had more or less learned the spiritual beast language. After mastering it, Long Chen realized that he could actually understand Xiao Lang's words. This made him very excited. Of course, Xiao Lang was also very excited to be able to communicate with Long Chen. Ever since he became a sun-devouring demonic wolf, he seemed to be living in his own world. Only Lingxi could talk to him. Now that he could finally talk to Long Chen, he was also very excited. It should be known that Long Chen had already chosen this path. This meant that he and Xiao Lang were destined to walk a very long journey together. Most importantly, if they could communicate directly, everything would be different. Big brother. Xiao Lang was a little excited. It's good that we can communicate. Long Chen nodded and then said to Kitten, who was hiding in the Void Dragon Talisman, Fat Cat, to be honest, I am really grateful to you this time. Let's be friends. How about it? If you need anything in the future, you can tell me. As long as I, Long Chen, can do it, I will definitely do it. For this god, this is just a small matter. This god can easily do it without any effort. It's no big deal, no big deal. Kitten said modestly. Seeing its arrogant appearance, Long Chen really wanted to beat it up. This fat cat was arrogant, loved to brag, and was a super coward. Long Chen really suspected that it was lying when it said it was some reincarnation beast. At this moment, Kitten turned into a wisp of green smoke and came out of the Void Dragon Talisman. It looked at Xiao Lang and said, Little dog, this god has given you the ability to speak. How are you going to thank this god? I am a human, not a dog. Xiao Lang shook his head and said speechlessly, Of course I know you're a human, but your current body is that of a sun-devouring demon wolf, so you're part of my demon beast race. I'm a reincarnation god beast, the peak existence of the demon beast race. At the end of the day, you still have to call me ancestor. The little cat rubbed its belly with its paw and sighed. Fat cat. Have you ever seen a cat as the ancestor of a wolf? Xiao Lang said bluntly. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. How do you know I can't give birth to a wolf? Kitten quickly argued. Long Chen looked at their conversation. One was cold, one was warm. His originally silent and sorrowful heart gradually turned for the better. This wolf and cat didn't have a physical body, but they both had human thoughts and souls. When they interacted with each other, they were not much different from humans. Seeing them laughing and cursing, Long Chen suddenly felt like laughing. It had to be said that because of the reincarnation beast's appearance, Long Chen's depressed heart eased a lot. However, from the details of their conversation, Long Chen could vaguely guess that Kitten was really an extraordinary person. Long Chen didn't tell it anything about Xiao Lang, but it knew that Xiao Lang had a human body and occupied the sun-devouring demon wolf. It also knew that the sun-devouring demon wolf had unlimited growth. More importantly, it wasn't surprised at all. It was as if it was a very normal thing. Actually, the Void Dragon Talisman has another ability. Long Chen, you can actually control it, Kitten suddenly said as they approached the Imperial City. What is it? Long Chen asked expectantly. In the Void Dragon Talisman, there is a Taishu realm. For you now, the Taishu realm can only be used as a Chenkuan bag. I usually stay in the Taishu realm. The advantage of the Taishu realm is that even if someone kills you, it will be difficult for them to obtain the things in the Taishu realm. It is most suitable to hide any shameful belongings in there. Moreover, there is another advantage of the Taishu realm. At this point, Kitten's eyes glanced at Xiao Lang and it said proudly, the Taishu realm can also allow living things to survive in it. For example, you can directly throw this black puppy into the Taishu realm. Moreover, there is a trace of Taishu Qi in the Taishu realm, which will be beneficial to the growth of this black puppy. This black puppy looks ugly in the back. Why don't you just throw it in and don't let it out to scare people? To Long Chen, this was definitely a surprise. Fat cat, how big is the area of the Taishu realm? Long Chen quickly asked. It depends on your strength. The size of the Taishu realm depends on how much chi you have. With your current strength, after this black puppy transforms into its battle form, it should be possible to put about 50 of them in there, Fat Cat said with a smile. 50. With Xiao Lang's size, 50 is already very big. Long Chen was delighted. The appearance of the reincarnation divine beast had indeed brought him many benefits. How about it? I've given you benefits again, haven't I? How about you lock this black puppy in the Taishu realm? Kitten seemed to have a natural hostility toward Xiao Lang, and it targeted Xiao Lang in every way. At this time, Xiao Lang was in a hurry. He turned his head, and a fierce look in his eyes scared Kitten into hiding behind Long Chen. Its speed was so fast that Long Chen gasped in amazement. Xiao Lang was too lazy to argue with this guy. Otherwise, he would have spat out the 9 underworlds demon ancestral flame and burned it to ashes. After a period of probing, Long Chen and Xiao Lang had discovered that Kitten seemed to be very afraid of the 9 underworlds demon ancestral flame, which was why it was so afraid of Xiao Lang. Okay, now teach me how to use the Taishu realm. Long Chen smiled and said. He planned to transfer all his belongings into the Taishu realm. If it was really as Kitten had described, then the Taishu realm would definitely be the safest place in the world. Although Kitten was arrogant, it was still relatively straightforward when it came to teaching Long Chen. Not long after, Long Chen had learned how to control the Taishu realm. He could vaguely feel that there was indeed a grayish space in the Taishu dragon talisman on his chest. There was quite a lot of grayish gas in it. This is the Taishu Qi. It is born with the heavens and earth. It has many benefits for cultivators, be it warriors or demonic beasts. The black puppy can't evolve perfectly just by devouring treasures of the fire attribute. However, the Taishu Qi can nurture its body and integrate it into its body, making it truly qualified to be a peerless demonic beast. Kitten said with a look of amazement. Its expression made it seem that even if Xiao Lang really became a peerless demonic beast, he would still be nothing in Kitten's eyes. After learning how to use the Taishu realm, Long Chen tried to transfer all his belongings into the Taishu realm. Through the perception of his consciousness, he could clearly detect the location of his belongings in the Taishu realm. Usually, he could take them out with just a thought. This was much safer than putting things in the Chenkuan pouch. At the very least, even if someone killed Long Chen, they would not be able to get their hands on the things in the Taishu realm. It was also a good idea to let Xiao Lang stay in the Taishu realm to cultivate. After all, there were times when Long Chen had to deal with some matters. It was not very convenient to bring a demonic beast like Xiao Lang along. Of course, under normal circumstances, if Xiao Lang did not want to enter the Taishu realm, Long Chen would not force him. Everything was up to him. Soon, Long Chen transferred all his belongings into the Taishu realm. Big brother, this fat cat has boasted about the Taishu Qi so much. Let me go in and have a look. Xiao Lang said curiously. Long Chen nodded. Xiao Lang did not resist, so Long Chen directly kept him into the Taishu realm. This great void realm is like a small universe that you can control. As long as you improve your skills and become stronger, you might even be able to enter this great void realm yourself. Little Cat exclaimed proudly from outside. Great void realm? After a while, Long Chen got Xiao Lang out of the Taishu realm. How is it? Long Chen asked. Fat Cat is right. I do feel something. Although it's very faint, I'm sure that it's definitely something good. Wolf Cub said, not fully satisfied. In that case, I will bid farewell to my master. Chapter 444. Go to the ancient devil region to cultivate. To be honest, Long Chen only wanted to reach the divine Wushu Sage Empire as soon as possible and find a way to enter the ancient graveyard. At the same time, he would be able to increase his strength. In fact, the increase in strength had a lot to do with the surrounding environment. After you reach the divine Wushu Sage Empire, you still need to find a place to increase your strength and broaden your horizons. If you join some big forces and have the help of the elders in the sect, the effect will be more obvious. Moreover, most big sects have many superior battle skills. Just like the ancient devil region, the so-called heaven-ranked battle skills are probably everywhere there. The Traceless Spectre Shadow, Dao Heart Demon Seed Demon and so on are just simple battle skills in the ancient devil region. Zhao Qingyun said with some emotion. Master, I want to rely on my own experience to increase my strength. As for joining a sect, I really haven't thought about it. Long Chen shook his head. That's where you are wrong. No one can rise quickly alone. You are in the Imperial City. With your current strength, you can dominate the Songyang country. But in the Divine Wushu Sage Empire, you will only be at the bottom. What do you have to fight with others? Only in a sect can your safety be better guaranteed. Moreover, it will be easier to obtain more powerful battle skills. At the same time, there will be many opportunities to gain experience. Because of the intense competition, your strength will increase even faster. Just like you in the Sky Devil Palace, your strength will not increase by leaps and bounds, Zhao Qingyun said patiently. In the ancient devil region, is there a place like the Ni Yang Immortal Realm? I want to find a place with more demon beasts. Long Chen directly stated his purpose. He actually agreed with Zhao Qingyun's words, but the most important thing for him was still demon beasts. After all, that was the most important guarantee for him to increase his strength quickly. The ancient devil region dominates dozens of territories the size of the Songyang country. It is one of the important members of the Divine Wushu Sage Empire's Wushu Alliance. How can there not be demon beasts in it? Zhao Qingyun stroked his long beard and smiled. That's good. Master, I will temporarily accept this token. When I arrive at the Divine Wushu Sage Empire, I will go to the Ancient Devil region to take a look and try my best to enter the Ancient Devil region. But Master, what is the Wushu Alliance that you mentioned just now? Long Chen asked doubtfully. The Divine Wushu Sage Empire is known as the Divine Martial Empire. The biggest power in it must be related to the Martial Empire. In the Divine Wushu Sage Empire, all the big powers have formed an alliance to rule the whole country, called the Wushu Alliance. Then, they chose a Wushu Alliance leader to rule all the powers in the Divine Wushu Sage Empire. Although the Ancient Devil region is strong, it is still under the constraints of the Wushu Alliance. However, the Ancient Devil region can be considered as one of the strongest powers in the Wushu Alliance. Zhao Qingyun explained. So it's like that. To have all the powers in the Divine Wushu Sage Empire form an alliance and then unite against the outside world. This was the current situation of the Divine Wushu Sage Empire. It looked good, but he didn't know how much danger there was in it. After Zhao Qingyun finished introducing the Wushu Alliance, it was almost time. Long Chen took a deep breath and hugged Xiao Lang in his arms. He said to Zhao Qingyun and Murong Yu, "The two of you, I'm going to leave. Goodbye." Wait. Murong Yu was anxious and called out. What's wrong? Seeing the unnatural expression on her face, Long Chen hurriedly asked. Long Chen, can I tell you that this empress is for you? In the end, Murong Yu mustered up her courage and said. After saying it, her face was a little red. Long Chen's mind shook. He understood what Murong Yu meant. She was also a genius and could have her own future. She could also go out and explore. At that time, because of Long Chen's words, she agreed to bind herself to the small Songyang country and preside over the overall situation. After becoming the empress of the Songyang country, she had to deal with many things. These things were not what she liked to do, but for Long Chen, she had no regrets. From this, it could be seen how deep her feelings for Long Chen were. I'm sorry. Long Chen sighed and could only apologize. It's okay. Murong Yu forced a smile and mustered up her courage to say, I just want to say that when you find that you can't go on, don't forget that there are still people waiting for you in the Songyang country. Looking at Murong Yu's sincere and affectionate eyes, Long Chen's heart shook. After a long time, he reacted and bit his lips. I don't dare to influence your decision. However, I have already decided on my own path, so I will definitely walk it to the end. I'm sorry, it's okay, you can go. Murong Yu smiled and her expression gradually returned to normal. Long Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded. He decisively turned around and walked step by step towards the Chenkuan transmission array. When he entered the Chenkuan transmission array, the entire transmission array lit up. At the last moment, when Long Chen turned around, he saw that Murong Yu was already leaning on Zhao Qingyun's shoulder, his tears falling like rain. Long Chen gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. He knew that he couldn't afford to accept this kind of love, so he could only harden his heart and be even more heartless. When the light disappeared, Long Chen also disappeared from the valley. A new journey began from now on. When one went from the outside world to the Chenkuan small world, one would experience a period of confusion, but one would be able to adapt quickly. In the Chenkuan small world, using the Chenkuan transmission array to travel was even more terrifying. Long Chen felt as if he was in a dream. At this moment, he was floating in the middle of an endless black tunnel. There seemed to be a lot of black things around him that were quickly flowing behind him, and in front of him was darkness. When entering the Xueqi transmission array, Long Chen had already put Xiao Lang into the realm of Great Void in order to save the celestial elixir. Therefore at this time he was alone in this tunnel. He couldn't see the stars, the sun, the moon, and the rivers. Everything was very blurry. Fortunately, his body didn't have any abnormalities. In the process of rushing to the snowy peak mountain range, Zhao Qingyun had taught him to use the celestial elixir to activate the Xueqi transmission array. Using this method, Long Chen used a total of 30 celestial elixirs. In this way, he only had 70 celestial elixirs left, which was just enough for him to reach the first layer of the heavenly completion realm. This time it was like a dream. He didn't know how long had passed. It could be just a moment, or it could be an eternity. Until a certain moment, Long Chen finally discovered that in front of this endless black tunnel, there was a speck of white light. This speck of white light was constantly expanding. From this white light, Long Chen smelled a boundless smell. This should be the Wushu Sage Dynasty. The Wushu Sage Dynasty was one of the 10 great sage dynasties in the Myriad Kingdom territory. It ruled over thousands of small countries like the Zongyang country, so one could imagine how terrifying its strength was. That boundless smell filled Long Chen's heart with reverence. From now on, I'm about to embark on a new journey. I hope we can meet again in the Zongyang country. Long Chen sighed emotionally. In truth, there were many things he was reluctant to part with. His family, his adoptive father, even that woman Lu Lan, as well as that silly Murong Yu. He was somewhat reluctant to part with them. He always felt that it was very difficult to part with them just like this. A real man must walk his own path in his heart. Right now, I'm walking my own path, so let's move forward. Glory is created through one's own blood and sweat. Thinking of this, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Wushu Sage Dynasty, we've come. This we referred to him, as well as Xiao Lang. Of course, there was also the hilarious fat cat, the legendary heaven-defying divine beast of Samsara. The white in front of Long Chen's eyes instantly expanded, and then instantly swallowed Long Chen. Long Chen felt a moment of refreshment, as if the shackles on his body had been completely removed. At this time, Long Chen suddenly felt that he had stepped on solid ground. This was the feeling of being alive. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally completed the Xueqi transmission formation's transmission, and came out of that damned black tunnel. The feeling of being in the outside world was refreshing. However, Long Chen didn't have time to experience that kind of refreshing feeling. He was stunned by the powerful aura around him. At this time, just as he came out of the Xueqi transmission formation, he felt that the surroundings were unusually crowded. Countless powerful auras were all around him. He looked up, and saw that the small Xueqi transmission formation was actually packed with people. There were quite a few people around Long Chen, and all of them were quite strong. His current strength was at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, and it actually looked very normal. Long Chen sucked in a cold breath, and swallowed the curses that he wanted to hurl. As for the others, they were also somewhat speechless as they looked at so many people around them, and didn't react for a moment. Fuck, you're all pigs. Hurry up and get out of there. There are still people who want to come out of the Xueqi transmission formation. Right at this time, a sharp voice rang out, and immediately, a fiery red whip was flung into the crowd, directly whipping 2 people, causing them to cry out in pain. Hurry up! Long Chen didn't understand what was going on. Soon, the crowd began to move, and left the Xueqi transmission formation. Only now did Long Chen see clearly the person who had held the fiery red whip just now. This was a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble. He was dressed in golden satin, and looked very mighty. The most obvious sign was that there was a flamboyant martial embroidered on his chest. Long Chen only glanced at this martial character, and he felt a powerful aura rush over, causing him to be secretly shocked. Just a single character on his clothes actually made me feel fear. This Wushu Sage Dynasty is really terrifying. The martial character. Presumably these people should be that Wushu Alliance's people. However, the people of the Wushu Alliance are guarding beside the Xueqi transmission formation. Long Chen found that he knew practically nothing about this world. Chapter 445. At this moment, Long Chen raised his head and widened his eyes. This was the first time he took a good look at the Wushu Sage dynasty. First was the sky. It was different from the dark blue sky of Songyang country. The sky here was actually gloomy and deathly gray. This made the atmosphere under the sky abnormally oppressive. The place where Long Chen was at was a wilderness. The wilderness was flat and barren. There weren't even a few weeds. The soil was dark gray, dry and barren. Stepping on the ground, there was a feeling of loosening. This vast land was the Wushu Sage dynasty. What Long Chen saw just now was the environment. After looking around, he saw the people around him. At this time, there were ordinary people like him who came to the Wushu Sage dynasty from other places. The other half of them were dressed like the people that Long Chen saw just now. They were all Wushu Alliance people. On their chests, there was a soul-stirring whoop character. Long Chen frowned secretly. Judging from the cold and arrogant attitude of these Wushu Alliance people, they were probably not polite to an outsider like Long Chen. The whip just now was a very obvious example. Everyone, line up. Those who have the Wushu Alliance identity token, stand on the left. Those who are visiting the Wushu Alliance for the first time, those who don't have an identity token, stand on the right. Everyone, quickly stand in line. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy. At this time, a deafening roar sounded in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen frowned. The other party's attitude was indeed extremely bad. However, not only did they have a lot of people, they were also very strong. They were not easy to deal with. Long Chen knew that now was not the time to start a conflict. Hence, he followed their instructions and stood in the long line on the right. Most of the people who came from the teleportation formation stood on the left, and only a few stood on the right. The people from the martial union stood guard beside the two groups, watching over them with vigilant expressions. Their cold gazes, as well as the faint aura emanating from their bodies, caused everyone to tremble with fear, not daring to move recklessly. Long Chen looked at the people on the left. At the front of the line, there were several large rectangular stone tables. Several warriors with relatively strong cultivation were sitting beside these tables, checking the warriors who had just come out from the teleportation formation. These warriors were more well-behaved. They took out a golden token from their cosmos sack and handed it to the people of the Wushu Alliance before they could leave. On Long Chen's side, because this was the first time they came to the Wushu Sage dynasty, and they were arrogant people in their original territory, they basically did not know what the Wushu Alliance was. Therefore, some of them did not obey the management. The people of the Wushu Alliance looked at Long Chen's team with a contemptuous and mocking smile. Perhaps in their eyes, we are just a group of country bumpkins who don't know anything. The weak are prey to the strong. No matter where it is, this is the hard truth. Long Chen sighed in his heart. With Zhao Qingyun's reminder, he knew that the Wushu Alliance was powerful. Therefore, he knew that he should behave himself. In the Songyang Kingdom, he often offended people. After Lingxi left, his character became more restrained. He could only try his best not to offend people that he should not offend. Of course, Long Chen's character was that he would not offend others if they did not offend him. If someone really bullied him, of course, Long Chen would retaliate like a storm. More and more people came out of the Chen Kuan teleportation formation. As for Long Chen, he kept moving towards the front of the team. When he looked up, he knew what was going on. It turned out that the people of the Wushu Alliance were here. On one hand, they were checking the identity of those people. On the other hand, they were making identity tokens for people like Long Chen who had just arrived at the Wushu Sage dynasty. One by one, they were able to leave safely after getting their identity tokens. Long Chen's heart trembled. He knew that the purpose of the Wushu Alliance was to brand the brand of the Wushu Alliance for the newcomers, so that they could become a part of the Wushu Alliance. As for the other team, it was not to check their identity, but to confirm if they really had an identity token. Long Chen estimated that everyone in the Wushu Sage dynasty would have an identity token of the Wushu Alliance. Long Chen's eyes were sharp. He could easily see that the front side of the identity token was embossed with the word Woob in bold and flamboyant calligraphy, while the backside was engraved with his name. After the newcomers told him their name would be embossed on the identity token. Because of this procedure, the advancement of Long Chen's team was much slower. Seeing that they were approaching the front of the team, Long Chen could vaguely hear that when the people of the Wushu Alliance obtained the names of the newcomers, they would also record their cultivation level, country, and other information. He was secretly shocked. In this way, all the information of the outsiders who came to the Wushu Sage dynasty would be in the hands of the Wushu Alliance. It could be seen that the Wushu Alliance's control over the Wushu Sage dynasty was much stronger than the royal family's control over the Songyang kingdom. At least, if he was in the Wushu Alliance, and Long Chen killed their leader, he would definitely not be able to take over the Wushu Alliance. Of course, this was just a thought. Fat Cat, do you know that the strength of these people from the Wushu Alliance is almost at that level? At this time, Long Chen could only ask for help from Kitten. Kaka, are you asking me a question? But it doesn't seem to be the case. Kitten pretended that he didn't understand. Okay, Master Cat, don't waste time. Just say it, Long Chen said helplessly. Master Cat is a good name. Good. Continue to carry it forward. These little guys are generally at the first, second, or third level of the reaching heaven state. Some of them are even at the second level of the reaching heaven state. They are so weak, Kitten said complacently. Long Chen was speechless. He didn't expect that when he had just arrived at the Wushu Sage Empire, he would meet freaks at the reaching heaven state. These 200 people from the Wushu Alliance were all at the reaching heaven state. If these people went to the Songyang kingdom, how terrifying would they be? Just when Long Chen was shocked, there was a sudden uproar in front of them. A rough voice suddenly roared. What? Even I have to tell you my strength? Why? Is the Wushu Sage Empire such a place? Who are you? Long Chen looked up. At this time, right in front of the team, a tall and strong man was confronting the people from the Wushu Alliance. He didn't want to give in at all. He shook his head, because he knew that this man was definitely going to meet a tragic end. He didn't want to reveal his strength. If he was an expert, it would be right for him to do so. However, it was a pity that he didn't understand the situation. The current situation was that this was the world of the Wushu Alliance, and the Wushu Alliance was an abnormally strong group. If he didn't have the strength to resist the Wushu Alliance, he would be courting death if he resisted. Indeed, after he had finished shouting, those young men from the Martial Alliance looked at each other, and all smirked coldly. Then, a few Heaven Ascension tier elites rushed forward, and instantly beat the martial artist who was merely at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier to the point that he vomited blood and died. His internal organs directly shattered. You, carry him out and throw him away. Next to the stone table was a middle-aged man with a stern expression. The aura on his body was much stronger than the others, and it was obvious that he was an expert in the 2nd level of the Heaven Ascension tier that Kitten had mentioned. The 2nd level of the Heaven Ascension tier was even stronger than the Sword Emperor from back then. Under his order, the burly man's body was carried away, and the procedure here continued. However, after the mess just now, everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter, and they obediently revealed their family's assets. These country bumpkins are really hopeless. We have to kill more than 10 people who don't have eyes every day. After so many years, I don't know how many idiots have died in my hands. More than 1,000. Haha. At this time, the few people from the Wushu Alliance who had just killed the man began to discuss. I really admire these guys. They don't have any brains at all. How did they cultivate to such a level? Before they came to the Wushu Sage Empire, did they not find out who was in charge in the Wushu Sage Empire? These discussions in low voices caused Long Chen to be secretly shocked. Very soon it was his turn. Long Chen walked to the stone table. At this time, the few people from the Wushu Alliance who were making records and making identity plates did not look at Long Chen. Instead, they lowered their heads and asked, report your name, strength, country you are from, and your purpose in coming to the Wushu Sage Empire. Speak louder. Long Chen said directly, my name is Long Chen, and my strength is at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. I come from the Songyang Nation, which is one of the subordinate nations of the Wushu Sage Empire. As for my purpose, I have come to the Wushu Sage Empire mainly to pursue the path of the strong and improve my strength. His answer was direct and clear, and could be considered obedient. Long Chen had already noticed that normally, if he answered all the questions in one go, he would be able to quickly complete the creation of the identity plate. If he delayed and angered them, he would definitely suffer a lot. Long Chen. 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Those people murmured silently. Very soon, the identity plate was being created. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Once he got the identity plate, he would be able to take a good rest and study what exactly was going on with this Wushu Sage Empire. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, the middle-aged man who had just given the order to kill the burly man suddenly raised his head. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Long Chen, and he asked, are you sure that your name is Long Chen? Dragon as in divine dragon, Chen as in stars. Long Chen was startled. Then he nodded and said, "Indeed. What instructions does my lord have for me?" The middle-aged man instantly broke into a grin, and said, "Fine, you are Long Chen. I would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Men, take his head, and bring it back for others to see if he is really Long Chen." His tone was very calm, but Long Chen was instantly stunned. His name was Long Chen, and he was going to be killed just like that? What kind of logic was this? Long Chen realized that this could very well be a misunderstanding. It was possible that there was indeed someone named Long Chen who had offended the Wushu alliance. Thus he hurriedly said, "My lord, this is the first time I have come to the divine Wushu Sage Empire, and I really do not understand what is going on. Could it be that someone with the same name as me has offended the Wushu alliance?" That middle-aged cultivator did not listen to what Long Chen had to say at all. With a wave of his hand, he directly said, "Are you all deaf? Behead him, bring him back for comparison, and see if he is that Long Chen." Chapter 446. Under the command of that middle-aged man, the cultivators of the Wushu alliance who had just killed the burly man rubbed their palms together and surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen knew that his abilities were only at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, and to these people, he was practically no different from grass. Killing one or two of them was completely inconsequential. Perhaps they all knew that with Long Chen's abilities, he could not possibly be the Long Chen that they wanted to capture. However, did this matter? With this name, Long Chen deserved to be unlucky. The Wushu Alliance's work did not stop because of this, but Long Chen was isolated. The others all watched in horror as Long Chen was surrounded by those Wushu Alliance cultivators. Seeing that he was about to die, they hurriedly shrunk their necks. Originally, there was a burly man, and now there was Long Chen, and they were already completely terrified. This was the first time that they had come to the Wushu Sage Empire, and the Wushu Sage Empire had given them a terrifying reality. Only then did they clearly realize that previously, they had been supreme elites in a small place, but now that they had come to the Wushu Sage Empire, they were merely insignificant ants. This was the reason that the people of the Wushu Alliance wanted to teach them. Just now, that burly man was an idiot, and Long Chen was merely unlucky. Everyone was trembling with fear as they watched this scene. Long Chen had always been one to not offend others if they did not offend him. At this moment he said one last sentence, "Everyone, I think you have really misunderstood. I am from the Zongyang Nation, and the Long Chen that you all want to capture is probably not merely at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, right? Everyone, there is no need to rush to make a move. If you all want to investigate, I can very well follow you back. Think about it. Capturing him alive is still better than killing him, right? Jie, kid, don't talk nonsense anymore. My boss wants you dead. Even if your name is Tom, Dick, or Harry, you still have to die." The martial artists of the Wushu Alliance laughed savagely. Then, each of them threw a punch at Long Chen from all directions. The strength of the reaching heaven state was indeed powerful. In an instant, the air exploded. Long Chen felt as if a mountain was charging at him. Ever since Long Chen had absorbed 1% of the ancient blood spirit dragon's inherited blood essence, he had yet to test how powerful his own abilities had become. At this moment, he was at the consummate level of the Heavenly River tier. Demon Emperor Sword Dao. Demonic Path Supreme Sword. At this point, Long Chen had no other choice. The Demon Emperor Sword appeared in front of him in an instant. Long Chen swept the sword across, and in an instant, a series of black sword blades knocked everyone back. The arc-shaped sword shadows exploded in all directions, turning the area around Long Chen into a vacuum. He still has a good sword. It's at least in the medium level of the heaven level. When Long Chen took out the Demon Emperor Sword, the eyes of the martial artists of the Wushu Alliance lit up, especially the middle-aged man. He did not pay much attention to Long Chen at first, but he did not expect Long Chen to be able to resist, and even take out a good sword. "All of you go. Get that sword for me. Whoever kills him, when we get back, the boss will reward you with a beautiful young lady." The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. "Yes, boss." When Long Chen took out his weapon, a few more martial artists of the Wushu Alliance surrounded him. In their opinion, any one of them could kill Long Chen, not to mention that there were so many of them. "I'll go first." One of the reaching heaven level experts rushed towards Long Chen without saying a word. His aura was vast and majestic, and it was no less than that of the Sword Emperor. However, the Sword Emperor was the ruler of a country, and he was just a small member of the Wushu Alliance. There are more than 200 people of the Wushu Alliance here. However, they have really gone too far. If I don't take action today, it will be difficult for me to survive. Forget it. I won't attack unless I'm attacked. But since they have come to bully me, it's not up to me anymore. Because he had absorbed 1% of the inherited blood essence, the dragon soul transformation of Long Chen had become his greatest reliance. When the opponent's fist was approaching him, Long Chen decisively used the dragon soul transformation. The blood-red scales quickly covered his entire body. His elbows, knees, back, and other parts of his body were pierced out of nowhere, making him look extremely ferocious. His claws, in particular, were as sharp as blades. The roaring blood-red silhouette of the dragon was faintly discernible in every scale. In the eyes of outsiders, Long Chen, who was originally a weak and powerless youth, had instantly turned into a bloody and cold killing machine. Those dragon scales, bone spikes, and claws made everyone's scalps go numb. What was even more terrifying was the ancient aura that Long Chen was exuding, bringing with it an irresistible might. Even the middle-aged man at the second level of the reaching heaven level frowned deeply when he saw Long Chen's appearance. What kind of beast soul transformation is this? I don't think I've seen it before. Its aura is very terrifying. It should be a bloodthirsty lizard, or a dragon-type demonic beast. He doesn't look weak. A country bumpkin from such a small place actually has such a terrifying aura. It's really an eye-opener. Everyone was puzzled, watching nervously. The cultivators of the Wushu Alliance, on the other hand, didn't make a move. They knew that the beast soul transformation could at most increase one's strength by a few %. How much stronger could a 9th level of the Heavenly River tier be? And at this moment, the cultivator who had attacked in front of Long Chen suddenly stopped when he saw Long Chen's dragon soul transformation. He sneered. Are you the only one who knows how to beast soul transformation? I have one too. It's a 4th level heaven level demonic beast. Purple Shadow Wild Lion. As he spoke, he actually started to transform as well. His body suddenly grew longer, becoming extremely thick and muscular. His muscles bulged, and purple fur grew frantically from his body. His head also gradually grew, turning into the appearance of a lion. The claws in his hands opened and closed, looking even more terrifying than Long Chen's claws. This Purple Shadow Wild Lion's beast soul transformation very quickly made his body completely bigger than Long Chen's. Long Chen looked at this lion that looked like a human and sneered. And just as he was laughing, the Purple Shadow Wild Lion instantly accelerated and appeared in front of Long Chen in a very short time. Its huge claws slapped towards Long Chen's head. From the whistling sound of the wind, it could be seen that if Long Chen was hit, his head would definitely explode. They thought that Long Chen could only dodge, but what shocked everyone was that Long Chen didn't dodge at all. He kept standing in place, as if he was frightened by the opponent's attack. He actually didn't dodge. Could it be that he was scared stiff? That's natural. The Purple Shadow Wild Lion is a grade 4 heaven-ranked beast soul. I wonder what kind of hybrid beast this kid's beast soul is. It's normal for him to feel despair. Who asked him to meet our boss in a bad mood? While everyone was discussing, the Purple Shadow Wild Lion's claws slashed at Long Chen's head. Everyone imagined the scene of his head bleeding and felt a little nauseous, so they stopped watching it. However, what shocked everyone was that when the sharp claws hit Long Chen's body, a loud sound was heard. Then, the Purple Shadow Wild Lion's huge body was actually bounced off and fell to the ground with a loud bang. In the process of being ejected, the beast warrior let out an earth-shattering shriek. When he rolled on the ground, he hurriedly covered his claws. Everyone hurriedly looked over, only to discover that the roots of his claws had already ruptured and were dripping with fresh blood. No one had thought that this would happen. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. How is this possible? His head is actually so hard. What kind of beast soul is this? With a bang, the middle-aged man stood up from the stone stool and looked at Long Chen in shock. The rest of the people stopped what they were doing and looked at Long Chen in a daze. They started discussing. How can this guy's body be so strong? Oh my god, the attack of the Heaven Ascension State Beast Warrior was actually bounced off when it hit his body. How abnormal is he to have such an effect? Everyone's hearts were in a perilous state. However, this was only the beginning. Long Chen looked coldly at the middle-aged man, and then his body immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, the purple shadow wild lion's beast warrior was already lifted up with one hand. Long Chen did not say anything and smashed the beast warrior onto the ground. At the same time, he suddenly raised his knee that had sharp bone spikes on it. The huge impact directly caused the bone spikes on the knee to pierce through the beast warrior's body. The eyes of the struggling beast warrior instantly turned white, and his body immediately went limp and fell onto Long Chen's knee. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Long Chen in shock. A cultivator at the 9th level of the Heaven River tier actually killed a beast warrior at the 1st level of the Heaven Ascension tier so easily. The mysteriousness of Long Chen was already beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. Long Chen did not want to start a massacre, nor did he want to offend the Wushu Alliance. What he did just now was just a show of force. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on him. Long Chen said to the middle-aged man, "I'll say it again. This is the first time I've come to the Wushu Sage Empire, and I'm definitely not the person you want to capture. We'll mind our own business. If you continue to be unreasonable and force me, I'll have no choice but to make a move." If the other party had any reservations about the strength he had displayed just now, then it was about time for them to stop now. However, Long Chen had still underestimated the Wushu Alliance. At this moment, the middle-aged man was not intimidated by him. Instead, he laughed maniacally and said, "Son of a bitch, you've really rebelled against me. In the Wushu Sage Empire, the Wushu Alliance is the sky. No one has ever dared to make a move against the Wushu Alliance. You're really interesting, brat. However, with your personality, you'll die sooner or later in the Wushu Sage Empire. I'll send you on your way. Everyone, attack. Whoever can kill this brat will be rewarded with 200 heavenly connection pills." As soon as he said this, the cultivators of the Wushu Alliance immediately broke into an uproar. 200 heavenly connection pills was a great fortune to them. Hence, it was at this moment that close to 200 cultivators of the Wushu Alliance swarmed towards Long Chen. At the very least, they had already blocked Long Chen's path. Chapter 447. The onlookers who were still watching from the sidelines let out gasps of admiration. To them, Long Chen was practically a miracle. Close to 200 Heaven Ascension tier martial artists had made a move against him, and among them, there were 5 at the 2nd level of the Heaven Ascension tier. However, when these people encountered Long Chen, they were like little lambs, completely unable to put up any resistance, and were killed by Long Chen like he was cutting melons and vegetables. And now, among the 200 martial artists, half had died, and half had escaped. There were only 2 at the 2nd level of the Heaven Ascension tier left, and they were also among the fleeing group. However, after Long Chen killed one of them, his blood-red body was like a battle machine, turning into a red shadow. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, he instantly caught up to another 2nd level Heaven Ascension tier martial artist, and beheaded him with the Demon Emperor sword in his hand. What a strong body, what incredible speed. This young man is practically born for battle, the crowd exclaimed, their faces filled with astonishment. Now, there was only one at the 2nd level of the Heaven River tier left. The crowd looked over, and realized with astonishment that this was the middle-aged man who had deliberately made things difficult for Long Chen, causing such a huge conflict. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was completely pale, and he was madly running with all his strength. What exactly is this brat? How can he be so terrifying? It's all my fault for having such a cheap mouth. If I often walk by the river, how can I not get my shoes wet? If I can survive today, I'll definitely change this bad habit. And at this moment, another gasp came from his body. When Long Chen killed the 4th 2nd level Heaven Ascension tier martial artist, the middle-aged man had already run far away. Long Chen did not chase after him. He stood where he was, his eyes cold. Then, he swung the Demon Emperor sword in his hand with all his might at the fleeing back of the middle-aged man. In an instant, a sharp whistling sound was heard. Under Long Chen's powerful strength, the Demon Emperor sword could not be seen at all. In the next instant, the crowd only saw a large patch of flesh and blood explode from the middle-aged man's back. The running figure hurriedly fell to the ground, and after a moment, Long Chen's Demon Emperor sword had returned to his hand, his body covered in blood. Long Chen shook off the blood on the Demon Emperor sword and put it back into the Great Void Realm. He looked around. At this time, the people from the Wushu Alliance had mostly escaped, and the newcomers from the Qian Kuan teleportation device had also mostly escaped. The remaining people also realized that it was time for them to escape, so they all fled. The ground was littered with corpses. Long Chen felt helpless. Looks like Lingxi's departure has caused me to feel really depressed. That's why I went on a killing spree today. However, I'm indeed much more relaxed now. However, if this goes on, will I degenerate into a killing machine? Long Chen thought to himself. It was not advisable to stay here for long. If the experts from the Wushu Alliance came, it would be troublesome. When Long Chen thought of this, he quickly left. After leaving the area, Long Chen removed the Dragon Soul transformation and let Xiao Lang out of the Great Void Realm. It was quite boring to stay in the Great Void Realm. Xiao Lang also wanted to see what the godly Wushu Sage Dynasty was like. After Xiao Lang came out, he sized up the godly Wushu Sage Dynasty and said, "So this godly Wushu Sage Dynasty is quite desolate. It looks even worse than the Songyang Kingdom. However, the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth here is very rich. That's why so many experts were born." Long Chen sighed with emotion. Just now, if he hadn't absorbed 1% of the inherited blood essence, he was afraid that he would have died by now. A total of more than 200 experts in the reaching heaven state. When he was in the Songyang Kingdom, he didn't even dare to imagine it. Moreover, this was only a small corner of the godly Wushu Sage Dynasty. There might be even more valiant warriors in other places. Experts? TSK. TSK. Is the reaching heaven state also considered experts? This is so funny. In the Great Void Realm, Kitten was rolling on the ground with laughter to show that he had an extraordinary background. Long Chen and Xiao Lang didn't bother to pay attention to him. "Big brother, what are we going to do next?" Xiao Lang raised his head and asked. "I know nothing about the godly Wushu Sage Dynasty. I'd better find a city as soon as possible and learn more about the godly Wushu Sage Dynasty there. Besides, as Master said, we can find the location of the ancient demons area. I've just killed so many people from the Wushu Alliance. I'm afraid it'll be quite troublesome. It's not bad to have a backer." Long Chen pondered. "Okay." Xiao Lang nodded. Long Chen looked around and chose a direction. After walking for a long distance, Kitten suddenly said, "You two big fools, can I tell you that someone is following you?" Long Chen was surprised. They were in the wilderness, so he didn't think too much. He used his soul-devouring demon eyes and found that someone was following him about 100 meters behind him. He turned around and looked in that direction coldly. He said, "My friend, there's no need to hide anymore. Come out, or I won't be polite." As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, a young man about 20 years old walked out with an embarrassed smile. This young man was wearing a luxurious white brocade robe with black trimmings. He was wearing a lot of jewelry. He smiled as he approached Long Chen. Suddenly, a strong smell of makeup blew over Long Chen's face. This is a playboy from the godly Wushu Sage Dynasty. Long Chen was speechless. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Moreover, the person in front of him was obviously not weak. Long Chen didn't know if he could deal with him. So he asked, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" "Brother, don't misunderstand me. I don't have any malicious intent. I was just thinking about how to talk to you without being rude. I didn't expect you to notice me," the young man said in a friendly manner. "Tell me why you are here." Long Chen didn't let down his guard and said lightly. The young man said directly, "My name is Jiang Cheng. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to make a friend with you. May I know your name?" "I'll skip the name for now. Tell me your purpose for coming here." Being followed was usually not a good thing. So Long Chen was cautious. He took a few steps back and put some distance between him and Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng was a city in the Songyang Kingdom. However, there were many people with the surname Jiang in this world. It wasn't strange for him to be called Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng laughed bitterly without end when he saw Long Chen was still on guard against him, and he hurriedly said, "Actually, when I heard the sounds of battle earlier, I hurriedly went to the location of the universe teleportation formation to take a look, and I noticed that you were carrying out a slaughter. Your strength truly shocked me greatly, so I mustered the courage to come over and make friends with you. I never imagined that I would still be rude to you. I'm truly sorry." Long Chen saw that he was speaking with sincerity and that his tone was not as aggressive as before, so he said, "If you want to make friends, just come up directly. You're being so hesitant. It's not a good thing to follow behind others for so long. So I can only apologize. Please forgive me. But brother, You just arrived at the Wushu Sage Dynasty. I think you don't know anything about this place. Actually, I saw that you didn't get the Wushu Alliance's identity medallion and directly walked in the Wushu Sage Dynasty. So I came to remind you that it's very dangerous to not have an identity medallion in the Wushu Alliance. Jiang Cheng smiled and said sincerely. Long Chen was startled. He really didn't know anything about the Wushu Sage Dynasty. Since Jiang Cheng was a member of the Wushu Sage Dynasty, Long Chen didn't mind asking a few more questions. My name is Yang Qing. You can call me Brother Yang. Brother Jiang, what do you mean by what you just said? Although Long Chen was relaxed about Jiang Cheng's words, he was still on guard. Brother Yang, you don't know. In the Wushu Sage Dynasty, the Wushu Alliance controls everything. Even the ancient demon region and the Huangfu clan are members of the Wushu Alliance. In the Wushu Sage Dynasty, there is only one kind of person who doesn't have the Wushu Alliance identity medallion. They are the people on the Wushu Alliance's bounty list. Usually, every city and every location will have a Wushu Alliance identity medallion. If you can't produce an identity medallion, you will be the enemy of the Wushu Alliance. You will be hunted down. Because of this, I took the liberty to come and remind you, Jiang Cheng said sincerely. Long Chen saw that he didn't seem to be lying, so he let his guard down a little. It seemed that Jiang Cheng wasn't an enemy. So, Long Chen continued to ask, is the Wushu Alliance really that scary? If that's the case, can Brother Jiang help me get an identity medallion? Jiang Cheng smiled and said, it is for this reason that I came to find you. You're in luck. I know a lot of people from the Wushu Alliance law enforcement team. A few of them are in the Yellow Marshal City up ahead. As long as we reach the Yellow Marshal City, I can get you an identity medallion. Jiang Cheng's laughter was very hearty. Long Chen thought that he might really be the kind of person who loved to help others. It was great that he was willing to get an identity medallion for him. If it was really as he said, and he didn't have an identity medallion, then it would be very troublesome. Then, Yang Qing thanks Brother Jiang. I can't thank you enough. Long Chen quickly cupped his hands and said, it doesn't matter. When you go out, you have to rely on your friends. For me, this is just a small matter, but for Brother Yang, it's very important. Why wouldn't I do it? Moreover, this Jiang admires Brother Yang's combat strength very much. That battle just now really left me dumbfounded, Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Then, Jiang Cheng's gaze fell on Xiao Lang. A strange light flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly returned to normal and said in surprise, what kind of demonic beast is this? The golden sun mark on its forehead seems to be quite extraordinary. It's just a 9th grade Earth-ranked demonic beast. It's very powerful in my hometown, but in the Wushu Sage Empire, it's just a low-level demonic beast. Long Chen said with a smile. That's true. The Wushu Sage Empire has countless strong cultivators. Even the demonic beasts are quite terrifying. It's rumored that the heavenly phoenix that lives in the eternal divine sea is comparable to the strongest cultivator of the Wushu Alliance, a martial emperor. Chapter 448. Eternal Divine Sea, Divine Phoenix, Martial Emperor. Long Chen just remembered these words in his mind and didn't ask any more questions. He and Jiang Cheng headed for Huangwu City. On the way he asked, Brother Jiang, what's the matter with the Wushu Alliance's bounty list? The Wushu Alliance is the largest organization in the Divine Wushu Sage Empire. It leads all the forces in the Wushu Sage Empire and is the core of the Divine Wushu Sage Empire. There are some people in the Wushu Sage Empire who obey the leadership of the Wushu Alliance. However, there are also some people who don't follow the rules of the Wushu Alliance and even become enemies of the Wushu Alliance. These people are extremely vicious and cruel. Therefore, the Wushu Alliance has put up a bounty list. All the warriors who appear on the bounty list are enemies of the Wushu Alliance. People of the Wushu Alliance must kill on sight. After a short pause, Jiang Cheng continued to speak excitedly. In the bounty list, there will be a corresponding reward for killing every martial artist on it. The top 10 martial artists on the bounty list will be rewarded with reaching Heaven State elixirs worth more than 10 million reaching Heaven State elixirs. As for the top 3 martial artists, they will be rewarded with the precious King's crystals. According to legend, King's crystals are something that the experts of the 3 great martial realms need for their cultivation. 10 million supreme reaching heaven elixirs. Long Chen was a little surprised. The Wushu alliance was really powerful. It was just a bounty for a warrior, but they offered a high price of 10 million supreme reaching heaven elixirs. It was really terrifying. The Wushu alliance was really rich. Even the king crystals and the three martial realms were things that Long Chen had never heard of. Seeing that Long Chen was shocked and confused, Jiang Qing knew what he was confused about. So he explained, "You probably don't even know about king crystals and the three martial realms." Long Chen shook his head. He hadn't even reached the reaching heaven realm. How could he know about the three martial realms? Jiang Qing smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I'll tell you now. Above the four basic realms, the Dragon Vein, the Divine Elixir, the Sky River, and the Reaching Heaven Realm, are the three martial realms. The three martial realms are the Earth Martial Realm, the Sky Martial Realm, and the God Martial Realm. Each martial realm is divided into 9 levels, the 4 basic realms and the 3 martial realms. These are all the realms of cultivation. In cultivation, even the Reaching Heaven Realm. I wonder how many experts in the Earth Martial Arts Realm, Heaven Martial Arts Realm, and God Martial Arts Realm are there in the Shenwu Sacred Dynasty?" Long Chen was shocked and asked quickly, "Do you think experts are dogs that can be found everywhere?" Jiang Qing smiled helplessly and continued, "In the God Wushu Sage Dynasty, even the Demon Emperor of the ancient demon region, the Huangfu clan, and even the Martial Emperor were only in the Earth Martial Arts Realm. As for the Sky Martial Arts Realm, according to legend, only 1 or 2 of the 10 great holy dynasties exist. As for the God Martial Arts Realm, it doesn't exist in reality. Only in ancient legends do experts in the God Martial Arts Realm exist." Long Chen's expression was very excited, but his heart was very calm. He secretly memorized the Earth Martial Arts Realm, the Sky Martial Arts Realm, and the God Martial Arts Realm. In this way, the brand new world quickly took shape in his mind. He knew that in the God Wushu Sage Dynasty, the Reaching Heaven Realm was the foundation, the Earth Martial Arts Realm was the strongest, and the strongest were also in the Earth Martial Arts Realm. The highest level of existence in the Myriad Lands should be the Sky Martial Arts Realm. As for the God Martial Arts Realm, there should be no one in the Myriad Lands. Jiang Qing thought that Long Chen was a country bumpkin, but in fact, Long Chen had seen a lot more strong people than him. I guess Lingxi's people, her grandmother, father and mother, are all in the God Martial Arts Realm, or even stronger. Long Chen guessed. "So Brother Yang, I want to tell you that your strength may be very strong in your hometown, but in the God Wushu Sage Dynasty, you are really nothing. After you get your identity medal, you should keep a low profile and work hard to improve your strength. In the future, you still have a chance to become a great person. The best thing is to join a big force, and with the support of a master, everything will be much better." Jiang Qing looked at Long Chen seriously and said sincerely, "You are right. I have heard of the ancient demon area before, and now I want to go there." Long Chen said with a smile, "Ancient demon area." A strange light flashed on Jiang Qing's face. "What's wrong?" Long Chen was a little confused. No, the ancient demon area is very good. The master of the ancient demon area, the demon emperor Jiang Wuxia, is a top master, and he has the same surname as me." Jiang Qing said quickly with a smile. Long Chen nodded. He had a little doubt in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. He just lowered his head and hurried along with Jiang Qing. "Brother Jiang, what is the king crystal?" Long Chen suddenly remembered that there was still something he didn't understand. The king crystal is a magical object born from the heaven and earth. It contains a vast martial spirit. As long as you reach the 3 martial realms, you can absorb the martial spirit in it to help with your cultivation. As long as you have enough king crystals, your cultivation speed will definitely double. The king crystal, emperor crystal, and divine crystal are the most popular treasures of the 3 martial realms. They are suitable for the Earth Martial Realm, the Sky Martial Realm, and the God Martial Realm respectively. However, there are not many emperor crystals in the entire Wan Kingdom, and divine crystals only exist in the legends. Jiang Qing said emotionally. "The king crystal can also be used as a currency, right?" Long Chen asked. "No matter where it was, this kind of great thing for cultivation would be used as a currency." "That's true. Brother Yang, you should know that the value of a king crystal is basically equivalent to 10 million connecting heaven pills. 10 million connecting heaven pills, that's an incredible amount of wealth. If that person is able to kill the top 10 rankers on the bounty list, he'll be rich." Long Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, "Among the top 10 warriors on the bounty list, there should be someone in the Earth Martial Realm, right?" Of course, the top 3 warriors are all in the Earth Martial Realm. Even the mysterious warrior in 3rd place, the elusive Long Chen, is an expert in the Earth Martial Realm. Let me tell you, this Long Chen climbed to 3rd place in the bounty list in recent months. At that time, it caused a huge sensation in the entire Wushu Sage Empire because this Long Chen directly killed an important person of the Wushu Alliance. No one knows who it was, but the Martial Emperor was furious and directly raised the bounty on Long Chen's head to 100 king crystals. When talking about Long Chen, Jiang Cheng's eyes were filled with admiration. Long Chen was speechless. It seemed that the middle-aged warrior was just fooling around with him. With Long Chen's strength, it was impossible for him to be the 3rd Long Chen on the bounty list. He actually came to look for trouble. He really deserved to die. Brother Jiang, in the Wushu Sage Empire, how are demonic beasts, elixirs, and magic weapons ranked? Long Chen thought of this and asked carefully. In the Wushu Sage Empire, demonic beasts, combat skills, and elixirs are the most common. Things in the heaven stage are everywhere in the Wushu Sage Empire. Generally, items that are above the heaven stage are considered supreme treasures. Demonic beasts that are above the heaven stage are also considered supreme beasts. The divine phoenix is a demonic beast that is above the heaven stage. Similar to cultivation levels, elixirs, demonic beasts, and magic weapons are also divided into 3 levels based on the heaven stage, earth stage, mystic stage, and divine stage. Divine stage combat skills, elixirs, and magic weapons are not found in the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain. As for Emperor stage combat skills and demonic beasts, they are also rare in the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain. They are all in the hands of peerless experts. As for Emperor stage combat skills and demonic beasts, they are a super existence that can destroy the world. As for King stage, in our Wushu Sage Empire, King stage combat skills are already considered supreme treasures. The divine phoenix is also a King stage demonic beast. Above the 4 major basic realms are the 3 major martial realms: demonic beasts, magic weapons, elixirs, and combat skills. Above the heaven stage, mystic stage, and divine stage are the King stage, Emperor stage, and divine stage. Brother Jiang, am I right? Of course, there are also King crystals, Emperor crystals, and divine crystals. Long Chen sorted out the chaotic data in his mind. Of course, Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Long Chen nodded. He had obtained a lot of knowledge from Jiang Cheng. At the same time, he also had the structure of this world in his mind. Thank you so much, Brother Jiang. Long Chen said sincerely. There's no need to thank me. However, Brother Yang, where did you get this demonic wolf from? Jiang Cheng suddenly looked at the wolf cub, his eyes shining brightly. Of course, I brought it from my hometown. Long Chen was a little confused. Why did Jiang Cheng always bring the topic to Xiao Lang? May I know where Brother Yang's hometown is? Jiang Cheng asked quickly. Well, it's not convenient to say. We just met. Long Chen thought for a while. He still couldn't trust Jiang Cheng completely. With Jiang Cheng's strength, if he went to the Songyang country, he might cause some trouble. During the fight just now, he also realized this problem. So basically, he killed everyone who heard the name Songyang country. Sorry, I was too impatient. I was rude. Jiang Cheng quickly apologized with an embarrassed smile. It's fine. But Brother Jiang, do you know the name of this monster beast? Long Chen asked. Jiang Cheng shook his head with a wry smile and said, The reason why I am interested in this demonic wolf is because I have never seen this kind of monster beast before. To be honest, I have been very interested in monster beasts since I was a child. I am familiar with all kinds of monster beasts, but I have never seen a monster beast with a sun mark on its forehead. I know that weak moon-devouring demonic wolf. Jiang Cheng's words didn't seem to be false. Long Chen secretly thought, It seems that I have gauged the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. This Jiang Cheng introduced so many things to me and even prepared an identity token for me. Yet, I am on guard against him and hid something from him. However, since we are in a foreign land, it is better not to trust him completely. At this time, Jiang Cheng raised his head and said with some excitement, Brother Yang, look, Huang Wuqing is here. Chapter 449. Long Chen looked up and saw a magnificent city at the end of the horizon. It looked like a giant, lying dormant on the horizon. A huge yellow airflow rushed out from the city and swept towards the surrounding clouds. From the yellow airflow, Long Chen could feel a vast amount of heaven and earth energy. What a dense amount of heaven and earth energy! To Long Chen's surprise, he discovered that the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surrounding the city under the yellow air current was actually more than 10 times denser than that of the Ni Yang Immortals realm. Of course, most of the cities in the Wushu Sage dynasty are built on the earth veins. Don't think that the land you saw just now is barren. In fact, it is filled with earth veins, and the heaven and earth energy flows through the earth veins. Look at the yellow martial city, it is a gap in the earth veins, and the heaven and earth energy flows into the sky through the gap, causing the heaven and earth energy in the yellow martial city to be 100 times denser than where I'm standing now. No wonder the people of the Wushu Sage dynasty have such a strong cultivation level. With such a strong heaven and earth energy, I guess they are born very powerful. Long Chen said speechlessly. Of course, a city like the yellow martial city can only be considered as a medium-level city. Basically, as long as a child is born in a low-level city, they will be able to connect 9 dragon veins and reach the 9th level of the dragon vein realm. When they are 1 year old, they will be able to form their mortal core. Jiang Cheng said proudly. Long Chen was rather speechless. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. Back then, his grandfather, the old ancestor of the Yang family, had cultivated his entire life and only reached the 9th layer of the dragon vein realm. However, this person from a low-level city in the divine martial sacred dynasty was able to connect 9 dragon veins and reach the 9th layer of the dragon vein realm the moment he was born. The yellow martial city is the most famous city in the area. Look at the yellow airflow rushing into the sky. That is the earth vein energy flowing out from the gap in the earth vein. With the nourishment of this earth vein energy, even if the residents of the yellow martial city don't cultivate, they can still reach the earth core realm or even the heavenly core realm. As for the heavenly river realm, it is just a piece of cake. Jiang Cheng said as he rushed towards the yellow martial city. Long Chen was deeply shocked. After seeing the godly Wushu Sage dynasty, Long Chen was more aware of the gap between him and Lingxi. Even the godly Wushu Sage dynasty had such a level, so Lingxi's family might be above the god martial arts realm. At that level, with Long Chen's current strength, it would be strange if Lingxi's parents handed over Lingxi to him. Looks like I really have to go all out. Long Chen secretly made up his mind. No matter what, his capital was strong, and everything was only a matter of time. At this time, Jiang Cheng continued to say, "Do you want to go to the ancient demon area? Yellow Martial City is the biggest city next to the ancient demon area. The ancient demon area is on the other side of Yellow Martial City. If you go through Yellow Martial City, you will reach the ancient demon area." Long Chen nodded and said, "Thank you, Brother Jiang. Today, you have solved so many of my doubts. In the future, Yang Qing will repay you." "You don't have to repay me. It is fate that brought us together. For this fate I will do anything," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. His smile was still pure, although he was still dressed like a playboy. Soon, Long Chen approached the magnificent city. The size of the city seemed to be similar to the imperial city, but it was much more imposing. The imperial city of the Congyang kingdom was exquisite, but the yellow martial city was magnificent and domineering, ferocious and terrifying. It was like a ferocious beast, steadily lying dormant and showing off its power. When approaching the yellow martial city, Jiang Cheng took out an identity token and handed it to Long Chen. He said, "Brother Yang, this identity token is mine. When you enter the city, you can directly call yourself Jiang Cheng." "What are you going to use?" Long Chen asked doubtfully. "My family has some influence, so I also got an identity token. However, the name on this identity token is fake," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Long Chen nodded. To be able to get a fake identity token and use it, Jiang Cheng seemed to have some background. Soon, they arrived outside the city gate. In front of the gate of the Yellow Martial City, there were at least 1,000 warriors wearing the golden clothes of the Wushu Alliance standing there. Each of them had a magnificent Wu character on their chest. Long Chen followed Jiang Cheng and lined up at the back of the line. The line quickly moved to the front. In the Yellow Martial City, there were not many people who dared to make trouble. Moreover, the members of the Wushu Alliance here were more disciplined. There were no cases of killing innocent people. After all, everyone knew that there were still many people in this world that they couldn't afford to offend. Soon, it was Jiang Cheng's turn. At this time, Jiang Cheng walked to the front. Long Chen watched carefully and saw Jiang Cheng quickly taking out a golden identity token from his cosmos bag. Long Chen didn't see the token clearly, but when the guard saw it, his face immediately showed a respectful expression. He bowed slightly, indicating that Jiang Cheng could enter. Long Chen noticed this detail. Who is this Jiang Cheng? Long Chen thought to himself. At this time, Jiang Cheng hurriedly winked at Long Chen and said to Long Chen, "Jiang Cheng, come here quickly." Long Chen nodded and handed over the identity medallion given to him by Jiang Cheng to the martial artist guarding the city. The martial artist looked at the identity medallion and then looked at Long Chen's appearance before letting Long Chen pass. When the guard saw the name Jiang Cheng, he didn't show any respect. When he saw the identity token in Jiang Cheng's hand, he was in awe. In other words, the identity token in Jiang Cheng's hand must be of a higher status than the one in my hand. Obviously, that is his real identity. The one in my hand is an alias. In other words, this Jiang Cheng isn't Jiang Cheng at all. He's lying to me. Long Chen realized this and his heart changed. "Brother Yang, what's wrong?" Jiang Cheng saw that Long Chen's expression was a little unnatural, so he quickly asked. "It's nothing. I'm just a little surprised by the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Yellow Martial City," Long Chen said with a smile. Indeed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Yellow Martial City was much stronger than in Ni Yang's fairyland. The gas that rose from the ground made Yellow Martial City seem like a steaming hot stove. In Yellow Martial City, Long Chen felt very comfortable. Yellow Martial City is just a simple medium-sized city. One day, when you are lucky enough to go to the headquarters of the Wushu Alliance Martial Emperor City, you will know what a rich spiritual energy of earth veins is like. Jiang Cheng's eyes revealed a look of envy. "You haven't been there either," Long Chen guessed. "That's for sure. Those who are qualified to go to Martial Emperor City are all important figures in the Wushu Alliance. It is the place where the big shots of the Wushu Alliance gather. How can I be qualified to go there?" Jiang Cheng said with a smile. After that, they walked back and forth in Yellow Martial City while talking. Long Chen looked at the people coming and going. Sure enough, everyone here was very strong. Along the way, Long Chen basically didn't see any warriors lower than the Earth Core realm. "Jiang Cheng, are you bringing me to get my identity token?" Long Chen asked. Originally, he chose to believe Jiang Cheng. But from the small detail of entering the city, he could tell that Jiang Cheng might not be as kind as he seemed. Long Chen really wanted to know what Jiang Cheng's purpose was. At this moment, Xiao Lang was in Long Chen's arms. He was also looking at Jiang Cheng with a puzzled expression. "My friends from the Wushu Alliance are in the west of Yellow Martial City. We are now in the east of the city, so we will be there soon. But the main reason I came to Yellow Martial City today is to participate in a small auction and get some small things. The auction is about to start, so I wonder if Brother Yang can delay a little bit?" Jiang Cheng said with a troubled expression. It didn't seem like he was faking it. Long Chen thought about it. He had the blood escape and some other magical abilities. Plus, Jiang Cheng's strength should be around the 3rd level of the Reaching Heaven realm, so he wasn't a threat to him. So he nodded and said, "Brother Jiang has helped me a lot. Of course, it's not a problem for me to delay a little bit. Please lead the way, Brother Jiang." "Thank you very much, Brother Yang." Jiang Cheng nodded gratefully. He led Long Chen around Yellow Martial City and gradually arrived at a building similar to that of the Morning Light Business League. Under the welcome of the guards at the door, Jiang Cheng led Long Chen into the venue. At this moment, the auction was about to start. Jiang Cheng entered a VIP box and waited for the auction below to start. Long Chen looked down from the window. At first, it was pitch black, but soon it was bright. A beautiful girl, dressed in revealing clothes, walked to the center of the platform and began to interact with the guests. The girl's voice was very coquettish and sweet. Soon, the people below were tempted by her. At this moment, the girl laughed and announced the official start of the auction. "Yang Qing, don't be anxious. I came today for one of the items. But this time, there should be at least 20 treasures. If Brother Yang needs them, I will try my best to buy them for Brother Yang. It can be considered a greeting gift for Brother Yang. How about it?" Jiang Cheng said with a smile. "Many thanks, Brother Jiang." Long Chen also smiled. He knew that this guy had bad intentions. If Jiang Cheng really wanted to give him something, Long Chen would naturally accept it without hesitation. Soon, the auction began. At the beginning, only low-level heaven rank items appeared. Sure enough, this was only a small-scale auction. In a place like Yellow Marshall City, there should be a lot of mid-level heaven rank items. Among these items, there were heaven rank elixirs similar to the Forbidden Blood Red Lotus. There were also heaven rank divine weapons and combat skills. There were all kinds of combat skills. However, low-level heaven rank combat skills were no longer needed by Long Chen. Jiang Cheng was also waiting for the items to appear later, so the two of them didn't speak for a while. After more than 10 treasures were auctioned, Xiao Lang, who was in Long Chen's arms, suddenly poked his head out and looked in the direction of the auction. Long Chen followed his gaze and looked in the direction of the auction. Chapter 450. With that, Long Chen followed Jiang Cheng out of the auction venue. Under Jiang Cheng's lead, they walked around the huge Yellow Marshall City. Brother Yang, we will reach the west of the city in a while. My friends from the Wushu Alliance are there. Jiang Cheng turned around and said with a hearty smile. Long Chen nodded with a smile. He observed the surroundings and found that they were indeed in the west of the city. However, the further they walked, the more desolate it was. The spiritual energy in the west of the city was not as rich, so there were fewer people living here. It was quieter. In fact, there were not many people in the Wushu Sage Empire. It was just that they were generally stronger. The population of a city like Yellow Marshall City was probably less than half of that of Yuanling City. After all, the more powerful people there were, the easier it was for the weak to be prey to the strong. Soon, Long Chen and Jiang Cheng came to the door of a slightly dilapidated compound. This compound seemed to have been uninhabited for a long time, so there was a lot of dust. We are finally here. You must be anxious to wait. They are inside. Jiang Cheng gently pushed the door open and brought Long Chen in. Long Chen sneered in his heart. At this time, Jiang Cheng had actually exposed himself. This compound had obviously been uninhabited for a long time. How could there be people from the Wushu Alliance living here? Moreover, the Wushu Alliance was high and mighty. How could they live in this desolate place in the west of the city? Long Chen estimated that Jiang Cheng would show his true colors soon. Following Jiang Cheng, Long Chen quickly walked into the hall in the middle of the compound. This hall was very spacious. Whether it was the ground or the tables and chairs, they were all covered in dust. It was obvious that no one had lived here for at least 10 years. Brother Jiang, are your friends from the Wushu Alliance here? Why is there dust everywhere? Long Chen stood at the door and played dumb. At this time, Jiang Cheng stood in the center of the hall. He slowly turned around and looked at Long Chen with a playful gaze. He shifted his gaze to Xiao Lang, who was beside Long Chen, and said with a greedy gaze, Yang Qing, don't worry. They should have gone out and will probably be back soon. How about I discuss something with you during this time? What is it? Brother Jiang, please speak. Long Chen pretended to be confused. Looking at the silly expression on Long Chen's face, Jiang Cheng sneered in his heart. Long Chen actually didn't discover anything. It could be seen how stupid Long Chen was. He looked at Xiao Lang and said without any trace of politeness, Brother Yang, on the way here, I've introduced you to the various aspects of the Wushu Sage dynasty, and even gifted you the monster core of the Flaming Lion. I'll even make an identity token for you later. I've been very good to you. Brother Jiang is indeed very good to me. I will remember this kindness in my heart. However, what does Brother Jiang want to discuss? Long Chen asked. Jiang Cheng's eyes blazed as he looked at Xiao Lang and said with a smile, When I first saw this monster beast, I felt that I had a special feeling towards it. Towards this monster beast, I sincerely love it. I don't know if Brother Yang is willing to part with this monster wolf and give it to me. If possible, I can give as many heaven-connecting pills as you want. That's absolutely impossible. Xiao Lang is my brother. How can I give it to you so casually? Even if you give me 10 million heaven-connecting pills, I still won't accept it. Long Chen decisively denied. Sure enough, as he had expected, this guy's goal was Xiao Lang. He had even prepared a soul ring chain. Long Chen's sudden and resolute attitude caused Jiang Cheng to stare blankly. He didn't want to take the risk of fighting here, so he had prepared a peaceful solution. However, since Long Chen refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, Jiang Cheng couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. So Jiang Cheng lowered his voice and said, Brother Yang, to tell you the truth, I must have this monster wolf today. Brother Yang is really determined, not giving me a chance. Long Chen suddenly laughed. All right, Jiang Cheng, I'll stop messing around with you. When I came out of the auction for the soul-binding ring, I knew that you were after the wolf cub. I believe that you knew that he was the sun-devouring direwolf when you approached me. Long Chen said directly. Jiang Cheng was stunned. He thought that he had schemed against Long Chen, but he didn't expect Long Chen to know his tricks like the back of his hand. This was a humiliation to him. Jiang Cheng immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation, and his expression instantly turned gloomy. He said coldly, so that's how it is. But Yang Qing, you are really too bold. Since you knew that I was scheming against you, you actually dared to follow me here. Why wouldn't I dare? Long Chen said directly. Long Chen's indifferent attitude made Jiang Cheng's heart surge with killing intent. He was so angry that he laughed. Good, good, good. I originally wanted to give you a way out, but you are courting death. Then don't blame me, Jiang Cheng. You are also a pretty good genius. Unfortunately, you have just arrived at the God Wushu Sage dynasty, and your soul is about to meet its end. Long Chen didn't have the time to talk nonsense with him. Since the other party wanted to kill him, Long Chen naturally wouldn't let him go. With his character, he wouldn't let any enemy who wanted to kill him live in this world. Moreover, Long Chen knew that Jiang Cheng's status wasn't low. From the fact that he could easily take out 15,000 Supreme Heaven pills to buy a soul-sealing ring, he definitely had a lot of Supreme Heaven pills in his Cosmos bag. Long Chen was in dire need of Supreme Heaven pills. Since the other party had delivered himself to his doorstep, he naturally wouldn't be polite and would accept it. Both parties were in a stalemate, and were about to make a move. At this moment, Long Chen started the Dragon Soul transformation. It couldn't be helped. His current strength was completely supported by the Dragon Soul transformation. If it weren't for the super strong dragon physique brought about by the Dragon Soul transformation, Long Chen, who was merely at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, wouldn't be a match for Jiang Cheng at all. When Long Chen completed the Dragon Soul transformation, Jiang Cheng inhaled slightly. He had once seen Long Chen use this Dragon Soul transformation to slaughter from afar. He didn't expect to discover that the aura on Long Chen was actually so terrifying when he got closer. That bloody and murderous aura that came from the ancient times actually made him have the urge to kneel down and tremble. It must be a misconception, Jiang Cheng told himself silently. At the same time, the strength of the 3rd level of the Heaven Ascension tier burst forth. The 3rd level of the Heaven Ascension tier had already opened up 3 spiritual apertures, which formed the center of 3 true qi in the body. The true qi was surging in the spiritual apertures and the Milky Way in the body, bursting forth a powerful force. It was at least several times stronger than that of a martial artist at the 2nd level of the Heaven Ascension tier. Moreover, Jiang Cheng had an extraordinary background, so he must have many secret techniques in his family. However, Long Chen discovered something else. Judging from the way Jiang Cheng uses his true qi, as well as his mentality during the battle, it seems that this guy has very little actual combat experience. Moreover, although his true qi is strong, he can't control it well. It's obvious that he has forcefully increased his true qi with a lot of drugs. Long Chen thought to himself as he sized up Jiang Cheng carefully. This Jiang Cheng should be the descendant of a top-notch force, but he is indeed a rare wastrel. He has a lot of resources, but his strength is only at the 3rd level of the Heaven Ascension tier. Long Chen quickly figured out Jiang Cheng's family background. Let's end this quickly. At the thought of this, Long Chen dashed toward Jiang Cheng like a blood-red phantom before Jiang Cheng. His current speed was supported by his strong body. Therefore, compared to the speed supported by his true qi, he was much more agile and faster. Moreover, in such a narrow environment, he could even exert a stronger strength. Not bad speed, Jiang Cheng shouted pretentiously. Seeing that Long Chen was dashing toward him, he immediately slid his body and dashed toward Long Chen. Then, he used the rock-spreading wings. The true qi of the 3rd level of the Heaven Ascension tier burst forth with a powerful force. For a moment, the air vibrated, and the chairs in the hall vibrated with a buzzing sound, before turning into powder. Long Chen had made the first move, but it was indeed Jiang Cheng who had made the first move. 3 seals of the ancient Qing. Jiang Cheng quickly formed seals in mid-air. His fingers moved very quickly, like the wings of an insect flapping rapidly. In an extremely short period of time, he completed a seal. Under his control, the seal whizzed toward Long Chen. For a moment, the air pressed downward, and the originally intact floor cracked like a huge net. It should be a low-level heaven-level combat skill. Long Chen understood after taking a look. However, the 3 seals of the ancient Qing would probably be stronger than the supreme demonic sword when performed. It was considered a high-level combat skill among low-level heaven-level combat skills. However, when performed by Jiang Cheng, it did seem to be a little difficult. Long Chen stomped on the ground and charged toward Jiang Cheng, who was in mid-air. In the process of charging, the Demon Emperor Sword appeared in his hand. Demon Emperor Sword Principle, Supreme Demonic Sword. Under Long Chen's control, thousands of black swords clashed with Jiang Cheng's 3 seals of the ancient Qing. It could be seen that there were 3 variations to the 3 seals of the ancient Qing. However, Long Chen cut into his attack in a crazy manner. How dare you not dodge the attack of a 3rd-tier heaven ascension state? Jiang Cheng was a little surprised, because Long Chen did not play his cards according to common sense. He did not choose to fight him head-on, but attacked Jiang Cheng from the side. In other words, if this continued, Jiang Cheng's attack would definitely hit Long Chen, but Long Chen's attack would also hit Jiang Cheng. Both of them would be injured, and both of them might even die. Long Chen only smiled indifferently in response to Jiang Cheng's surprise, and continued to attack Jiang Cheng from the side. You're crazy. At this critical juncture, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to retract his attack and frantically retreat. He wanted to escape from Long Chen's supreme demonic sword. You have too little practical experience. Long Chen shook his head helplessly. He could tell that Jiang Cheng lacked practical experience, so he used this method of risking his life. He guessed that Jiang Cheng would choose to retreat first. However, Long Chen took advantage of this retreat to become even more merciless as he charged toward the other party. I'll be taking the train home on the 14th and 15th, so I won't be able to write. Therefore, I can only write 3 chapters a day, which takes about 5 hours to write. Crazy didn't study much this semester, so I don't have much time during the exam period. I have to prepare for my trip home, so I'm really too busy. I hope everyone can forgive me. I'll try my best to write as many chapters as possible after I get home on the 15th. Anyone who has read other novels will know that 3 chapters a day of 10,000 words is a pretty good speed. However, 3 chapters is not my goal. My goal is to always maintain 4 chapters a day. My friends, wait for me to go home and do my best. Chapter 451. In that instant, Long Chen's speed increased by several folds. At the same time, he used the first level of the Spirit-Devouring Demon Eyes, which he had not used for a long time. The Spirit-Devouring Demon Eyes was a skill taught to him by Li Xuanji. Long Chen had only scratched the surface of the skill, and it was already very useful. Especially the 3rd level of the Spirit-Devouring Demon Eyes, which allowed him to ignore everything in the surroundings and only see the soul. It was very useful for Long Chen. And the 1st level of the Spirit-Devouring Demon Eyes could also be very effective in a fight. At that moment, Jiang Cheng was looking at Long Chen's eyes in shock. In Long Chen's bloodshot eyes, a faint Spirit-Devouring Demon Eyes was faintly discernible. Jiang Cheng was trying his best to retreat, wanting to shake off the lunatic Long Chen first before attacking. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw that Long Chen's figure had become extremely blurry. It was as if he was about to disappear. His surroundings seemed to have become extremely strange. It was as if there was a vortex in front of him that was sucking him in. How can this be? Jiang Cheng felt depressed. And at that moment, Jiang Cheng felt a fatal danger. He had been distracted for no reason, causing his speed to slow down. And this small decrease in speed allowed Long Chen to successfully get close to him. By the time Jiang Cheng reacted, he saw Long Chen sticking close to him. Ugh! Jiang Cheng let out an earth-shattering scream. Unfortunately, there were not many people around, so no one could hear him. At that moment, Long Chen laughed coldly, and the Demon Emperor sword in his hand pierced through Jiang Cheng's throat at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Cheng did not even have the chance to scream before he was cut off by Long Chen with the Demon Overlord sword. Although a 3rd level of the Reaching Heaven state was not weak in terms of strength, Long Chen had grasped his mentality and suppressed him from the very beginning, which was why he had been able to succeed so easily. At this moment, Jiang Cheng was still alive. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Long Chen in disbelief. His breathing was labored and his face was filled with despair. He knew that as long as Long Chen pulled out that sword, he would die immediately. You've helped me so much, and I'm very grateful to you, but you just had to scheme against me. So, You only have yourself to blame for this. Friends aren't made like this. Wait until you reach the underworld, then you can slowly figure it out, Long Chen said coldly. As for Jiang Cheng, he couldn't speak at all. His eyes grew dimmer and dimmer until he was on the verge of death. This was the consequence of plotting against him. Long Chen. Long Chen immediately pulled out the demon overlord sword, and Jiang Cheng's body slowly fell to the ground. Just as Jiang Cheng died, a golden light exploded from his body. A golden metal plate instantly broke through Long Chen's body and flew into the sky outside. Long Chen was shocked. If he had guessed correctly, that should be Jiang Cheng's real identity plate. I can't stay here for long. Long Chen frowned. He quickly took out Jiang Cheng's Chengkuan bag in the shortest time possible. Then, without looking at what was inside, he transferred everything into the Taishu realm. Then, he left the courtyard in the shortest time possible and headed out of the city. During a rough inspection just now, the identity plate of Jiang Cheng was still there. However, when he entered Yellow Marshal City, the identity plate that he used flew away. Could it be that his identity plate was so honorable that when he died, his real identity plate would return? That identity plate should be different from the one Jiang Cheng has. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the west gate. There were also people standing guard here. Long Chen took out the identity plate of Jiang Cheng and thought to himself, this identity plate is obviously not the kid's real identity, but an alias of his. If I snatch someone else's identity plate and take it for myself, it might not match the records. However, this identity plate was originally used by Jiang Cheng to hide his identity. Today, I will appear as this Jiang Cheng. Just right. Soon, it was Long Chen's turn. He handed over the identity token in his hand. After the Martial Union cultivator received it and checked it for a while, he nodded and said, Jiang Cheng, all right. You can go now. Only then did Long Chen accept the identity plate and head out of the city. Through this verification, Long Chen was sure that he could directly use the identity of Jiang Cheng in the future. Because he had killed so many Wushu Alliance warriors at the Chengkuan teleportation formation, Long Chen didn't dare to look for someone from the Wushu Alliance to apply for an identity plate. The person ranked third on the bounty list is also called Long Chen. He actually has the same name as me. It should be a coincidence. However, it seems like I can only use the name Jiang Cheng from now on. Long Chen was a little helpless. He already had the alias Yang Qing. He didn't expect that he would have to use the alias Jiang Cheng. The dead kid once said that after passing through the Yellow Marshal City, this road should lead to the Ancient Devil area. If I follow this road, I should be able to reach the Ancient Devil area. However, I need to find a remote place to properly count my gains this time. Of course, Xiao Lang also wanted to swallow the demon core of the 3rd grade heaven rank flaming lion. He was now a 9th grade earth rank demonic beast. With the demon core of a 3rd grade heaven rank demonic beast, Xiao Lang was very likely to become a heaven rank demonic beast. Big brother. At this time, Xiao Lang was also very excited. Let's go. Let's find a place first. Thus on the road, Long Chen saw a deep mountain in the distance. He used his speed and headed towards the deserted mountain. The God Wushu Sage Empire's territory was incomparably vast. However, there weren't that many people. Therefore, the area outside the city was quite desolate. Soon, Long Chen arrived in the middle of the barren mountain. He used the spirit-devouring demon eye and finally found a safe and quiet place. This was a small cave. It was very quiet and safe. Basically, no one came here. Even if someone came, Long Chen could use the spirit-devouring demon eye to find them at a glance. Xiao Lang, take this flaming lion's demon core. Strive to become a heaven-ranked demonic beast as soon as possible. As soon as Long Chen arrived, he took out the demon core of the flaming lion and gave it to Xiao Lang. At this time, Kitten said lazily, let this stinky dog devour in the Great Void Realm. Who knows, he might get even more benefits. Long Chen thought about it and agreed. The Great Void Realm had Great Void Qi, which was more suitable for Xiao Lang to devour and evolve. Moreover, even if something happened to Long Chen, he would be absolutely safe. Therefore, Long Chen nodded and sent Xiao Lang into the Great Void Realm. In the Great Void Realm, Long Chen divided 3 areas. One of them was occupied by Kitten. It was originally a native of the Great Void Realm, so it was very normal for it to occupy so many areas. As for the remaining 2 areas, one was for Xiao Lang to rest and cultivate. The other was used to store items. Long Chen's Demon Overlord sword and other items were usually placed there. Of course, this also included the supreme elixirs. At this moment, he began to check the items he had obtained from Jiang Cheng. This lad doesn't seem to have brought many reaching Heaven Realm experts with him this time. He spent 15,000 supreme elixirs and bought a soul-locking ring. There are only 5,000 supreme elixirs left in his Chengkuan bag. It seems that his purpose for coming out this time is only to buy the soul-locking ring. However, it was already very good to be able to get 5,000 supreme elixirs out of thin air. Moreover, the soul-locking ring was still in Long Chen's hands. If Long Chen sold it, he might be able to get more than 10,000 supreme elixirs. At least he wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation for the time being. Jiang Cheng had come specifically for the soul-locking ring, so he hadn't brought many items with him. The miscellaneous items had all been burned away by Long Chen's flames. In the end, all he had obtained were some primary heaven-level elixirs. It seems that this lad's father knew that if he came out, he would be easily killed and robbed. Therefore, he didn't allow him to bring too many items with him, especially those high-level combat skills. Once they were leaked, it would definitely be a heavy blow to the forces behind him. Apart from the 5,000 supreme elixirs, Long Chen's biggest gain this time was the identity token in his hand. Without this token, it would be almost impossible for him to do anything in the Wushu Alliance. Looks like it's really like what Master said. I have to join a big force. Otherwise, I'll be like a headless fly wandering around outside. How can I increase my strength and obtain powerful battle skills? Also, I've offended the Martial Union. It won't do if I don't have a big force to protect me. Looks like I have to go to the ancient demon region. Long Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. When Xiao Lang has finished devouring, I will start to head to the ancient demon's realm. However, before that, I should break through to the reaching heaven level. Ever since he had absorbed 1% of the inherited blood essence, Long Chen's cultivation speed had increased by more than 10 times. According to his normal cultivation speed, it would have taken him a few months to advance from the 9th level of the Heaven River tier to the reaching heaven level. Now, it had been reduced to about 10 days. From this, it could be seen how nature-defying his current cultivation talent was. I have now completed the formation of 18 sky rivers. At this moment, my body is like a starry sky, and my true chi is like a galaxy, flowing in it. I still need to open 9 major apertures. Among the 9 major apertures, there are 6 spiritual apertures, 2 earth apertures, and 1 heaven aperture. The first spiritual aperture to be opened is the elixir aperture. The elixir aperture was actually located in the Dantian. However, since Long Chen had reached the Heaven River tier, the Dantian had been abandoned. Now, Long Chen wanted to open the Dantian again and make it the core of true Qi. Of course, this time, it would be with the help of the 18 sky rivers and stars. Seeing that Xiao Lang still needed some time to cultivate, Long Chen sat down cross-legged and prepared to break through to the last of the 4 basic levels, the reaching heaven level. Chapter 452. The Elixir Spirit Aperture. In fact, among the 9 apertures, the Elixir Spirit Aperture was the easiest to open. After all, the Elixir Spirit Aperture was the elixir field, which had once been the core of the true Qi. The other apertures had never been used, which was why it was so easy. To open the 9 apertures, a sufficient amount of supreme elixir was needed to assist the true Qi to open up the apertures, stabilize the apertures, and allow the true Qi to settle in and form a core. Only then could the apertures be truly opened. At this time, Long Chen was fully prepared for both the true Qi and the supreme elixir. Soon, he took out 50 supreme elixir from the great virtual realm and took 30. After the supreme elixir entered his body, it immediately turned into a crystalline white current that began to sweep through his body. Under Long Chen's control, it gradually merged with all the true Qi in his body. At this time, Long Chen's true Qi was glowing with a white light. It was crystalline and translucent, like glowing milk. When the true Qi had completely merged with the supreme elixir, Long Chen thought for a while and took the remaining 20 supreme elixir. Because of the uniqueness of his true Qi, 30 supreme elixir alone was not enough to stabilize all of his true Qi. However, even a total of 50 didn't seem to reach the standard he had expected. Luckily, I got the supreme elixir from Jiang City. Otherwise, things would have gone south. Long Chen was speechless. He added the supreme elixir bit by bit, and when he had a total of 300 supreme elixir, his true chi seemed to have truly transformed, and he was qualified to open up the elixir spirit aperture. For others, 30 supreme elixir should be enough for them to reach the first level of the ascension heaven state. But I need 300 supreme elixir. At this rate, how many supreme elixir will I need to reach the 9th level of the ascension heaven state? Long Chen was dumbfounded. He estimated that he would need at least 10 million supreme elixir spirit aperture. When I was at the heavenly river tier, I never had to worry about the number of supreme elixir spirit aperture. It always seemed like I had a lot of them. But now that I've come to the Wushu Sage Empire without any money, everything is different. Looks like I'll have to work hard for the supreme elixir spirit aperture. Otherwise, it'll be useless no matter how strong I am. Long Chen thought to himself. At this point, he began to use his true chi, which had completely fused with the spiritual energy of the heavenly ascension pill, to attack the orifice of the dantian. His true chi flowed through the 18 sky rivers, surging and resplendent as it surged toward his dantian. There was no doubt that his quintessential chi had gone berserk. It was only because of the heaven-connecting pill's gentle power that the berserk quintessential chi was successfully contained. Long Chen was able to safely control the quintessential chi in his 18 star veins. Everything was well prepared. Moreover, Long Chen had reached this level by practicing on his own, instead of refining his blood into chi. Therefore, the practice of the first level of the reaching heaven state was much easier than he had imagined. Pill spirit aperture. At this moment, the 18 streams of true chi had completely rushed into his dantian. They did not collide, but under Long Chen's control, they quickly revolved. The 18 streams of true chi gradually formed a small sparkling white vortex. Long Chen felt that his dantian was about to explode. Looks like every level of cultivation isn't easy. He tried his best to endure, trying his best to prevent the huge amount of true chi from hurting his dantian. Time passed slowly as he endured. After a while, a small white pill gradually appeared above the white vortex. It was crystal clear, and it looked like the most beautiful jade. The pill was only the size of a soybean, but the power contained within it was more than 10,000 times greater than a divine core heavenly pill. This was the difference between the two realms. From this, one could tell how much stronger Long Chen had become from the divine core realm to the reaching heaven realm. Success! Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. The white true chi was still revolving, and there was still a small white pill floating above it. At this moment, Long Chen stopped controlling the true chi, and the true chi immediately returned to his 18 star veins. However, right now his dantian, the pill spirit aperture, had become the core of the 18 star rivers. True chi kept flowing into his dantian from the 18 star rivers, replenishing the whirlpool in the pill spirit aperture, and then the true chi would enter another star vein. Like this, all 18 star veins and the pill spirit aperture were filled with true chi. Right at this moment, the energy of the connecting heaven pill began to dissipate. The energy of the connecting heaven pill was mainly used to stabilize the violent true chi. Now that a new cycle had been formed, the energy of the connecting heaven pill was gone. What could be seen was that no matter if it was the true chi in the star rivers, the whirlpool in the pill spirit aperture, or the white pill, the white color was slowly disappearing, and turning back into Long Chen's original faint blood red color. When Long Chen used the dragon soul transformation, the color would immediately turn into a deep blood red color. After the connecting heaven pill disappeared, the flow of the true chi, the rotation of the whirlpool, and the rotation of the pill had increased by more than 10 times. Long Chen immediately felt a tremendous force coming from his body, as if his body was about to explode. The whistling essential chi swept through his body at a high speed. Long Chen had no choice but to endure it. Under his patience, a new cycle was slowly forming, and it gradually stabilized. Because of this, Long Chen had truly broken through to the reaching heaven realm, and the pill spirit aperture had been completely opened. Looking inside himself, Long Chen looked at the faint red whirlpool in his dantian and the pill that contained a tremendous amount of true chi. He smiled with satisfaction. That pill should be active. When I'm fighting, the pill will sink into the whirlpool, and then it will explode with a tremendous amount of true chi. When I'm not fighting, the aura of my body will be more obscure, and it will look about the same as that of a martial artist at the first few levels of the heavenly river tier. They might have used this method to distinguish whether I've reached the reaching heaven realm or not. Long Chen stood up and carefully examined his body. About 70% of the true chi in my body is in that small pill, and the true chi flowing in the 18 star rivers only accounts for 30%. Even so, It's 3 times stronger than when I was at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. In other words, my true chi is at least 10 times stronger now. Successfully breaking through to the reaching heaven realm had opened a new path of cultivation. Long Chen was very excited. This was a good start, and as long as he continued, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become an outstanding person. Just opening the pill spirit aperture is already so powerful. I wonder how powerful I'll be when I open the 6 spiritual apertures, 2 earth apertures, and the only heaven aperture. With my current cultivation speed, it's not difficult. What's difficult now should be the heavenly connecting pills. I've used up 300 heavenly connecting pills on the 1st level. It seems that these 5,000 heavenly connecting pills can only help me reach the 3rd level of the heavenly connecting pills, or even the 2nd level of the reaching heaven realm. At this thought, Long Chen was quite depressed. Looks like I'll have to spend a lot of effort on the heavenly connecting pills. Without the stability of the heavenly connecting pills, no one can break through the apertures. After all, the apertures are so fragile, and they could be destroyed if I'm not careful. As Long Chen thought about it, he felt the strength in his body. TSK, you're really easily satisfied. You've only reached the reaching heaven realm, and you're already showing such a surprised expression. I really can't help but laugh at you. In the great virtual realm, Kitten had a look of complete disdain. At least you can't beat me, Long Chen said shamelessly. What? Brat, I'm warning you, don't underestimate me. If it wasn't for the power that I've accumulated over 10,000 years to resurrect the entire Baiyang town, I could destroy this so-called God Wushu sage with a sneeze. Do you believe me? Kitten said, flustered and exasperated. You're really bragging, Long Chen said with a smile. Kitten was speechless. At this moment, Long Chen saw that Xiao Lang seemed to be moving. In the great virtual realm, Xiao Lang's body was burning with black flames. It was as if he was being reborn from the fire. His body had undergone a huge transformation. His body, which was originally more than 3 meters tall, had now shrunk to the extent of 2 meters tall. However, he had become more solid in every aspect. When the flames disappeared, a terrifying aura was emitted from Xiao Lang's body. This was the aura that belonged to a heaven realm demonic beast. However, Xiao Lang's aura was even more blazing and terrifying. At this moment, Xiao Lang suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, 2 golden rays of light pierced through the great virtual realm and shone into the cave outside, illuminating the cave. What? Long Chen was surprised to find that both of Xiao Lang's eyes had turned completely golden. Within the golden eyes, there was a burning black flame. It was like an eternally burning sun in the sky. For a moment, Long Chen's eyes couldn't bear the burden, so he chose to close them. When he opened his eyes, the 2 golden lights had completely disappeared. The wolf cub also came out of the great void realm. Long Chen looked at it and saw that the wolf cub's eyes were still golden and burning with flames. Even its limbs were burning with flames. The 2 eyes and the golden sun mark on its forehead formed a triangle. It looked very scary. Big brother, I feel that my strength has increased a lot. Especially, I seem to have mastered a new talent. Xiao Lang said in a hoarse voice. What is it? Long Chen asked eagerly. Do you know that the raging inferno lion has an innate ability to control fire? It can release flames in various ways, and it can even release 200% of its power. This is a rare innate ability. What does it matter? Long Chen asked doubtfully. I have mastered this talent now, Xiao Lang said. Chapter 453. After saying that, Xiao Lang gently spat out a flame from his mouth. Of course, it wasn't the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire, it was just an ordinary flame. However, this flame was changing its shape rapidly in front of Xiao Lang. It was even flying around in the cave. Its position and direction of movement were very precise. This is your newly awakened talent, the art of controlling fire. Long Chen said with some admiration. Big brother, you have misunderstood. The fire-controlling technique is only a technique that came with the appearance of my talent. The wolf cub hurriedly explained. What do you mean? Long Chen still didn't understand. After reaching the heaven stage, my awakened talent is that I can devour the monster cores of fire attribute demonic beasts. Not only can I increase my strength, but I can also copy their talent to myself. It's just like how I devoured the monster cores of fiery lions. So, I naturally learned the art of controlling fire. Of course, this talent has a certain probability. According to my estimation, the probability of success should be about 1/3. Xiao Lang said with some excitement. This talent is indeed nature-defying. For now, the demonic beasts you devour are too weak and don't have any ability. When you are lucky enough to reach the peak, those demonic beasts will all be existences that can destroy the world. All of them have nature-defying magical powers. If you can devour their talent, then you will really be nature-defying. Kitten interrupted at this time. To be honest, even he seemed to be very impressed with Xiao Lang's talent. It seemed that Xiao Lang's talent was indeed much more important than him reaching the heaven stage demonic beast. Congratulations, Xiao Lang, Long Chen said with a smile. Haven't you also reached the reaching heaven state? You were able to kill a level 3 reaching heaven state martial artist before you reached the reaching heaven state. Now that you've reached the reaching heaven state, you'll be even more powerful. My current strength is still too weak for Big Brother. Thinking back to the time when we were in Baiyang Town, I was stronger than you. Only a year has passed. At that time, we definitely wouldn't have imagined that we would be standing here 1 year later. Wolf Cub sighed emotionally. Don't sigh. Who knows where we will be in 1 year? Now that everything has come to an end, let's hurry to the ancient demons area. This time, we have to go there no matter what. I came here to find the way to enter the ancient cemetery. I think the people in the ancient demons area will know. Just like that, Long Chen took Xiao Lang back to the previous road and headed in the direction of the ancient demons area. Now, Xiao Lang's speed had increased a lot. He carried Long Chen and ran wildly in this direction. At first, they didn't meet anyone, but later, it seemed that there were more and more people. The sky in front of us is even darker. Under the sky, there is a group of gray mountains. Among the mountains, there are dozens of yellow spiritual chi of the earth veins. Each spiritual chi of the earth vein seems to be much bigger than the yellow martial city. I guess that is the ancient demons area. The spiritual chi of the heaven and earth in the ancient demons area is so thick. It is really abnormal. However, there is very little grass in the mountains. I don't know why, Kitten. Do you know why? In the great virtual realm, Kitten rolled his eyes and said, How would I know? I have spent 10,000 years to save you, and now my perception has been reduced by 10,000 times. However, I can see that there is no spiritual chi of the life in the land here, only spiritual chi of the earth veins. It is normal that nothing grows here. Spiritual chi of the heaven and earth? What is that? Long Chen asked in astonishment. Idiot, the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth is also divided into many types. For example, spiritual chi of the earth veins is a type that is very suitable for cultivation. Compared to the most common type of spiritual chi in the Zongyang country, its nature is much higher. Of course, there are many types of spiritual chi that are more powerful than spiritual chi of the earth veins. The spiritual chi of the life is the most common type. The spiritual chi of the life is spread all over the dragon sacrificial continent, and it is very scattered. There is only a little bit of spiritual chi in a large piece of land. However, spiritual chi of the life is indeed the key to the growth of all living things. The land here lacks spiritual chi of the life is even worse than the spiritual chi of the Zongyang country. It must have been swallowed by something, Kitten said proudly. It had to be said that its knowledge was even broader than Lingxi's. At least, Long Chen had never heard Lingxi mention anything about spiritual chi of the life. Spiritual chi of the life is very important for the recovery of life. However, you have time reversal, which is the most terrifying life combat technique. So, you don't have to worry about the spiritual chi of the life. Kitten laughed. Swallowed by something? What kind of strange thing is there in the ancient demon territory? This thought flashed through Long Chen's mind, but he quickly stopped thinking about it. After all, this had nothing to do with him. He only came here to cultivate and gain more knowledge. Seeing that the ancient demon territory was right in front of them, Xiao Lang turned into his pocket-sized form and hid in Long Chen's chest. Long Chen treated Xiao Lang as a real brother. So, as long as Xiao Lang didn't want to return to the Great Void Realm, Long Chen would never agree to it. Brother, there is a small town in front of us. There are a lot of people there. Xiao Lang suddenly raised his head and pricked up his ears. His golden eyes were looking forward. Long Chen looked over and saw a town in front of him. It was bustling with people. It was probably next to the ancient demon territory. That was why it was so bustling. At this time, Long Chen saw many young warriors riding their mounts toward the town. So many people. Do they all want to enter the ancient demon area? It looks like I will have to go to this town and get some information. Long Chen didn't know anything about the ancient demon area, so this was all he could do. He had just reached the first level of the reaching heaven state, so he didn't attract anyone's attention. Soon, Long Chen entered the town with Xiao Lang. Except for Xiao Lang, who glanced at Long Chen, no one paid attention to Long Chen. When he was at the entrance of the town, Long Chen saw some people from the Wushu Alliance again. He used his identity token to enter the town. Walking on the road in the town, Xiao Chen looked at the people coming and going. Most of them were young cultivators. They looked hurried and filled with reverence. There were also some who came here under the guidance of their parents and masters. They looked somewhat afraid. It seems a bit rude to ask people on the street. Usually, restaurants and inns are the best places to get information. I have to find a restaurant. It didn't take long for Long Chen to reach the largest restaurant in the town, the 1,000 Floating Restaurant. He was welcomed by a waiter. He sat in the restaurant and ordered some dishes and a pot of good wine. He enjoyed the food and listened to the people around him. There were quite a few young warriors in the restaurant. Judging from their ages, they should be under 20 years old. However, all of them were already at the first or second level of the Reaching Heaven realm, and some were even at the third level of the Reaching Heaven realm. These people would be the most outstanding geniuses in the Songyang Kingdom. However, in this small town, there were as many of them as dogs. Long Chen soon learned that the reason why there were so many people in this town was that they had come to participate in the entrance selection of the Ancient Demons area. The entrance selection of the Ancient Demons area was held every year. This time, Long Chen happened to be in time for it. He learned from them that the entrance selection would be held in a few days. The people who had arrived here were a bit late. Therefore, they were all in a hurry. Most of them passed through the town and headed for the Ancient Demons area. The number of people participating in this selection battle is a bit more than before. I estimate that there will be 80,000 people participating. In the end, only 70 people will be able to pass, and only 7 people will be able to become the direct disciples of the 7 demon kings. The competition is really great. Basically, not many people will be able to succeed. The Ancient Demons area is a superpower of the God Wushu Sage Empire. If you can enter the Ancient Demons area, you will have endless benefits. Therefore, you can only fight year by year. I reached the Reaching Heaven state when I was 16, but I failed for 3 years. This year is my last chance. Brother, I wish you success. But, the second level of the Reaching Heaven state is a bit uncertain. It depends on luck. Anyway, the entrance test doesn't just test qi. Long Chen learned a lot of information from their conversation. It's the entrance test again. Long Chen had entered 2 forces before. One was the Lingwu family, and the other was the Palace of Demons of Heaven. In the Palace of Demons of Heaven, Zhao Qingyun had directly taken him in as a personal disciple. In the Lingwu family, they had only taken the entrance test. The entrance selection was probably similar to the Lingwu family's outer clan selection. However, the Ancient Demons area was 10,000 times more powerful than the Lingwu family. Even the rules of the elimination were much more terrifying. 70 out of 80,000 people would pass the entrance test, which was almost a 1 in 1,000 chance. Without extraordinary cultivation and great fighting experience, it would be very difficult to get in. Brother, don't be discouraged. Even if we can't become disciples in the Ancient Demons area, we can still join the Wushu Alliance and become the law enforcement warriors of the Wushu Alliance. If the law enforcement warriors of the Wushu Alliance perform well, they can eventually be recruited into the Martial Emperor City to further their studies and become the top management of the Wushu Alliance. That's much better than the Ancient Demons area. You're right. Of course, we still have to fight for the Ancient Demons area. After all, the Ancient Demons area will definitely recruit those who are really talented. We don't have to compete with them. As Long Chen ate the dishes, he heard more and more news. Because he was going to the Ancient Demons area, the number of people in the restaurant was increasing rapidly. The news that Long Chen heard came from all directions. He was going to find someone to inquire about the arrangement of the Wushu Alliance. At that moment, there was a commotion at the entrance of the restaurant. A pretty girl ran in through the door. At first glance, she saw Xiao Lang, who was standing next to Long Chen. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 454. Long Chen took a closer look and saw that this was a little girl around 10 years old. She hadn't even started puberty yet. Her face was pink and chubby, and her eyes were big and lively. Her skin was snow white, and she wore a light yellow jacket. 2 shiny silver rings hung on her left and right hands, and she wore pink cloth shoes. As she walked, the silver rings emitted a tinkling sound. Just like her laughter, it was clear and melodious, and it attracted everyone's attention. This little girl is a beauty. She's already so cute at such a young age. When she grows up, she'll definitely be devastatingly beautiful. This was the first thought that came to Long Chen's mind. In the Great Void Realm, when Little Cat saw this little girl, its eyes immediately widened, and it drooled all over the ground. It said excitedly, "What? What a beautiful girl. She's practically my cup of tea. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to fall head over heels for her. Long Chen, come and save me. I really can't take it anymore." Kitten's anxious look made Long Chen very speechless. This perverted cat is actually interested in this little girl. How perverted? Long Chen smiled helplessly. Little Cat was very excited at this moment. It was so excited that it couldn't speak clearly and couldn't stand steadily. Its eyes pierced through Long Chen's chest and stared at the little girl without even blinking. It laughed and said, top grade lowly. The heavens are really kind to this god. They actually gave this god such a top grade. This god didn't live in vain. Dream on. You don't even have a body, and the little girl isn't even 10 years old. Fat cat, I didn't expect you to be such a pervert. Long Chen mocked. What do you know? Do you know that spiritual love is eternal? No, not even 10 years old. Nothing has matured. Anything can be carved by this god. This is the purest symbol. In the Great Void Realm, Little Cat was still chattering. At this time, the little girl had already walked towards Long Chen. She giggled along the way, revealing 2 small canine teeth and deep dimples. She looked very cute. After walking to Long Chen's side, she sat down on the stool next to Long Chen. Then, she rested her chin on the table and placed her 2 tender palms on the table. Her big sparkling eyes blinked as she looked at the little wolf on Long Chen's chest. Little black dog, get out of the way. My goddess is looking at me. You are blocking her line of sight. In the Great Void Realm, Little Cat was roaring crazily. At this time, the little girl looked at Long Chen pitifully and said carefully, Big brother, Chi-Chi wants to hug the little dog, okay? Her voice was soft and sweet. At such a young age, one could tell that she was an expert at acting coquettishly. What? In the Great Void Realm, Little Cat felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This goddess-like lowly was actually interested in that little black dog. This made him extremely sad. There's no justice in this world. Such a tender little girl actually has a problem with her aesthetics. There's really no justice in this world. That little black dog is black and swarthy, and it's pretending to be cool. And this god is handsome. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with Little Cat's whining. He knew that Little Wolf's appearance was indeed lethal to this little girl. Even if she wanted to hug Little Wolf, she had to get Little Wolf's permission first. It had nothing to do with Long Chen. If you want to hug him, you'll have to ask Big Brother Wolf if he agrees. Long Chen said with a faint smile. The little girl's face lit up, and a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes. She hurriedly looked at Little Wolf and said in a sweet voice, Little dog, can you let Big Sister Chi-Chi hug you? If you agree, just blink your eyes. The little girl was very smart. Ordinary living beings would blink their eyes. Even demonic beasts wouldn't leave. This was already an instinct. However, she was shocked to find that Little Wolf was glaring at her. Its golden eyes didn't blink at all, and the little girl was on the verge of breaking down. Long Chen knew that Little Wolf couldn't be bothered with this little girl. Little girl, what's your name? Long Chen asked when he saw her pitiful look. My name is Huang Fu Qi. The little girl blinked her eyes and said dejectedly. The reason why Long Chen was interested in her was because this little girl's abilities were too strong. If he had guessed correctly, Huang Fu Qi's abilities were probably stronger than all the youths present. She was obviously not even 10 years old, but she was at least at the 3rd level of the Reaching Heaven state. It was very likely that she was at the 4th level of the Reaching Heaven state. This kind of talent had caused quite a shock to Long Chen. Then how should I address you, big brother? Huang Fu Qi's eyes lit up. She hadn't succeeded in seducing Little Wolf just now. Now that Long Chen was talking to her, it was obvious that Long Chen was Little Wolf's owner. If she could please Long Chen, it would be very easy for her to hug little wolf. My name is Jiang Cheng, Long Chen said without hesitation. Jiang Cheng, what an ugly name. I'll just call you Big Brother. It's more intimate. Hee hee, isn't that right, Big Brother? Huang Fuqi moved closer to Long Chen. Her small body squeezed next to Long Chen and she looked at Long Chen as if she was trying to curry favor with him. However, her eyes were not glancing at little wolf. It seemed that she really liked little wolf. Chi, do you live in this town? Long Chen was very curious about this little girl. No, I'm here to participate in the ancient demon area selection. Big Brother, let me tell you, Chi is very strong. When I beat people up, none of them were a match for me. There was a big uncle who bullied me, so I spanked him and threw him into the river. Huang Fuqi giggled as she spoke excitedly. Ha! Little cat suddenly felt his butt go cold. He smiled and continued to look at Huang Fuqi. He shouted to Long Chen, "Good brother, you have to keep my goddess. In the future, you can call me little cat or fat cat, and I won't argue with you. What do you think?" Long Chen didn't hear what he said. He looked at Huang Fuqi with surprise and said, "You're here to participate in the ancient demon area selection? Don't tell Big Brother that you came here by yourself." Of course I came here by myself. I'm very strong. I ran a long way and got lost many times, Huang Fuqi said proudly. Where are your parents? Long Chen was speechless. Sure, Huang Fuqi quickly put her index finger in front of her mouth and whispered into Long Chen's ear. Big Brother, I ran out by myself. Don't tell my parents, or I'll throw you into the river too, hee hee. Long Chen was speechless. Big Brother, I want to hug the puppy. Huang Fuqi said pitifully as she grabbed Long Chen's sleeve with a resentful look. Her eyes were already tearing up. I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer me, I'll let you hug it, okay? Long Chen asked seriously. He wanted to know more about the ancient demon area. Since this little girl had come to him, Long Chen didn't have to look for someone else. As for the wolf pup, he would sacrifice it. Okay. Huang Fuqi nodded obediently. What's your current strength? Long Chen asked. The 4th level of the reaching heaven state. She was really powerful. This little girl was less than 10 years old, but she was already at the 4th level of the reaching heaven state. She must be a genius of some powerful group. Since she was from a powerful group, why did she come to the ancient demon area? What do your parents do? Long Chen asked. Huang Fuqi was anxious. She said hurriedly, Big Brother, I can't tell you. Otherwise, my father will beat me. Can you change the question? Long Chen was just asking casually. He didn't want to embarrass her. He wanted to know more about the ancient demon area. So he asked, do you know what kind of strong people there are in the ancient demon area? How strong are they? I know. Huang Fuqi was a little excited. She said, in the ancient demon area, the strongest is the demon emperor, Jiang Wuxia. He should be at the 2nd or 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm. He has 7 demon kings, who are the lords of the 7 great palaces in the ancient demon area. They are all at the 1st level of the earth martial arts realm. Of course, there are some hidden strong people. I heard that among the young generation, there are also strong people who have reached the earth martial arts realm. So strong. Long Chen was a little surprised. Most of all, he was surprised that there were young people in the earth martial arts realm. It seemed that they were the top geniuses of the Shunwu sacred dynasty. Among the big groups of the Shunwu sacred dynasty, the ancient demon area is not strong. It is only a member of the Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance is the strongest. In the Martial Emperor city, there are more strong people, Huang Fuqi said. Not strong. For Long Chen, it was already nature-defying. At most, he could only reach the 1st level of the reaching heaven state. Who knew how long it would take for him to reach the earth martial arts realm? As for Ling Shi, she was at least at the level of the god martial arts realm. He had said 10 years before, but he didn't know if she could finish it in 10 years. 10 years was really too long. Big Brother, are you done? Huang Fuqi asked hurriedly. Seeing Long Chen suddenly fall silent, she was very anxious. Not yet. Long Chen came to himself. He could see that the little girl's family was strong, but she had run away from home to come here. There must be a reason. So he asked, Chi, tell me, why do you want to enter the ancient demon area? This question put Huang Fuqi in a difficult position. She hesitated for a moment, then agreed to tell Long Chen. So she sneakily moved closer to Long Chen's ear and said, "Big brother, I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone else." "Of course, I'll keep it a secret," Long Chen said firmly. "That's good. Then I'll tell you. Actually, when I was playing at home, I heard my father say that one day, 2 months later, 9 suns will appear in the sky. That day is called the 9 suns coexisting day, which is rare in 10,000 years. The world will be like a furnace. For the people of the God martial arts dynasty, especially those who are weak and don't live in the city, it will be a great disaster." Long Chen's heart shook. He couldn't help but whisper, "If 9 suns appear at the same time, won't that person die?" Chapter 455. Long Chen looked over and saw that it was a little girl around 10 years old. She hadn't started puberty yet. Her face was pink, and her eyes were big and bright. Her skin was snow white, and she wore a light yellow jacket. She had 2 silver rings on her left and right hands, and she was wearing pink cloth shoes. When she walked, the silver rings made a tinkling sound, just like her laughter. It was crisp and pleasant, and it attracted everyone's attention. This little girl is a beauty. She's already so cute at such a young age. When she grows up, she will definitely be a beauty that can topple nations. This was the first thought that came to Long Chen's mind. In the Great Void Realm, when Kitten saw the little girl, his eyes widened, and his saliva flowed all over the ground. He said excitedly, What a beautiful girl. She's practically my cup of tea. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to fall head over heels for her. Long Chen, come and save me. I really can't take it anymore." Kitten's anxious look made Long Chen speechless. This dirty cat, he's actually interested in this little girl. He's so wretched. Long Chen smiled helplessly. Kitten was very excited at this time. He was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. He couldn't even stand steadily. His eyes pierced through Long Chen's chest and stared at the little girl. He didn't even blink. He laughed and said, top quality lowly. The heavens are really kind to me, giving me such a top-quality gift. This god didn't live in vain. Dream on. You don't even have a body, and the little girl isn't even 10 years old. Fat cat, I didn't expect you to be such a pervert. Long Chen mocked. What do you know? Do you know that spiritual love is eternal? No, she's not even 10 years old. She hasn't even grown yet. Anything can be carved by this god. This is the symbol of purity. In the Great Void Realm, Kitten was still chattering. At this time, the little girl was already walking towards Long Chen. She giggled along the way, revealing 2 small canine teeth and deep dimples. She looked very cute. After walking to Long Chen's side, she sat down on the stool next to Long Chen. Then, she rested her chin on the table and placed her 2 tender palms on the table. Her big sparkling eyes blinked as she looked at Xiao Lang, who was on Long Chen's chest. Black puppy, get out of the way. My goddess is looking at me. You are blocking her line of sight. In the Great Void Realm, Kitten roared madly. At this moment, the little girl looked at Long Chen pitifully and said carefully, Big brother, Chi-Chi wants to hug the puppy, okay? Her voice was soft and sweet. At such a young age, one could tell that she was an expert at acting coquettishly. What? In the Great Void Realm, Kitten felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This goddess-like lowly was actually interested in that black puppy. This made him extremely sad and angry. There's no justice in this world. Such a tender little girl actually has a problem with her aesthetics. There's really no justice in this world. That black puppy is black and swarthy, and he's pretending to be cool. Also, this god is handsome. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with how Kitten was yelling. He knew that Xiao Lang's appearance had some effect on this little girl. Even if she wanted to hug Xiao Lang, she had to get Xiao Lang's permission first. It was fine to lock up Long Chen. If you want to hug him, then you have to ask if Big Brother Wolf agrees. Long Chen said with a faint smile. The little girl's face lit up, and a mischievous light flickered in her eyes. She quickly looked at Xiao Lang and said in a sweet voice, Puppy, let big sister Chi-Chi hug you, okay? If you agree, just blink your eyes. The little girl was very smart. Ordinary creatures would blink their eyes. Even beasts wouldn't leave. This was already an instinct. However, she was shocked to find that Xiao Lang glared at her. His golden eyes didn't blink at all. The little girl waited until she broke down. Long Chen knew that Xiao Lang couldn't be bothered with this little girl. Little girl, what's your name? Long Chen saw her pitiful look and asked. My name is Huang Fuqi. The little girl blinked her eyes and said dejectedly. The reason why Long Chen was interested in her was that this little girl's strength was too strong. If he didn't guess wrong, Huang Fuqi's strength was probably stronger than all the youths present. She was obviously less than 10 years old, but she was at least in the 3rd level of the reaching heaven state. It was very likely that she was in the 4th level of the reaching heaven state. This kind of talent shocked Long Chen greatly. Big brother, how should I address you? Huang Fuqi's eyes lit up. She hadn't succeeded in making a move on Xiao Lang. Now that Long Chen was talking to her, and Long Chen was obviously Xiao Lang's master, if she could please Long Chen, it would be very easy for her to hug Xiao Lang. My name is Jiang Cheng, Long Chen said without hesitation. Jiang Cheng, what an ugly name. I'd better call you Big Brother. It's more intimate. Hee, isn't that right, Big Brother? Huang Fuqi moved closer to Long Chen. Her small body squeezed next to Long Chen, and she looked at Long Chen as if she was trying to please him. However, her eyes weren't looking at Xiao Lang. It seemed that she really liked Xiao Lang. Chi, do you live in this town? Long Chen was very curious about this little girl. No, I'm here to participate in the ancient demon area selection. Big brother, let me tell you, Chi is very strong. When I beat people up, none of them were a match for me. There was a big uncle who bullied me, so I spanked him and threw him into the river. Huang Fuqi giggled as she spoke excitedly. Ha! Kitten suddenly felt his butt go cold. He smiled and continued to look at Huang Fuqi. He shouted to Long Chen, Big brother, you have to make my goddess stay. In the future, you can call me Kitten, Fat Cat, and I won't argue with you. How about that? Long Chen didn't hear him. Long Chen looked at Huang Fuqi with surprise and said, You're here to participate in the ancient demon area selection? Don't tell me you came by yourself. Of course I came by myself. I'm very strong. I ran a long way and got lost many times, Huang Fuqi said proudly. Where are your parents? Long Chen was speechless. Sure, Huang Fuqi quickly put her index finger in front of her mouth and whispered in Long Chen's ear. Big brother, I came by myself. Don't tell my parents. Otherwise, I will throw you into the river too, hee. Long Chen was speechless. Big brother, I want to hug the puppy. Huang Fuqi said pitifully, grabbing Long Chen's sleeve with a resentful look. Her eyes were already tearing up. I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer them, I'll let you hug me, okay? Long Chen asked seriously. He wanted to know more about the ancient demon area. Since this little girl had come, Long Chen didn't have to look for other people. As for Xiao Lang, he would sacrifice him. Okay. Huang Fuqi nodded obediently. What's your current strength? Long Chen asked. 4th level of the reaching heaven state. She was really powerful. This girl was less than 10 years old, but she was already at the 4th level of the reaching heaven state. She must be a genius of some big power. Since she was from a big power, why did she come to the ancient demon area? What do your parents do? Long Chen asked. Huang Fuqi was anxious. She said hurriedly, Big brother, I can't tell you. Otherwise, my father will beat me. Can you change the question? Long Chen was just asking casually. He didn't want to embarrass her. He wanted to know more about the ancient demon area, so he asked, Do you know what kind of strong people there are in the ancient demon area? How strong are they? I know. Huang Fuqi was a little excited. She said, In the ancient demon area, the strongest is the demon emperor, Jiang Wuxia. He should be at the 2nd or 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm. He has 7 demon kings, who are the lords of the 7 palaces. They are all at the 1st level of the earth martial arts realm. Of course, there are some hidden masters. I heard that some of the younger generation have reached the earth martial arts realm. So strong? Long Chen was a little surprised. Most of all, he was surprised that there were young masters in the earth martial arts realm. It seemed that they were the top geniuses of the Wushu Sage Empire. Among the big powers of the Wushu Sage Empire, the ancient demon area is not strong. It is only a member of the Wushu Alliance. The most powerful one is the Wushu Alliance. In the Martial Emperor City, there are even more powerful people, Huang Fuqi said. Not strong? But for Long Chen, It was already against the natural order. At most, he could only reach the first level of the reaching heaven state. Who knew how long it would take for him to reach the earth martial arts realm? As for Ling Shi, she was at least at the level of the god martial arts realm. He had said 10 years before, but he didn't know if she could finish it in 10 years. 10 years was really too long. Big brother, are you done? Huang Fuqi asked hurriedly. Seeing Long Chen suddenly become silent, she was anxious. No, I haven't. Long Chen came to himself. He could see that the little girl's family was strong, but she had run away from home to come here. There must be a reason. So he asked, Chi, tell me, why do you want to enter the ancient demon area? This question also made it difficult for Huang Fuqi. She hesitated for a while, then agreed to tell Long Chen. So she sneakily moved to Long Chen's ear and said, Big brother, I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone else. Of course, I'll keep it a secret, Long Chen said firmly. That's good. I'll tell you. Actually, when I was playing at home, I heard my father say that one day, 2 months later, 9 suns will appear in the sky. That day is called the 9 suns coexisting day, which is rare in 10,000 years. The world will be like a furnace. For the people of the Wushu Sage Empire, especially those who are weak and don't live in cities, it will be a big disaster. Long Chen was shocked. He couldn't help but say in a low voice, if 9 suns appear at the same time, they will all die. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.